where you can see slides. Wonderful. So let's get started. What is the academy? How does it work? Now, I don't know what you already know about the academy. Maybe you've got friends that are in the academy and you've seen them doing really well and you've seen them, smashing it and you know quite a bit secondhand. Or you've even watched Winners on a Wednesday and you've heard a lot of people's experiences and you kind of know a lot. Or maybe you know very, very, very little. So I'm going to assume that you don't know that much. But if you do have questions afterwards, you can always speak to one of our advisors and they can talk you through anything at all. So firstly, when you enroll onto the academy, you have an onboarding session. And how it works is we'll set you up login details and we'll set you up an app on your phone if you use apps on your phone. And what that will do is it will give you something that looks a little bit like this. So on your phone, you'll be able to have you'll be able to have access to all the different aspects of the academy, which we'll go into, or on the computer as well. So what does it look like? Well, the first thing that you get on the academy is unlimited mentoring. So it's a 1-year program. And the reason it's a year is because I believe, especially if you're really busy and you're working full time and you haven't got lots of money necessarily to start with, that it might take a year. Realistically, sure, you can. You see people getting results in 2 weeks, or they do a financial freedom challenge with me and we smash it and they make 20 grand in a week from day one. It does happen, but that is the exception, not the rule. The reason it's a 12-month program is because sometimes the people for the first few months, they're just finding their feet, finding their strategy. So it's 12 months to give you long enough to be able to actually make serious money. We also have a guarantee in place as well with the academy that if you don't make at least all your money back by the end of the year, we will give you a full refund. Now, there are T's and C's because you do have to try. You have to show up to the training. You have to be booking, at least some mentoring calls. So there are some, it's not join the academy, sit back and do nothing and you'll get rich. No, it is hard work, but the process works and it's proven. So the first thing you get is unlimited mentoring. Now, how does that work? Well, how it works is on the app on your phone, you can just, with a click of a button, you can book a mentor call. You click on the mentoring button and then it takes you through to a page like this where you've got lots of different categories. Now, we've got a panel of mentors. Everybody that's a mentor has been handpicked by myself. I'm the head mentor. And then we've got very successful property investors that have been in the game a long time, property millionaires. We've got solicitors. We've got specialists who are on the panel. So depending on what your question is, for example, you might want to have a mentoring call about your mindset and just say, man, I'm feeling a little bit stuck. I'm struggling at the moment and I just want to talk to somebody. No worries. Or it might be rent to rent, service accommodation, social housing. So this is just a little quick glance at the categories. But really, you can book a mentoring call about anything, and it's unlimited. So there's no there's no limit of calls that you can book. So let's say mindset. So you'll click mindset on the app, pop, and then it will take you through to this page where you can choose your time. Now, I believe when you need support, often in property business, it can't wait a week. It's not good enough having a weekly mentoring call, or even, I know there's a lot of education providers that say, oh, you have a mentoring call once a month, twice a month. The reason that doesn't work is because if you find a deal today and you're like, oh, this deal, and you put an offer on and things are up in the air, you might need assistance pretty quick. Because if you have to wait next Friday for your mentoring call, by which time the deal might be gone. So that's the reason that we do limit the amount of people we can have on the academy according to our infrastructure. We're taking on a new batch at the moment. But the mentoring calls are very quick. So when you need a mentoring call, generally speaking, you'll be able to get one within 24 hours. And our mentors also, because there's 12 of us, even if it's a weekend, we can help you. So you'll choose the time, you'll choose the date. Usually it'll be next day appointment, and then you'll fill out you'll type in your questions so we can prepare, and then we'll take your call. And that's how the mentoring call works. Now, those are the mentor calls, but there's different types of mentoring within the academy, because depending on what your situation is, like it might be that you just got a quick question, like that, and you can use. I created a ChatGPT version of me, which is basically I've trained it to know everything I know about property. So you can just click on the chat now, and you can ask questions such as, for example, you could say, "Oh, I've got this property deal. I'm thinking of selling it. Should I sell it? Should I buy it myself?" Like what any question you want. We've also got Power Team as well. So it might be that you don't need to speak to a mentor per se about, "Oh, I've got this deal. How can you help me?" Or "What can I do with it?" Or "Oh, is this?" No, it might be that you need to speak to an accountant. It might be that you need to speak to a solicitor. It might be that you need to speak to a mortgage broker. So on the academy, we've got our Power Team. So we've got all the relevant people that you'll need in your Power Team. And that's also included in the academy membership. So in the academy membership, you have unlimited mentoring, but you also have unlimited support from our property professionals. So for example, our accountant is a chartered accountant, and he's a property millionaire as well. Mortgage broker, property investor, and mortgage broker, independent mortgage broker, who can just answer questions and help you and assist you with finance. Solicitor, we've got a solicitor who's a millionaire, property investor, also partner of a law firm. And you can book as many calls as you want. So again, just click solicitor, for example, choose the time. And again, usually that will be next day. But you'll never have to wait more than 48 hours, generally speaking, to speak to anybody, even if you specifically need to speak to a solicitor, which is quite rare, because in the real world, if you want to speak to a solicitor, you're going to have to wait probably a couple of weeks. You're going to have to pay hundreds of pounds. But this is just unlimited part of the academy, because I think it's really important that I know you're going to need that. Again, you ask your question. So if you're speaking to for example, the chartered accountant, the question might be, "Can I claim my flights as tax deductible?" Let's ask an accountant. So the accountant will not be your accountant doing your books. Your accountant on the academy will be giving you guidance, advice, so that they're not at all conflicted. And as I say, you can book as many calls as you want. We've got members on the academy that have a weekly call with our solicitor. Every week they have a call with a solicitor, and that's all part of the academy. There's no, we actually encourage you to book more mentoring calls, because I know the more mentoring calls that you book, the more successful you're going to be. So we encourage you to book as many as you need. So that's the mentoring. By the way, if you think that would be useful in your business, I can see that there's questions coming up in the chat, by the way. What I'm going to do, if it's okay, is I will maybe hold the questions, because I think what you'll find is your questions will probably be answered as I go, because I'm going to give you a full comprehensive lowdown as to everything that you get and how it works. But if I do miss anything, I might come back to your questions, or you can speak to an advisor as well. So that's the mentoring so far. If that sounds useful, if you think that would be helpful in your business to have unlimited mentoring from myself, my team, our Power Team, let me know in the chat. Yes, if you think that would be useful to your property business. Amazing. And again, you don't have to be part of the academy to get this. You can find your own accountant, and you can just work out a monthly retainer and say, how much would it be to have you effectively on speed dial, and do the same with an accountant and a quantity surveyor, and you can build your own team. But what you'll find is you'll probably end up paying more than you would than just joining the academy. And our people are very good and handpicked. So yeah, it makes it very easy. The 24/7 mentor chat, how it works is, again, it's just like ChatGPT, but it's got my brain. chat now, and you can ask it whatever you want. So this is an example. Is Birmingham Article 4? And it will tell you, boom, yes, but not in these areas, but in these areas. It knows everything that I know, and I regularly update it as well. And yeah, it's incredible. So that is, and another thing is about time. Sometimes people say they haven't got the time to join the academy. But interestingly, they always end up joining the academy, those people. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're really busy, if you work away at sea, if you're working 6 days a week and you get home at 7 o'clock in the evening and you're really strapped for time, the reality is you probably haven't got the time to go and find an accountant, find a solicitor. What this is doing is it's speeding up everything by giving you the support network. So it means it's possible for you to succeed, but we give you the infrastructure, as well as Samuel Leeds Instant Chat, which is AI. So you're not actually talking to me. But if you do want to talk to me, you can also do that. So you can message me at any time. So we have our own social media platform called Samuel Social, which is like Instagram, but it's just for Academy members. And I'm on that all the time. And when people message me on Samuel Social, because I know they're an Academy member, I'll be like chatting, voice noting, back and forth in. And because there's only a limited amount of Academy members, like that's where I really kind of spend a lot of my time. So yeah, you can message me. We will also, as part of the mentoring, we'll rate your phone call. So if you're hitting the phones, trying to sell deals, talking to agents, you can record yourself and upload it on the app, send it to us, and we will listen to your call as long as it's not more than 15 minutes. We don't want to be listening to a 3-hour conversation, but we'll listen to it, and then we will call you and we'll give you feedback on your phone call, on your sales skills, and coach you through the process. That's part of the mentoring as well. Also, we have something called Deal Glance. So if you find a property and you're interested in it, but at the moment it's just a Rightmove link, and you've not booked a viewing on it, and you're not sure, and you're a bit new, and you're thinking, is it worth it? Is it good? Rather than spending, 3 hours trying to work out if it's a good deal or not, when you're a bit new, what you can do is you can just ask us to have a quick look at it. And what we'll do is we'll just give you our initial thoughts. Has it got legs? Is it decent? And tell you why as well. So we might say, oh, no, that's actually not very good. It is, it's a leasehold property and the end value isn't very good. And we'll give you our quick instant thoughts from Deal Glance. So to do that, again, you can just book a call and then upload the Rightmove link. And then when you choose, we'll call you. And in the meantime, we'll look at the deal and then we'll tell you what we think of it. So we've kind of thought of everything with the academy. And again, the reason the academy is a big investment, which it is, it's 11,997. It's £12,000 program, but it's because we put that money that comes in, we put it back into paying the mentors, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you get what you pay for. It's not for everybody. This is the Range Rover or the Rolls Royce, the Bentley, the Aston Martin of property mentoring and support and education. But for me, I think if you're serious about your finances and your business, there's some things you don't want to cut corners on. And I think mentorship is one of those things, because if you've got a mentor that's not really interested in you and is half soaked and not answering the phone and busy and giving you a quick 2 minutes here and there, it can really have a negative impact on your business. But if you've got a full support, where we actually care and we're offering you unlimited support, it makes a big difference, believe me. We also will rate your deals. So if you have seen a deal and you've gone and viewed it and you're thinking of offering, you can upload it and we'll give you a full, thorough form to fill out in terms of all the due diligence that you ought to have done for that specific deal. Obviously, if it's a rent to rent, if it's BRR, if it's flip, if it's development, we've got different questions that we ask you, and then we'll rate it from 1 to 100, and we'll tell you if it's good or bad. If it's 85, obviously that's amazing, but if it's 40, you go whoa, and we'll tell you why. We can book a call in with you and explain it. So before you buy any deal or do anything, sign any contract, you can come to us first, and we'll be able to give you blind spots, cautions, and make sure that you're not getting the wool pulled over your eyes. Also, if you've got a property that needs refurbishing, if you're viewing a house, rather than having to try and get builders to come and traipse builders around with you, we've got a builder. His name's Dave. So this is Dave the builder, who I'm with. He's an incredible builder who doesn't actually build anymore. What he tends to spend most of his time doing is he works in a Samuel Leeds office, and he just spends all day quoting refurbs for myself and Academy members. So if you've got a project and you're thinking, I wonder how much this refurb is going to be, you just do a video and you upload it on the Academy portal, and Dave will do an estimation, a desktop estimation of the refurb quote, which means that if it's got, if it needs plastering and there's dry rot and mold and stuff, and you think, all right, you don't really know what you're doing. Oh, maybe I could paint. I'm not really. We'll give you an indication as to, okay, this is how much it's going to cost, which is, again, a bit of a game changer when you're out viewing properties, especially by refurbish refinance. So that's the mentoring. It's all encompassing and it's unlimited. In my opinion, the mentoring alone is probably worth more than the investment for the Academy alone, but that's the mentorship. So next, coaching. We don't just mentor you on the Academy, we also coach you. Mentoring is telling you what to do. Coaching is asking you, did you do it? Accountability. Nobody ever became great without a coach by their side. And this is a picture of a lady who came to give me flowers because she said her husband he was a soldier, really busy, working away from home all the time, and he'd been always wanted to get into property, but didn't have the time, didn't have the right support, and he enrolled into the Academy, and we managed to help him build a very successful property portfolio. His name's Nick DeMel, and as a result, she came around my house and gave me flowers and just said, thank you for helping and coaching my husband and actually holding his hand. This happens all the time. We had a guy called Benaiah join the Academy, and after about 3 weeks, he hadn't really done much. He was kind of getting a bit distracted. So I phoned him and he didn't answer. I messaged him on Samuel Social. He didn't answer. And he said on his onboarding that he wanted to be coached hard. Because we ask you how you want to be coached. Some people say, oh, leave me alone. I just want to get the mentoring when I want it. And okay, fine. We treat you as an individual, as a human being, not as a number. So we'll find out what kind of coach you want. He said, coach me hard. I need it. Fine. After 3 weeks, he hadn't done anything. He wasn't turning up on the things. I hadn't seen him. So I called him. He didn't answer. I messaged him. He saw my message and didn't respond. So what I did was I just drove to his house, knocked his door, and he didn't answer his door. So I took a picture of myself outside his house and sent it to him. He saw my message and he instantly called me and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm at your house. Unfortunately, he just moved house. And he said, I've just moved house. I was like, so whose house am I at? And he said, I don't know. So I quickly ran off. But it just goes to show. Do you think that he then pulled his finger out? Of course he did. We've got success coaches that are calling you up, asking you, right, this was your plan. How are you getting on? You have also weekly coaching with me. So every Monday, I will do a group mastermind with all Academy members, which we'll do on Zoom. And I'll go around and say, right, what have you done? What have you done? How's it going? And when you're like 3 weeks into the Academy, if you say, oh, it's 3 weeks in, I've not actually done any deals yet, that's okay. But when it gets to 12 weeks, it gets a little bit awkward when you're having to come on and it's like, oh, I haven't done anything still. So you will get peer pressured into success. We have regular check-in reports, accountability calls, personalized plans. So the coaching, I think that's one of the reasons why we have such a high success rate. This was Abigail Kudja. Abigail lives in Zimbabwe. And she said to me, Samuel, I live in Zimbabwe. I really want to do the Academy. She said, I want to enroll, but she said, will I ever see you if I live in Zimbabwe? I said, well, yeah, I mean, you can come, to the dinners and all the things that we have on the academy. If you live in Zimbabwe, I said, actually, I do go to Zimbabwe every now and then. I said, I tell you what, I said, have you enrolled into the academy yet? She said, no, I'm about to. I said, enroll. I'll come out and see you at the end of the year. Now, she honestly thought that I was just saying that, and that it was just like, okay. But the thing is, although I talk extreme and I'll talk a good game, I'll back it up. Right? I'll always over deliver on everything I always say. It's part of my DNA. So yeah, she enrolled, and then that was me going out to see her in Zimbabwe. I was tying it in with other stuff, but I went to see it, and this house that we're standing behind was a house that she built from scratch, and she's now completely financially free. She's doing rent to rents, all kinds of deals, and she's in Zimbabwe. So we do have academy members all over the world, mostly in the UK, but we do have academy members all over the world, and because a lot of the mentoring and the coaching is over Zoom and we have technology, it works. So, I mean, our mentors are obviously based in the UK. So our solicitors, our accountants are based in the UK. But we have students, we've now had students in over 43 countries. And it's amazing how many people are doing deals in Dubai, Australia even, America, across Africa. I'm also investing in different countries. I'm investing in Ghana and Zimbabwe and different countries as well myself. So yeah, the coaching is immense when we get to know you. And this was a lady called Annie. Oh my goodness. Okay. If I had the time, I'd tell you the full story. Maybe you'll hear it another day. Annie joined the academy, and on her first mentoring call, she bought this little property that was guide price of £20,000. And she said, do you reckon I should bid? And I said, yes, but she didn't have any money. She said, but I don't have any money. We worked out the end value, the maximum she could bid. We helped her look at the legal packs. And I knew that if she bidded £35,000 or less, it would be a good deal. So she ended up bidding and she won the bid, but she didn't have any money. And she was absolutely petrified. And I remember saying to Annie, I said, good problem to have. Now, I would never, ever advise bidding on auction if you don't have the money. That is the worst thing. Even if you're on the academy, never do that. But because we were coaching her, and I was personally, my team, we were looking at the deal, we reviewed it, we were telling her, she was in safe hands. So when we tell you to do something, there's a reason. So now she's got 28 days to complete. Now, the reason I told her to bid up to £35,000 was because I knew that if she couldn't get the money, I knew I could finance it myself, and we could do it as a partnership. However, she didn't even need my money. She ended up getting another academy member to finance the deal. She bought that property for £24,000, spent £2,000 on it, and then got a new valuation of 50 grand. It was her first BRR. And when she did that deal, she then had done it once. So she started doing bigger deals, developments. Now, she was working as a nurse. She's probably making 10 times her salary, but she doesn't have to go to work. She's been around my house. She's done winners on a Wednesday. Absolutely incredible lady. And again, when she joined the academy and invested 12,000, she didn't have the money. I mean, she was so stretched and she was so stressed. But I believe that the best investment is not in property, it's actually in yourself. I remember saying to Annie, I said, Annie, you're already broke. You're 36 years old. You're a nurse. You've got a bad back. You've only got about 3-4 grand in the bank. You're already broke. You might as well go official. You've got really not that much to lose. Let's go. And she did. And you can check her story out on Winners on a Wednesday. And maybe you'll meet Anna. You'll meet a lot of these people. The success students. We've actually, we do a graduation every year. And at our last graduation, 86% of our academy graduates that finished the first year were financially free, making a passive income of over £2,000 a month. So as well as active, passive above 2,000, financially free. 86%. the success rate compared to university is astronomically high. I'm studying at university at the moment. I'm studying law at Open University. And the stats are that 16% of people that study law actually go on to make money as a lawyer. Only 16%. So 86%, I know it's not 100%, okay. But even the people that weren't financially free, that it's not like they were doing nothing or they were unhappy. They just hadn't, they might be working on more slow pound strategies. I've written 5 volumes, actually 6 now. Number 7 will be around the corner, of success students volumes, filled with success students. I've been doing Winners on a Wednesday for over 6 years. I've been training people now for, a lot of years. I've been full-time in property myself for 17 years. And it's tried and tested. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get rich or you're going to become financially free, but the process is guaranteed. It's not a promise, it's a process. And it's not a guarantee, it's an opportunity. You will need to work, but because of the level of mentoring and because of the level of coaching and the support that you get, it makes it very, very, very achievable. So I've no doubt that there'll be people right now on this program that will be in the future volumes of Winners on a Wednesday. You'll be there with your hat. Yes, we do have hats, the gown, the scrolls. We have that at graduation, and I'm very excited. We have weekly masterminds as well. So every Monday, I run a mastermind, and this goes on for usually between 1 and 2 hours, sometimes even more. And it's incredible just interacting, putting people up on the hot seat, finding out what's happening, being nice to people, but also raising the standard. And the masterminds as well, we have them on a Monday, but if you can't make Monday, we do have other masterminds. In fact, Denzel Washington says this. He says, if you don't read the news, you're uninformed. If you do read the news, you're misinformed. It's very interesting. So the question is, where do you get your information? Where do you get your news? Well, what I do is every week, I have a meeting with my solicitor, my accountant, my mortgage broker, and ask questions. What's base rate doing? What tax changes are going on? What are the new lending mortgage products on the market at the moment? What's the news? I speak to my advisors. And on the academy, you can do the same thing too. Every Thursday, we have Power Hour, which is Power Team Hour, where you catch up with the professional experts every week. So this is between 7 and 8 on a Thursday every week, and it goes on for an hour. All the team, come on. We open it up for academy members, and they just share updates. Solicitor, accountant, broker, surveyor, auction expert. We bring different members of the power team on to share what's going on in the news, share what's going on, what are the opportunities. You can then ask questions, and then if you want to have one-on-one conversation with a specific member of the specific expert, you book it, and then you have a one-on-one, ask questions. So there's really nothing like this that's ever been created. We have a mastermind every day of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Me and Russell run the Monday one, so that's where you'll see me pretty much every week, unless I'm traveling or away. Monday's kind of like my day, but every day of the week we have a mastermind where you can tune in, talk to other academy members. So of course we wouldn't expect anybody to go on every single one, but you could if you want. You could if you want. If you're full-time in property, what the heck. But if you're busy and you take the kids to clubs on a Monday and you've got this on a Tuesday and judo on a Friday, you could just say, right, my day will be Thursday or my day will be Wednesday or whatever it might be. Partnership opportunities as well. So this was a piece of land that I bought with a partner, and he brought this to me. And again, if I had more time, I'd tell you the full story because it's a hilarious story how it came. But he basically found a piece of land. He agreed to buy it for 300,000. He needed 330 grand in total, but he didn't have the money. And for me, one of the reasons that I run the academy is because I believe in collaboration. I'm not training competition. I'm training people to collaborate with them. And that's what happens all the time. So this piece of land that he found, agreed to buy it for 330 grand, 300 plus stamp duty, legals, it came to 330, but he didn't have any money. So it had planning permission to build 6 houses. which would cost another £500,000. But he didn't have any money. So he came to me and I offered to buy the deal off him. I said, I'll buy it. I'll give you £20,000. And he said no. Bear in mind, this guy had no money. This is the power when you learn to find good deals good. When you become a professional at finding deals, now you're in the driver's seat. Because I'm saying, I'll give you 20 grand. He's saying no. I said, what do you want? He said 50-50. I said, you want me to put in all the money? You want 50% because you just happen to find the deal. He's not got no experience in property development. He's never built houses like this before or anything. He's got planning to build 6 houses. So I said, how about this? I said, how about I'll give you 20%? And after a bit of negotiating, we agreed on 30%. And as I put my hand out to shake his hand at 30%, he went 33. little slime ball. Trevor the slime ball. Anyway, we bought the land. I financed everything. I paid 330 grand. I even paid all the legal fees. I built the 6 houses with my money, £500,000. And then we got it end valued a year later. Took about 9 months to do the build. These are the houses that we built. This isn't like a CGI or anything. That's the actual photograph of the 6 houses that we built. So they're quite small houses. They're only like 66 square meters. So they're not like, super impressive houses, but we made £500,000 between us over that year. And he took 33%. That was his profit share, which is, incredible, really. I mean, that's me on the land. Most people would walk past that land. They wouldn't even see it. But Trevor, to be fair, Trevor saw the opportunity. And, Trevor negotiated it. So even though Trevor didn't put any money in, he deserved to make the whatever money he made, 33% of £500,000, about 185 grand, because he spotted the opportunity. And he brought it to me. So, fair play. How many of you would be okay, by the way, with making 185 grand with one deal that you didn't put a penny in with a joint venture partnership? How many of you would be okay with that? Let me know in the chat. Yes, if you'd be all right with that. This was the site after it was finished. Let's move Amanda, the quantity surveyor. She, by the way, Amanda's an expert. She'll also help you. Amanda's going to be able to help you because she's a quantity surveyor. She used to work for Coca-Cola, cost managing all their projects and big stuff. She helped me do bigger stuff. So the partnership opportunities, and here's the thing as well. Can I partner with everybody like I did Trevor? No, absolutely not. But I do that if the deal's right. And we do have Samuel Leeds Finance, which I put £11 million of my own money in, specifically to fund Academy members' deals. Or any profit that the Academy makes goes back into Samuel Leeds Finance to loan and start up Academy members' deals. I'm not trying to get rich from doing the Academy. I mean, the resources and for me, it is a business, yes. But for me, I'm trying to make impact. I know I'm not going to be remembered for how much money I made. I know I'll be remembered for how many lives I impacted. We've got Deal Connect. Deal Connect is where I'll partner with you. And this is open to all Academy members all the time. As long as your deal is good and you put it through Rate My Deal and it comes back on 85% or higher, then you can add it. And look, you just need to tick the box that says, yes, I've had it on Rate My Deal. This is open to all Academy members. We'll then put it on our website and we'll push it out to thousands of investors and promote the deal. And when the deal sells, we'll split the profits. This is a way that you can start making money instantly on the Academy. We'll mentor you to find a deal. We'll then vet the deal for you. We'll then promote it to our investors. We'll sell it for a few grand and we'll split the profits. I mean, this is how you're going to get started if you've not got much money. And this is all part of the Academy. You don't pay any fees on top. This is all included. I mean, this is Alice Bush. She said, Samuel, can I speak at your next Academy dinner, please? I hit £50,000 deal selling this month and onboarded 40 units to my letting agency. Crazy how life can change. I mean, when she joined the academy as well, she was working on a 6-figure job. She was on about 150 grand a year salary, and she was trapped. She didn't like her job. She wasn't allowed to post on social media because it was a conflict of interest with her job. And she's saying, how am I ever going to be able to replace my income? She's now got 10 HMOs that she's ordered in BRR. She's making 50 grand a month from deal selling using Deal Connect. I'm obviously making a bit of money as well from it, but that's fine. Collaboration. She's quit her job. She came out to Uganda to help build a school because every year when we go out to Uganda and Zimbabwe and that, we bring academy members out to come and help. If academy members are making loads of money, we're like, come on then, give back. We push people to give back as well. And this message, like, it's not like I said, oh, can you give me a testimonial? I get messages like this all the time on Samuel's social. Samuel Leeds Finance, how it works again, if you've got a deal, you just put it on the portal, you request finance. If the deal's good, as long as it's, what I don't finance is like big development deals. I want to finance little small BRRs to get people started that really can't get the money elsewhere. But we can always connect you to development finance for bigger deals, because when I loan money out, it's my actual money that goes into it. It's me. It's not like I'm not brokering the money. It's my money. But we have, I put all the profits back from the academy into learning deals. It's very, very fast. Your network is your net worth. It really is. You've probably heard people say, show me your friends, I'll show you your future. I think that was a Dan Pena quote. It's so true. It's not what you know, it's who you know. I say that a lot. So the academy, as well as the mentoring and the coaching and the partnership opportunities, it's all about the network. So on the online portal, you can, like every Sunday, for example, I open up my day to academy members. So, whether that's going to the gym, going to church, I usually go do some boxing. When I go boxing, I don't go to a class. I hire out the whole gym. And then I just invite academy members. Oh, yeah, come, let's move around. Women come, men come. This is a network. It's a community. We have academy dinners. Every month we have an academy dinner. And you'll be shocked at who comes. We had... So Krept is one of my students, right? Krept and Conan. I helped him get into property. We had a dinner and Krept came and he brought Conan. And guess what? They performed on stage in front of all the academy members, started rapping. And it's like the Sugar Babes. When I grew up, the Sugar Babes, they were like the biggest girl band in the country. Keisha Buchanan, the black lady from the Sugar Babes, the longest standing member of the Sugar Babes, she's my student. So when she needs property advice and that, she was at an academy dinner, right? And I said to her, can you bring the other two? She came back. She brought the full Sugar Babes at the academy dinner and did a performance. Every month when we do the dinners, we bring guests. This is like a social life handed on a plate. Champagne receptions, red carpet. This alone is worth more than the 11,995. The network is huge. We've also got inner circles all across the country. So at the moment, they're just in the UK, but we may consider branching out. If you're from overseas, we can maybe set one up. We promote your properties. We promote your serviced accommodation units to help get you bookings. All the academy members stay at each other's properties. All these little pins are where there are academy groups. Every month, we have inner circle meetups. So there's about 35 at the moment, all across the country. Even you can't see it on the map because it zoomed in a bit too much, but we've also got one in Scotland, in Edinburgh or Glasgow. We've got one just all over. And if there's not one in your area, you can set one up and we'll help you. We'll brand you. I believe as well on the academy that it's not just about being in a classroom. I don't really like classroom learning. It's all right, but we take you to sites live. So every month we have multiple different site visits, my properties, other successful academy members' properties, where you can book and you can actually go live in a small group of 12 and look around the site and pick the brain of the builders and see what's all over the country. This is part of the academy. Winners on a Wednesday. the eviction, success students, speaking at events, sharing your story over dinners. If you want to build your brand as well, I'm very good at marketing and I can help you market yourself, market your brand. It's all part of the academy. There's no upsells on the academy, by the way. Obviously, this program is £97, right? And it's a 2-day program. It's £97. It's packed with value. And this is an optional, this is an optional session to hear about the academy. But when you're on the academy, there's no selling. There's no additional courses, this is everything. It's everything. And I give my life for it. Mediation service means if you get into a dispute with another academy member, you're not on your own. My team, my mediators, my lawyers will come investigate the situation and will help reconcile. And if anyone on the academy is acting really bad and they're trying to rip people off and not pay people back, we will remove them from the academy. We keep the academy a safe community where people can be trusted and collaborate. Of course, your due diligence is always really important, but it means you are covered in mediation. And you don't pay extra for that. It's all part of it. So that is the gist. I could tell you a lot more, but that's the gist of the academy. It's 11,995. We don't discount the academy. We can't. It's been 11,995 since 2016, and we've never ever increased the price, which we really should. It's ridiculous because it's got 20 times better, and inflation has meant that it's actually, in my opinion, I think it is extremely good value. And it comes with a money-back guarantee. So that's the academy. We do have other things, okay? So we do have courses as well, which are not part of the academy. So if you say, look, I don't want to do the academy, I just really want to learn about commercial property or BRRs or HMOs, you can do an individual course. Our courses are CPD registered. They're accredited. They're rated 5-star out of thousands and thousands of independent reviews from genuine customers. They're A to Z. If you see a video on TikTok, that's 20 seconds. If you come on a program like this, Building Wealth with Property, this is the ABC. If you do an advanced course, that's not the ABC. That's the ABC, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z. It's the full caboodle. So in total, we've got 20 different courses. These are $997 each. And they're A to Z. So commercial property course, for example, it's all pre-recorded. You go through at your own time and you can see the types of lessons. It's just so intense. Permitted development, prior approval, preventing council rejection. So you don't know what you don't know, see. So if you're actually going to do commercial property, the 997 investment is going to pay for itself over and over. Full planning, Section 73, buying commercial property for no money down. The power of a hunter's license, tax planning on land. We go through the entire understanding classifications, commercial tenancy leases, everything. And that's a standalone course, commercial conversions as well. Then we've got an auction course. We've got a buy refurbish course. Also, all of our courses come with contracts. So for example, the buy refurbish finance masterclass, 997, A to Z of buy refurbish finance, but it comes with a lockout agreement, evaluation report, builder's contracts, permitted development check, all of the contracts. HMO bootcamp comes with excluded license agreements, lodger contracts, Section 8, Section 21 eviction notices, HMO house rules, right? All the contracts, the manuals, it comes included, 997. Lease option bootcamp comes with all the contracts. Social housing intensive comes with all the contracts. Deal selling masterclass comes with all the contracts. Because you can't be a deal seller without the contracts. So if you want to do deal selling and you're not in the academy, you do the deal selling masterclass, you get all the training, not mentoring, just the training, 997 and the contracts. Contracts alone are worth more than 997, honestly. Non-disclosure agreement, co-deal sourcing, bespoke sourcing, the terms and conditions, deal sourcing contracts, all included, everything back 997. Service accommodation intensive, all the contracts. Rent to rent accelerator, 997, all the contracts. Property tax and wealth protection, how to build wealth and protect your wealth, all of the contracts. So it's all of the training and all of the contracts, and it's online, 997. Raising finance and joint ventures, all of the contracts, a joint venture agreement, loan agreement, partnership agreement, confidentiality contract. So in total, there's 20 courses that we have. They're 997. If you did every single course, it'll be £19,940, which in my opinion, will be worth it, because then my whole brain would become your brain. And if you knew what I knew, it would be helpful in property, certainly. And lastly, by the way, are you guys excited and feeling good? If you are, let me know in the chat. If you're excited and feeling good, just let me know yes. Let me know yes. Amazing. I'm so excited. I really am so excited. All right. Amazing. Next, some people just say, Samuel, I just want to do a financial freedom challenge with you, man. I want to come, spend a week with you, do a financial freedom challenge. That's why I put on the financial freedom challenges, the fast track experience. This is 12 days over a year, where we do 4 days 3 times. And each 4 days is in a group with unlimited mentoring, hitting the phones in person at Heathrow in London. Now, to do all of the financial freedom challenges, because it works out, I think it's about 2,000 each week you want to do. If you do all the financial freedom challenges, it comes down to 6,000. So if you did everything that we offer, everything that I can possibly give you, the academy, all of the courses, and the financial freedom challenges, it will come down to £37,934 if you did everything. Now, you might say that's a lot of money. 37 grand? It is a lot of money. It's not for everybody. But what I'll say is, I don't think 37 grand would probably be even enough to buy a house at the moment. I don't think it would even be enough to buy a deposit. The average house is worth, what, 300 grand almost? 25% deposit, that's 75 grand. Plus stamp duty, another 10, 85 grand. Plus legals, plus 90 grand. Just to buy, 37 grand might buy you a really cheap house in Liverpool that will give you £200 a month. So you've got to ask yourself, what's going to give you a better return on investment? The network, the community, the knowledge, all the training on every single strategy, the academy, the financial freedom challenges, or buying a house. And that's your decision. I believe that property is the second best investment. The best is yourself. Also, the training, the academy, the contracts, the financial freedom challenges, all tax deductible, which means if you're going to be successful anyway, when you start making money, you can just claim it back. So it's tax deductible. You have 6 years to claim it back. And we have a chartered accountant on the academy that will help you do that as well. So it's kind of a no-brainer if you're actually going to do property. This was Emma. I told you about Emma yesterday. What I didn't tell you yesterday was that Emma bidded on the auction property for 650 grand, but her bridging company pulled out. Emma and Ronnie were going to lose their deposit and lose the deal. They were so stressed. Ronnie, Emma's husband, messaged me on Samuel's social on Christmas Eve and said, Samuel, we need to complete on this property by the 28th, but the bridging's pulled out and everyone's closed. It's Christmas. I didn't say to Ronnie, it's Christmas Eve. Leave me alone. It was also the evening of Christmas Eve. I said, Ronnie, are you free right now? We rang Ronnie. We sorted him the finance on Christmas Eve. And we managed to get the deal over the line for him. And as a result, they'll be the first to tell you, the academy's changed our lives. The academy is having people that have got your back. It's having people that have got your back. Having me that have got your back. So that's what the academy is. Now, what is available? We're taking on a new batch of academy members today. Okay. Now, if you enroll to the academy, how it works is you'll have your onboarding. We'll give you your app, your logins, and then you will become part of the community, part of the family. It's not for everybody. Okay. And there's no pressure. To me, it doesn't make any difference to my bank account if you join or not, because the money goes into Samuel Leeds education, and then any profits from that go into Samuel Leeds finance, which we then loan out. Like, to me, it doesn't really make any difference, other than this is my calling, and I am on a mission, and I give my life. I give my life to this, And we're taking on a new batch. If you do enroll today to the academy, you can either do it, you can click the link and you can just go straight through, or you can speak to an advisor. What we're offering right now in this batch today, you've already invested to be here. You've already invested £97 to be here. And you spent a lot of time and listening and getting to know each other already. And I want to honor that. So for this new batch, what we're offering is for 11,997, we're going to include all the financial freedom challenges, all of the courses. So it's just going to be 11,997, and that's going to cover absolutely everything. And on top of that, we're going to also give you your £97 as a deduction as well, or your £100 or whatever it is. So you'll be able to credit that towards this. So you'll be upgrading to the academy, which means it's tax deductible. It comes with a money back guarantee. You can use your £100 credit back, which means it's just 11,897, and that is for absolutely everything that we've spoken about. So that is what's on offer. I did say I'd keep it to about an hour. So what I would say is we're going to put a link in a moment where you can apply, you can enroll, or you can fill a format to get one of our advisors to give you a call and have a chat with you. So the link should pop up any second now. And I'm really excited to get to know you. I'm really excited to work with you. And everything I said, by the way, you get that and more. I always like to leave room to just wow. And that's why the academy members are so successful, so happy. So there's a little button that's just come up that says join the academy now. 8 people have clicked it already, which is fantastic to see. I don't want to create a mad rush or make anybody feel pressured. But what I will say is we do, of course, only have so many resources to be able to take a certain amount of people. So if you are in and you're just like, I know I'm in, don't delay. Also, the offer that I did, that is an at-seminar special, even down to using your credit note for being part of the here. So yes, the offer is available today, and we are taking on a new batch today. So if you want to ask questions and speak to the team and the guys, tell them your situation. They'll give they won't try and pressure you or anything like that. If you book a call with the guys, they will just ask you where you're at, see what you want to do. It might just be a case of you're like, man, I'm just ready, bang, and then we get started. It might be that you need to put together a bit of a plan of how to raise the finance. You know, do you need to get a loan, for example? Maybe you do. I mean, it's very normal for people when they're buying a car to buy a car on finance, but a car is a liability. When you're buying a house, you get a mortgage. When you go to uni, you get a student uni loan. So if you don't have the money sat in your bank right now, I guess the question is, rather than saying, I can't afford it, it's about saying, actually, how can I afford it? I haven't got the money yet, but I know I'm going to find it. Yeah, exactly. So I guess the real question is not can I afford it, but how can I afford it? And also maybe, you know, the opportunity that's on at the moment is the opportunity really of a lifetime. The market is ripe. The community is there. The mentoring is there. It's just a case of will you meet us halfway? So anyway, that is the academy. So if you want to click the link, have a chat with the guys. I can see a lot of people are clicking the link now, which is fantastic. You won't lose anything by having a conversation. And also, we do have a money back guarantee. So if you're thinking, oh, will it definitely work? It does work. Yeah. And it's proven. And I'm prepared to put my money where my mouth is. That's why I finance my students' deals. People say, oh, Samuel Leeds, is he just selling a dream? I'm not selling a dream. People come to me with the dream and I write the checks. Put my money where my mouth is. No one else is doing that in the industry. Everyone else will tell you, here's how you do it. I'm saying, let's do it together. Let's partner. And if it doesn't work and you do everything, and you genuinely turn up and you book mentoring calls and you put deals on Deal Connect and it just doesn't work, and you do everything, then that's why we have a money back guarantee in place. But if you don't make at least what you invested for the academy, 100% return on investment, then we'll give you money back. But I know that won't happen because I know that you put the work in and it will work because it's proven. And you shouldn't be making your money back in your first year. You should be making all your money back and again, and again, and again, and again. Hence why 86%. Now it probably makes sense now why 86% of our academy members are financially free. Because when you've got that level of support, education, coaching, community. I was saying yesterday about what you know. When I give you my network, they're at the dinners, on the calls. You know, it's like Denzel Washington. If Denzel Washington wanted to help you become an actor, you'd become an actor. Because Denzel Washington would just make it happen. It just open doors. It's the same. When you're in the academy, when you've got people like myself and many people going, right, you're going to become successful in property. Of course, you have to try. You have to meet us halfway, but it really will help. You might not need the academy to be successful, but if you could be successful without the academy, then imagine how much more money you make with the academy. Just Deal Connect. The average property investor that's viewing properties to buy themselves is going to come across a bunch of properties that don't quite work for them, but they're good. Stick them on Deal Connect. Let us sell them, and then we'll make money together. Why not? That alone will pay for the academy. So it is a no-brainer. And also, if you can't afford it, that shows that you need it more than ever. Because if you can't afford it, it's like, well, what you're doing at the moment isn't working, is it? We need a new plan. So anyway, I'm gonna introduce Russell in a minute because I've seen the chat's been going mad, and I'm gonna get Russell to maybe answer some of the questions that might have come up. So he's gonna come up in a minute. But I just want to say a massive congrats for everyone just being here. And if the academy isn't for you, I don't know your situation. It might be that it's not feasible. I want to say, I don't want anyone to feel like a loser. I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, I can't afford it or I can't do it and therefore I'm going to fail forever. No, you're a winner. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on this program right now, right? You're an absolute winner. And I'm proud of everybody and I'm excited and I'm rooting for everybody that's here. What I will say is the main thing that's going to determine your success is your environment. And the academy is that. It's an environment. It's a community. If you've got a house plant that's not blossoming, as I said yesterday, if you've got a house plant that's not blossoming, I think I said yesterday, you don't blame the plant. You don't say that's a rubbish plant. You go, oh, maybe I need to put the plant in the sunlight. Maybe I need to water the plant. Maybe I need to change the plant's environment. And then everything changes. And in the same way, if you're not successful, it's not because, oh, you're an idiot, you're a loser. No, it's because you're not in the right environment. And when you change your environment, everything will change. But what I will say as well is I want you to ban yourself from ever saying, I can't. I can't do rent-to-rent. I tried to do it, but no one wants to. I can't afford it. Ban yourself from that language and ban yourself from that thinking, because that's a statement. If you say, I can't do it, I can't afford it, a statement will close the mind. Whereas instead, if you say, how can I afford it? How can I do this? If it's possible, if someone's ever done it before, then I can do it. How? That's a question. A question opens the mind. So, yeah, ban yourself from being defeatist. Reach out for help as well. Book a call with an advisor. Tell them your situation. And I can't wait to make this happen. So I'll be back in a bit. And I'll be giving more training and teaching. So I'm looking forward to that. But right now, I'm going to hand over to my brother and business partner, Mr. Russell Leeds.
All right. Awesome stuff. Okay. So thank you guys for listening to that. Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of building wealth with property. Now, as I mentioned in the chat, I'm going to take a couple of questions that I've seen coming through before we go for a break. Good morning, Carl. I've also been joined by Tony Crook. So we can answer a couple of the questions, jump on there together. So I've been sort of scrolling through a couple of things that have come up that I thought we'd just address while we're all together. One, people are asking about like age, like, oh, have I left it too late? Am I too old to do this? So I thought, who better to answer this question than Tony Crook, right? So if you say 60 years old or even 50 years old, Safina's saying she likes my mic. I've got a bit. Samuel doesn't use a mic. You don't use a mic. I'm the only one that uses a mic. It's because I want you guys to be able to hear me nice and clearly. But Tony, you have to just speak up with no mic. But yeah, someone says they're too old. What would you say to that?
Yeah. So first of all, when you're old, you don't need mics. You just use your voice to project. So the older you get, the louder you get. But yeah. So I'm 61, and age, I guess, has always been just a number to me. So whether you're a teenager, or whether you're in your 40s or 50s or 60s, I think it makes no difference. I mean, in fact, I think the older you are right now in my time of life is I've got a lot more time back because I no longer have to, worry about children and families and things like that. I've got my extended family, but they're all independent. So I've got more time in my hand now. I've got more experience as well. I've seen things come and go. When you were talking about yesterday, the sort of the big crashes, the big recessions, and I've seen them all, and I've seen them come and go. And you realize that actually, it's just there's always something, and you just got to work your way through it. So when you realize it's not the end of the world, when you realize that things come to pass, age is just a number. Yeah.
Well, Graham has said, Graham, I'm 76. I'm still going to do it. And Pamela's commented, said, I'm 72. And that's the thing. It's never too late. I mean, Colonel Sanders didn't set up KFC till he was 65. Property doesn't care about how old you are. People don't stop paying you rent because you've just had a birthday, right? So, never too late. 100% agree. Even if you look at people like Warren Buffett, he made 99% of his wealth after the age of 50, not 90, after the age of 50. Never too late. All right, another quick question's come up about the tax deductible. How exactly does that work? It's quite interesting, this is, right? So when you're setting up a new business, like for many of you this will be, the very first training that you do is not tax deductible. So let's say you're a plumber and you're like, right, I'm a plumber, but I want to set up as a property investor. The first training that you invest in is not tax deductible because it's classed as learning a new skill, right? So for many of you, if this is your first training, I remember when I asked yesterday, how knowledgeable are you? And a lot of people said, no, this is my first one. So this 97 quid won't be tax deductible. However, any additional training, anything after, is tax deductible. So the academy would be tax deductible. So if you're investing, let's say you're a 40% taxpayer, in effect, the academy actually works out at about $7,000 because of the tax savings. So of course, always run it by your accountant. But if your accountant gives you any grief, I would look at getting a new accountant, possibly one that understands business. Yes, we can send you an invoice. Yeah. And the £1 crash course, indeed, if you've done that already, that would class as your first, whatever the first one was. Okay. So if this is not the first one, this will be tax deductible as well. What about people, Tony? A couple of people are saying, like, I'm really busy. I've noticed a few comments like that. Like, I'm already working 60 hours a week. Like, I'm not sure about the time. What would you say? What would you say about that?
I was literally just talking to somebody about this before this call. And I say that, you don't need a great deal of time. In fact, sometimes it's good to have a deadline. If you give yourself an hour to do something, you're going to get it done in an hour. If you give yourself 8 hours to do something, it's going to take you 8 hours, because we all tend to work towards deadline. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've always been that same way. Give me a deadline, I'll get it done. So
I think everyone is, isn't it? It's like when I was at school and you had your homework during the 6 week summer holiday. You do it all the day before, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not about the quantity of time. It's about what you do within the time, I think. And if you spent half an hour a day, that's all you need for this to be successsomeone Everything else is a bonus.
100%. I always think as well, I actually hate it when people say to me, especially if they're like someone that works for me, and I'm like, oh, have you done this? Oh, no, I haven't had the time. It kind of is a real pet peeve for me when someone says they don't have the time, because I think everyone's got the time for everything. It's just literally a case of I didn't prioritize it. So if someone turns around to me, yes, Janet, by the way, I am live. If someone turns around to me and says, oh, I didn't have the time to do that. I don't have the time to do that. It's like, you did have the time. You just didn't prioritize it, right? Which is fine. Maybe that was the right thing to do, but you got to think about what are your priorities. I heard a great story. Old professor walks into a university class and he places a glass jar down on the table. And he doesn't say anything. The students are sort of talking and murmuring. And without saying anything, he reaches into his bag and he starts taking out golf balls, right? And he drops the golf balls into the jar one at a time until the golf balls reach the very top. And then he turned to the students and he said, is the jar full? And the students were like, well, yeah, it's full. Mm-hmm. He didn't say anything. Then he reaches in and brings out a bag of pebbles. He starts dropping the pebbles into the jar and they're sort of falling in between the cracks and the crevices. And he does that until the pebbles reach the top. And he says, now is it full? There was a little bit of hesitant nodding. Mm-hmm. He says, okay. Grabs a tub of sand out of his bag. He starts pouring the sand in. All the sand reaches in, filling up every little crack, every crevice. And he says, now it's full. And he said, here's the point. If I started with the sand, would there have been room for the pebbles and the golf balls? And the answer is, of course, no. And he says, this is exactly like your life. If you fill up your life and your time with the small, insignificant stuff first, like the sand, you won't have time for the big, important things. So if someone says to you, oh, I don't have time, it's like, what are you filling up your jar with? Is your jar full of sand at the bottom? Always put the big, important things in first. And for me, there's only a few big, important things, right? You've got your family, it's a big, important thing. Your health, big, important thing. And your work, your business is a big, important thing. So make sure you put those things in first. And for me, my financial future, this is what I decided back in 2010. When I saw what was going on. I wanted to change my life. For me, it was like investing in property. This is the big, important thing. This is the thing that I need to jump into. So yeah, if you don't have the time, get rid of the sand, get rid of the Netflix and all that. That can go in at the end. That's what I would say.
Yeah, it's really good analogy, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Obviously, £12,000, by the way. I've seen a couple of things about the money. I've never seen that much money in my life and comments like that. £12,000, it is a lot of money. It is a lot of money. However, it's all relative. How many people do you know, for example, who've dropped £12,000 on a second-hand car without even flinching? I don't think anything. It's just like, oh, yeah. You can get, I had a little look earlier. You can get like a 5-year-old Vauxhall, right? It's about 12 grand. And it's like, no one thinks anything. It's just normal. That's what normal people do. But here's the thing. If you're on this call, sorry to break it to you, but you are not normal. You're not. It's a good thing, by the way. You don't want to be normal. Normal people spend 40 years working 40 hours a week to try and retire on 40% of what they couldn't afford to live on in the first place. Right? Normal sucks. Yeah, there you go. And Nisha sure as Nisha was weird. It's good. Normal people would buy the Vauxhall. Normal people would spend £12,000 going on a holiday. They would. They do it all the time. You go and look. It's a normal thing to do. This is not normal. However, this is what makes you different. This is what gives you the chance to succeed. Like if I asked you guys in the chat, what is a better investment? Going to the Caribbean with your family on an all-inclusive holiday for 2 weeks, or investing in the academy? What do we think? What's a better investment? Academy or a holiday? Let me know in the chat. The academy, of course. The academy is going to give you financial freedom for the rest of your life. And then guess what you can do? You can go on holidays all the time. Afterwards, you've got to start You've got to start there. So it is a lot of money, but it's a fantastic investment. It's
Yeah, so to me, it's all about return on investment, isn't it?
Yeah.
No matter what I'm investing, how much money I'm investing, I want a return on it. So if I'm going on a holiday for £12,000, is that investment? It's investment. You get a few photographs, a few memories, great, but it's not long lasting. So if I'm going to put £11,000 in, I want to 10x it, really.
100%. A couple of people asking about finance options as well. So obviously, Tony, you're one of the advisors. If someone was looking, didn't have the money and wanted to, they could speak to you, right? They could message you or message their advisor, and you'd be able to help them look at finance options. Is that fair?
I've already spoken to a few people like yesterday and today that you guys know who you are. So yeah, we want to make it work. We want to make it happen for you. So it's what Samuel said earlier. It's not, how can I? And if you want it, if you think it's going to work, if you think that by having the academy is going to make a difference in your life, then hey, we'll make it work for you. So my group to speak to me. Obviously, the training advisors are there to help you as well.
Perfect. Sean says, is all the day talking about the academy? It is not. So we're going to finish up this in a minute, and then it's all straight into deal sourcing training. Okay, so we've got lots of training to get through today as well, Sean. Can you guarantee I'll be successful? No, I cannot guarantee you'll be successful. Here's what we can do. I can guarantee that you are in the best environment, the best training, the best mentoring, the best position you could possibly be in to succeed in property. But you've got to actually do the work. So I cannot guarantee you're going to be successful. It's impossible to do that. Here's what I can tell you, though. We had an independent survey company come in and survey all our customers, academy members, everyone, 100,000 people we sent this to. 86.3% of academy members that completed the training were financially free. And what I can also guarantee, so I can guarantee it's the best position. You've got a very good chance. I can also guarantee that if you don't make it, if you come along and you do the training and you book the mentoring calls and it doesn't work for you, right? So if you bring, I can give you everything. If you do the stuff that we tell you and it doesn't work, I can guarantee we'll give you your money back. Okay? So as long as you're prepared, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, I'm prepared to go along to the training, I'm prepared to do what they say, and if it doesn't work, I've tried my best, I'll get my money back. Or chances are, it actually will work for you. When we did the survey, this is a crazy stat. I don't know if you know this actually, Tony. People that have just done an entry-level training versus the academy, you are obviously more likely to succeed if you do the academy, of course. But you're actually, it's a crazy stat, 454% more likely. 454%. Like, I like those odds. If you're sitting there and you're thinking, I really want to make it in property, could I possibly do it on my own? Yeah, you could. You could do it on your own. But you're 454% more likely to succeed with the help of the academy.
That's some good odds there, isn't it?
I mean, like, if it was any other situation that you cared about, like Tony, if you had to get to America and you were going to catch a plane, and one of the planes, you were 454% more likely to make it there. Yeah. The other plane, you were 454% more likely to crash. You'd pay whatever it took, right? Because you value your life.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Anisha said something good. She said, what would stop you from being successful in the academy? Did you read that?
No, but go on. What's your answer?
Well, I guess it's environment, I think, mainly. It's who you're hanging around with. If you're hanging around people who are telling you or doubting your success, doubting your ability to do something, I think that's what gets involved in the way of people's success. In my experience, if you have the belief yourself, and you have people around you who believe in you, we believe in you. That makes a huge difference, in my opinion. Yeah,
100% agree. 100% agree. Well, listen. Guys, really appreciate you, all the chat, really appreciate the comments, really appreciate you listening to us. And look, the reason we want to share with you about the academy is because the purpose of this program, obviously, is to teach you, educate you, but it's also help you put an action plan together for the next 12 months. So it would be wrong of us to not share this on this program, because this is the best way for you. Now, it's up to you. You don't have to do it. but it would be wrong. I mean, I know Samuel spent an hour talking about it. It'd be wrong of us to not do that. So the rest of the day is going to be about deal sourcing. It's going to be about property development. It's going to be about tax. It's going to be about structure. But thank you for listening to us. Love to work with as many of you as possible. I can actually see some people have already registered. So massive congratulations to those of you that have. It's going to be an amazing year. Right, what we're going to do right now, we're going to go for a 20-minute break. During the break, what I thought we'd do is play some testimonials of some people that have been on the academy, so you can see what it's actually like. So have a listen to the videos. 20-minute break. Is there a time limit? We take on people in batches, so there's no time limit, but to guarantee this price, because the price might go up, the investment might go up, and to guarantee to get on the next group, have a chat with your advisors. Laksha, I'm not sure how many spaces we've got left, but have a chat with them and I'm sure we can sort you out. But no, there's no time. We're not planning on ending the academy anytime soon, but it might be that the investment changes or, or whatnot. So guys, really appreciate you. I will see you in 20 minutes. We're going to jump straight into deal sourcing. Tony, thank you so much for jumping on. See you guys in a little bit. Check out the video.
Experience been on the academy. What's it been like working with me?
It's been incredible.
Yeah,
it literally has been incredible. The tools that you've delivered to us has allowed us to sit here right now and honestly say we are financially free. We've got direction. We're building a company together. We've met some amazing people as well on the academy.
You had a bit of money saved for the refurb, but you chose to instead put that into your education, and you joined the academy and became a fully fledged academy member. Looking back, good decision, bad decision?
Great decision. Yeah, I made that money back very, very fast anyway.
So I've been on the Samuel Leeds Academy now for quite some time, and just being in that environment with people who are winning, it really helps you push yourself and see what's possible. Sometimes you'll have a glass ceiling on you, and it just kind of makes you realize, well, actually, you can do more than you think. And also having Samuel and the masterminds, and especially Samuel's energy. Sometimes you have those days where you're just kind of feeling a bit low, but you get the Samuel's energy and it just drives you to take action. So I think that's been something that's been really critical, being on the academy, having Samuel, having the mentors, having that access to so much knowledge as well, has been so beneficial to us.
So I went to the academy, I think it's one of the deal setting academies. The people around me, all striving for the same thing, like-minded people around. So I like this energy, and that's one of the main reasons I joined the academy as well. People say, your network is your net worth, so it's definitely important to find like-minded people. When I went to the academy, I met people who were like-minded like myself and wanting to strive.
A lot of people say the academy is really expensive, it's £12,000. In property, that's not a lot of money.
It's not a lot of money. If you're successful and if you apply your lessons, then people in the academy, because I talk to the people in the academy all day, every day as part of my role in your company, and nobody ever says that was too much. Mm-hmm. It's too much now because they're taking action and it's just coming back so quickly for them.
The academy, there's just not enough time to kind of explain just how valuable it is.
Yeah, people
it's
don't know.
So underrated.
Sometimes people go, £12,000 for a course? In a course? You think it's a course? It ain't a course.
It's way more than that.
What if you had to summarise it? What is it? What is the academy?
It's so hard to describe. It's everything. It's business. It's social. It's having someone to turn to when things get challenging. Having someone to talk to. The mentorship. Rate my deal. Quote my refurb. It's just everything.
So anyone that says that the academy is too expensive is financially stupid. They don't, or they're just not in the field, don't get it. Fine, no problem. Yeah. But thank God your wife pushed you into it.
I think for me, it's the networking. It's amazing, as you can see. There are plenty of people, and all my deals are in this network. But besides that, it's the mentoring, which really has helped me all this while. I started off with one property. I have about 4 essays right now, signing 2 more service accommodations. That takes care of my cash flow. And I have 2 flips, and I've just invested in Dubai. It's thanks to the academy. Working with Samuel is amazing. I crew for him as well, but I think he's really available for the academy members. I've seen that myself. And about the team, I love the team. Know each of them, most of the mentors. I've been talking to them for different stuff. I book calls almost every week. But yeah, it's amazing.
But I realized that I didn't have the support, the accountability that I do now. Once joining the academy. So I think, after that, I was very excited. Went on overseas for like a 4-month job on a yacht. That was my final yacht job. Got back and I was like, no, I just need to join the academy now and go all in.
£15,000 a month.
Wow.
I know.
That's incredible. Do you wish that you'd done this sooner?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I wish I'd known this years ago.
Massively.
Yeah.
I mean, for me being an ex-hotelier, when I used to manage hotels for 27 years, and wow, it's something that I've never seen it. I always thought, I was happy with my 50 grand salary or whatever, but then I was making near £500,000 profit. And it's like, gosh, why didn't it kick in a lot sooner than now?
It's been amazing, yeah. I mean, I've been on the academy 11 months now, and I have now come to my end of my third training, so my third 4 days. And this week's been absolutely amazing. HMO and service accommodation boot camp is incredible. The way you be able to see different creative strategies and how you can potentially look at a property and change the strategy for what other tactics you can do is awesome. I would say that if I look back on myself 3 or 4 years ago, when you're looking at getting into property, it can be a huge hurdle because you often look at property, you see the news articles that you need 50 grand, 75 grand to buy your own house, and that might take 7 years to save. And it seems like a huge blocker to even I can't even afford my own house. How do I get into property investing? And with Samuel's training and the way that you look at other routes to be able to acquire and control properties, I would say that anybody without any money, without any initial education can absolutely be a property investor. And I think the wealth of the network in the academy, if you've not got money, other people have got money, and you can partner with them and get properties in your name or in your company's name.
My last business, I didn't have a clue what I was doing. I didn't have any training or any mentorship on how to do that. So I decided that this time going into property, I was going to make sure that I could learn from other people's mistakes and have the right mentorship in place. Definitely accelerated where I need to be in property. It's accelerated where I need to be in life as well.
How did you justify the £12,000 investment for the academy?
So for me, that was everything I had at the point. Obviously, we go to Heathrow, we do the live training, and you see how great it is. And it's like, it's a no-brainer. And if you can access the funds, it's like you need to do it. And I remember after I paid for it, I think I had 50 quid. And I was like, this has got to work now.
Yeah.
This has got to work. So how did I justify it? It was just a case of, well, in 10 years time, this is what I used to say, in 10 years time, am I going to think about this 12 grand? I'm happy I've got this. No, I wouldn't really be happy. But in 10 years, the alternative is I've invested it and it does work. Then I could have a different life.
So you just did a best case, worst case.
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario is I lose 12 grand and it's a real pain in the ass.
And in 10 years, I'm not going to think
But
about
best
it
case,
anyway.
in 10 years, you won't be working a job.
Exactly.
As it happens, it was 1 or 2 years.
That's it.
Well, what isn't there to say? We pretty much box every Sunday, and pretty much I love being part of the network. I love being here. I just renewed my membership 3 days ago, and being out of the network for 2 weeks, which felt like an eternity, I can't be without the academy. That's what I will say. I've always been in property. I've been doing construction when I was at a young age. I started at the age of 11, like with my dad, doing driveways, doing refurbs, doing everything. Went into locksmith trade, and then I seen these people doing Airbnb, but I didn't know how to get into it until I went on TikTok and seen Samuel Leeds. What have you got to lose? Weigh up. What's the worst case? What's the likely case? What's the best case? If the worst case is you're going to be in the same position you were before, and the best case is you're going to be a property millionaire.
Have you made any friends on the academy?
Oh, 100%. I mean, very close to Gavin, Mitch, you know, loads of them. I mean, you know, so many people.
Well, it's funny actually you said that because you broke down this morning.
I know, yeah.
On your way down to the house, messaged me, oh my gosh, I'm broken down.
Yeah, no,
I didn't see your message straight away.
I'm so
experience been on the academy? What's it been? But by the time I saw your message, I called you and you were like, oh, don't worry, my friends dropped me off. And then I'm like, hey, get it back. Oh, Gavin, Mitch picking me up. It's like, you've got so many friends. If you run to a bottom, you're just like, don't worry, the boys will come pick me up. Or this girl, like, it's just mad. But that's part of almost the academy as well. That's part of what happens.
It really is. And I feel like I've made the closest people in my life are really from property, and I just think that means a lot, and it changes your whole circle and your network and also just your mindset.
It's been incredible. As usual, we did the BR last time and now we're here for the HMO and SA, and the energy is incredible, the people are amazing, the knowledge is insane. Like, me and my sister wanted to get into property for a long time. I just think it's an amazing investment. Like Samuel says, the best investment in yourself and the second is property. Just to become financially free and build generational wealth and be able to help people, just like Samuel does, like build in order to help the world grow better.
Just want to say a massive thank you to Samuel Leeds and his academy. It really has changed our lives. As I said, the career that I had, I can no longer do anymore, and same for my partner. So we were really sort of stumped as to what we were going to do next. So now we have like a real vision and a plan for the future. Huge thanks to Samuel Leeds Academy.
When I've been on the academy, it showed me like how to do it properly. So I was doing it well, and we do good money, but now it's like streamlined, so we do a lot better. And also, I wouldn't have got into Circo. All the contacts I've made through Circo have been through the academy, literally, or being like on the internet and just checking all these different ideas that you're telling us to do.
I mean, the networking is insane.
It's unbelievable. Honest to God, it's unbelievable.
And when you've got someone like yourself that's got a lot of experience, you're a builder, you've got a building company, and you're on the academy and you're giving value, you're helping
every
people.
Day. But everyone helps me as well.
It comes back, doesn't it?
100%. And the more you help, the more it seems to come back. And that's what I've learned. Like I said, 3 months in, I was like quiet on the academy, where after that 3 months, I was like, that's it. And I made like a promise to myself, I'm going to really go out and help as many people as I can. I really do.
And the people that you're helping, they're in property, they're in business, they're well connected.
Yeah.
So they can return the favour.
100%. 100%.
Absolutely, yeah. So I joined the Samuel Leeds Academy about 18 months ago. I just recently quit my job in the Middle East, came back to the UK to do this full time. When I joined the Samuel Leeds Academy, I had a couple rent-to-rents. I've got 16 right now. I've learned a lot by being in the environment, seeing what other guys are doing the courses. You know, one thing that I might have underestimated before and I've really valued now is environment is key. You pick up so much from the guys around you. And before joining the academy, I went on a few different courses. I can honestly say the academy blows them all out of the water. There's no comparison. There's a lot of value in here.
If you'd have gone off and done the academy, I'd have carried on life, and I think our paths would have sort of
drifted apart.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't want that.
What we've done now is we've done it together, and it's actually
made us
stronger as well. It's definitely, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we?
It's definitely
something, and it's brought my confidence up a lot more. I remember one of the first times on the academy when you went into the other room and it's like, right, you've got to sit in a circle and you've got to pitch yourself for 5 minutes. I was like, Ryan, do not leave me.
Do not leave me.
I was
then just as she said that, I remember
Ricky
saying,
you're sat next to somebody,
like your spouse or your friends, move.
The Samuel Leeds training, I joined about a year ago now. And it was kind of like a total fresh start for me. So I was in the car sales business beforehand and now making a total different transition into this, knowing where I wanted to be and how I needed to get there. And the first step was to join the Samuel Leeds Academy. Samuel and the team are great. I rely on the mentors pretty much daily. They seem to always be able to be there at the end of the phone call, just so I can interact with them. I can ask them questions if I'm ever stuck or ever need anything doing. That's the biggest thing for me, is having the mentorship there whenever you need it.
You kind of learn on the academy. You get braver.
Yeah, and I think the way that I try and teach courage on the academy, because it's no good me going up and doing a 1 hour talk on courage and everyone taking notes. What I'll do is I'll say, here's how you find a deal. Blah, 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 blah. Here's what you say when you ring up. Blah, 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 blah. Now I'm going to give you 45 minutes to go and do it.
Yeah.
And we're going to be kicking your asses, and the mentors are going to be, and you don't come back in this room until you've phoned at least one person. Go.
Yeah.
And then people are under that kind of pressure and they'll do it. And they'll go, actually, that wasn't too bad. Well, that's how you get courage from just doing it.
And when you did that, I got my first yes.
Did you?
Yeah, I got a first yes on I think it was a property in Exeter.
It's such a great place to be, and there's so many amazing and familiar and friendly people here that you kind of don't want to go home after the event finishes. That's why I'm here the next morning just hanging about. But yeah, when I first did the course, oh my God, it was insane. I learned so much that I didn't even think I could learn, especially about HMOs, which is something I'm actually quite interested in and I may be exploring later.
In there, I'm
I feel really informed and well equipped when it comes to property. So overall the academy, the training, really thorough. And I'll say, it's really, really good. Oh, I'll say the network. I met some really, really amazing people, some of which I've gone into business with, who have become really good friends, lifelong friends. So the network is definitely one of the best parts of the academy.
All right, welcome back, and we are now going to jump into deal selling or deal sourcing. So I'm excited. It's going to be a good sesh. If you would like to make, I don't know, a full-time salary plus just by finding and packaging deals, let me know in the chat. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Awesome. Thank you, Thaif. All right, amazing. All right, let's jump straight into this then. This is going to be an interesting session. I love deal selling. I think deal selling, deal sourcing is one of the best businesses that there is. So first of all, what actually is it? So this is where you go and find great property investment opportunities. Now, they could be below market value. They could be rent to rent, could be lease options, whatever it is. You then package them up, do all the due diligence on them, and pass that information on to a busy investor who doesn't have the time to go and find these deals, but does have the money to invest. And guess what? You get paid £2,000 to £5,000, sometimes more, just for being that person who connects the dots. So imagine this. Imagine if you're out viewing properties anyway, right? Because you're looking for deals yourself. And you just find one deal per month that you can pass on to an investor. Let's say that's a £3,000 deal, which is typical. That's £36,000 a year in your spare time. Now, most people don't stop there, though. They then go and do 2 a month or 4 a month. Suddenly, you've not just replaced your income, you might have doubled it or quadrupled it. While other people are watching Netflix, you're out there building a 6-figure business. The other beautiful thing about deal selling is it teaches you the market inside out. So you know what a good deal is. You know how to do the due diligence. You know what the best areas to invest are. You're also building an investor list. You're building your network so that when you're ready to buy your own properties, you're now a seasoned pro. You're already making money from property even before you own one. So how does co-sourcing work? We'll get there, Faith. We'll get there. So don't let fear or a lack of cash hold you back from getting into property. Deal sourcing is the fastest way in. If you want to change your life, learn how to sell deals. Now, let me take you back. About 15 years ago, just after I stopped working for my dad, I set up an entertainment business and I grew that business quite aggressively. And anyone looking in would say that I was pretty successful. So I had an entertainment agency, 35 entertainers on the books working for me. I had a team of 5 people working in the office who dealt with the sales, the admin, the accounts, everything. Every weekend, the entertainer would go out and run a load of events, and we split it 50-50. So the agency took 50%, the entertainer got 50%. So we were making around about £1 million a year in turnover, and it was a pretty high profit margin business as well. It was a great business. However, behind the scenes, it was pretty exhausting. So managing all the staff, managing the logistics, constantly being on the phone. Someone calls in sick, it's on me. Customer complains, it's on me. So I was making really good money. I wouldn't say I was burning out, but it was a hard business. Now, I used to meet up every Monday. Me and Sam used to meet up every Monday, 8 p.m. on a Monday. And we used to sort of brainstorm what each other were doing. We were like accountability coaches or business coaches for each other. And at the time, he was deal sourcing on his own, right? So he didn't have a team at all. I've got a team of 40 odd people. He's on his own. And he was making around about the same amount of profit as me. And that kind of really got my attention. But then I watched him scale it. He hired 2 members of staff. He hired a salesman who sold the deals, and he hired an estate agent who he trained to find the deals. Suddenly, he's making 30 to 50 grand per month passive. Basically a passive business. He's not even involved in the day-to-day. And I'm like, I'm in the wrong industry here. I mean, the entertainment business, it's not a bad business, but property is such a great business. I mean, Stephen Bartlett talked about that in his book. He had a marketing agency, not about property, but about choosing the right industry. So he had a marketing agency and he used to work for small businesses and things like that. And he had a set fee. One day he got approached by a pharmaceutical company and they offered to pay him 5 times the amount that he usually charged for the same work, the same service, but just 5 times more money. Why were they happy to pay so much more? Why was the pharmaceutical industry happy to pay him 5 times more for the same work? And the reason is he brought more value to them because there's much more money for pharmaceutical companies than there is for most other businesses. And property is the same. Property is flooded with money. So if you're going to work hard anyway, finding stuff, repurposing it, repackaging it, you might as well do it in an industry that pays really well, right? I see those people who go on like Facebook Marketplace, right? And they're trying to buy cheap stuff, like cheap furniture, and then they'll repackage it and then they'll sell it for more. It's kind of the same skill as deal selling and deal sourcing, which, by the way, is the same thing. It's just a different word for the same thing. So it's kind of the same skill. It's just they're getting paid 50 quid and you're getting paid 5 grand. I've seen deals go for 20 grand, right? Because when the numbers stack, an investor's not going to care. If their ROI is good, they're happy to pay the money. It's worth it for them. So this is why deal sourcing isn't just a smart business. It's the right business. I was turning over £1 million a year in my old business, and I still knew I had to switch lanes because deal selling, this is where it is at. So, question for you. Okay, we'll pop up a poll because I'll be interested to know where you are right now. So there'll be some people on this call that can't afford to buy property, right? They can't. They haven't got the money in the bank to buy property. And then we have other people that are ready to invest. And I'll explain why it matters in a minute. Leah, could you pop up the poll, find out where people are at? All right, so are you in a position to buy right now? Yes or no? If you guys could quickly answer, and it will help me tailor this session. All right, so far, about 70% are saying no. 72% are saying no. 28% are saying yes. All right, cool. So there's a mixture, but 2/3 of you are not, just over, about a third of you can buy property, right? Let me explain why this is important. So if you don't have the money, those of you that said, no, I'm not in a position, deal selling is kind of your way in. This is like your fast track into property. This is how you're going to raise funds. This is how you're going to build knowledge. This is how you're going to get around investors. This is how you're going to be able to start stacking up cash, multiple income streams, so that you can invest, okay? So if you don't have the money, deal selling is perfect for you. Perfect for you. What about if you do have the money? Okay, well, before we get on to if you do have the money, let me just give you an example of someone who didn't have the money and how they got into it, okay? So just to show you what is possible. So this here, I'm going to share my screen. This is Kane Harris. Now, Kane came to us. He was 16 years old. He dropped out of school at 15. So he's got no GCSEs, no qualifications. But even worse than that, he was just recovering from cancer at the time. So, like, he's got everything stacked against him. No education. He's only 16, so people aren't really going to take him seriously. His health is stacked against just everything, right? Terrible situation. And he wanted to join the academy. And I actually had a chat with him. And I told him I didn't think the academy was right for him just because of his situation. He had no money. I thought, this guy, man, he needs to focus on other stuff right now. But he was keen. He knew he wanted to get into property. And he knew the academy was his best shot. So he got a loan. He signed up. His gran actually got the loan out on his behalf because he was too young to get a loan. Within 3 days of learning deal sourcing, he made £12,000. And this, got the Sun newspaper's attention. They were like, wow, this is crazy. They did a whole article about him. So you can go and read it if you want to. Just search Kane Harris, the Sun. Since then, he secured a rent to rent in Wolverhampton. He's even leased a hotel at 16. He's now making more money than the teachers who expelled him. Now, Kane had everything stacked against him. His age, his education, his qualifications, even his health. But here's the truth. If he can do it, what's your excuse? If he can do it, why can't you? And also, it just shows that deal selling doesn't care about your background, your education. It just rewards value and it rewards action. This is Elijah. Elijah joined the academy. It was in a rough spot. He'd actually, if you guys have not seen this, this is very, very interesting. So there's a video on YouTube all about Elijah, but very quickly, he'd been made redundant. He had no income. He had no savings. He was living at home. He was sharing a bedroom with his twin brother. And he had nothing, right? The only thing that he had was an engagement ring that he'd bought to propose to his girlfriend. But he was so broke, he had to sell the ring before he got a chance to propose. So what did he do? Well, he threw himself into a financial freedom challenge, the Deal Sourcing Financial Freedom Challenge. In 5 days of doing the challenge, he'd made 23 grand. So the first thing he did was he went and bought the ring back that he'd sold. The rest, he put into a BRR deal. So 23 grand, he bought this deal, 54 grand in Burnley. It's all documented on this journey. So he got his income streams coming in. Scott's seen it. Brilliant. And then he invested it. Elijah, great stuff. And the beautiful thing is as well, cherry on top, his twin brother, who watched the whole thing unfold from the other side of the bunk bed, thought, if Elijah can't do it, why can't I? He joined the academy. Now he's making 10 grand a month. Okay, so if you've not got any money, deal sourcing, boom, is the way in. Even if you do have the money though, even if you do and you're ready to invest, you still need multiple income streams. So you still want the money, right? I deal sell now, right? I've got an £8 million portfolio, but I still deal sell because the money's so good. It's a brilliant business. There's people like Alice Bush. You might have seen her on YouTube. She was, I think she's earning 150 grand a year working in recruitment. She wanted to do BRR deals. She went out looking for BRR deals. She found 5, right? So what's she going to do? She can't buy them all. So she bought one. She sold the others. And then she was like, this is actually better than my 150 grand a year job. So she quit. Now she's making 50 grand a month through deal selling. So it doesn't matter whether you don't have the money, whether you do have the money. If you care about building wealth through property, you've got to be able to get into deal sourcing, deal selling. All right. So with that being said, how many of you would love to sell deals, but would love it even more if you could do it without ending up in prison? If you'd love to do it without going to prison, put a P in the chat right now. Put a P in the chat. Amazing. Lots of people that don't want to end up in prison. Good stuff. All right. So what do you need to do then? Samuel did touch on this a little bit this morning. What do you need to do to keep on the right side of the law when it comes to selling deals? What do you need to do? Because there's a lot of talk about there. There's a lot of talk out there about, there you go, Faith got it. Compliance. All right, compliance. So Deal Connect, for example, that we sell through, it's compliant, right? So here's deal selling in 6 steps. Number 1, and by the way, if you go onto Google, if you go onto ChatGPT or whatever it is, right, you'll see this, right? These are the 6 steps. So some of you might already know this. You might know these 6 steps. Some of you might not. But here's the 6 steps that you'll learn if you go and look online. Number 1, you've got to become compliant. Number 2, you've then got to be good at finding deals, right? You've got to become compliant, then you've got to find a deal. Once you've found a deal, what do you think you might need next? Once we've got a deal. Got a deal, we're compliant, we've got a deal. What do we need? A contract, a buyer, an investor, you need someone to sell the deal to. Or, as someone mentioned earlier, you could have a co-sourcer. Then, once you find an investor, you need to be able to sell it to them. So you've got to be great at sales. And finally, if you keep doing this again and again and again, what you'll do is you'll build your reputation. So these are the 6 steps. Now, if you kind of already knew this, or if you look at this and you go, oh yeah, that makes sense, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. If you already knew that, or if you look at that and go, yeah, it makes sense. Amazing. All right, good stuff. Now, here's the thing. This is what everyone does. It's what everyone does. But I hope you weren't making notes, because this is nonsense. Nonsense. It's wrong. You don't do it like this. This is what everyone says. This is what Google says. This is what ChatGPT says. This is not how you make money as a deal sourcer. So the first thing I want you to do is, if you've written that down, if you're making notes, put a big X through it. Sorry, Ricky, for wasting ink. Put a big X through it and flip it on its head. You're going to do it in reverse. You're going to start with your reputation. Then you're going to become great at sales. Then you're going to find some co-sourcers. Then you're going to build your investor list. Finally, once you've got all that in place, you're going to find yourself some deals. At the very, very end, if you want to, you can look at becoming compliant. Now, this annoys people, by the way, when I say this. This will annoy people. They'll be going, no, you have to become compliant first. You do need compliance, right? So before we get started, let's have a look at compliance and see if you do need it. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to jump onto Google and we're going to search how to become compliant as a deal sourcer. How does it work? How do you become compliant as a deal sourcer? We'll get there, Rob. We'll get there. All right. This is what Google says. AI overview. Gemini. That's what Gemini thinks. To become compliant as a deal sourcer, you need to register with the relevant authorities like HMRC for AML, ICO, Property Ombudsman, blah, 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 blah. All right, so here's the question. Where does Google get this information from? How does Google know this? Where does Google get its information from? What do you guys reckon? Let me know in the chat. Where does Google get this information from? The government website? The government. See, a lot of you think it's the government website. It might be a little bit, but pretty much it's just general websites on Google. All right. So what it will do is it will go to websites that rank highly and articles and blogs. It will piece that information together and it will just put it together like this, right? So it will go to websites like this, for example, Property Market Intel, Property Sourcing Compliance, what you need to know. And they've written a blog. And look at that. It's the same stuff. Ombudsman, indemnity insurance, FCA, AML, data protection, blah, 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 blah. Or this website, Compliance Vault, property sourcing, compliance, simplified, your all-in-one solution for property sourcing. And again, it's the same stuff, right? ICO, PRS, insurance, blah, blah, blah. Here's the question for you. If you listen to this website and if you bought all the stuff that they say that you need to become compliant, have a guess, and you can let me know in the chat, have a guess how much it costs to become a compliant deal sourcer. 3K, 1,800. you guys are on the right lines. So if you bought all this stuff, it's £2,580. Now, I get people come to me all the time. They'll message me on Instagram. They'll be like, hey, Russell, I'm now a compliant deal sourcer. And I'm like, great. How many deals have you sold? No, well, none yet. And I'm like, man. So they've just gone out, spent $2,500, and they've got literally nothing. Nothing. They're not made a penny, but they spent $2,500. And I know what they're going to do. They're going to do it in the wrong order. Now they're going to go and look for a deal. Then they're going to find a deal. Great. Well done, you. You found a good deal. But you've got no investors. You've got no reputation. You've got nothing. You just got a deal and you're compliant. So then what do you do? Well, when you find a deal, you're under time pressure to sell it because you've agreed it with the agent, right? So now they're running around and they've got desperate written across their forehead and they're trying to push this deal that they found onto investors. And investors know that they're desperate because you can tell. So investors are like that. So then they run to co-sourcers. Oh, I found this deal. Please, could you sell it for me? No. So what they end up doing is burning the bridge of the agent because they don't manage to sell the deal. They never got great at sales. They kill their reputation before they've even started. And then they go, Samuel Leeds is a scam. I tried deal selling and it doesn't work. Nah. I see it time and time and time again. So do not be that person. Do not become compliant first. Now, rather than trusting Google and property sourcing compliance books and whatever, ask yourself this question. Just because Google says it, should we believe it? Should we believe what Google says? If it's on Google, do we go, oh, well, it must be true, it's on Google, or do we question it? Zara says, no, we shouldn't believe it. No? Should we believe it? What do you guys reckon? If it's on Google, should we believe it? Does that mean it's true? No? Nope. So what we should do instead is rather than just believing Google, we should go and look for ourselves. Because the information's out there. You've got to question everything. I'd even encourage you to question what I'm saying. Don't just take my word for it just because I'm saying this. Go and look for yourself, which is what we're going to do right now. So, just a quick reminder. I wouldn't trust ChatGPT. ChatGPT gets stuff wrong all the time. All the time. And you'll know this if you use it a lot. It's a very good tool, by the way, ChatGPT. But if you ask ChatGPT something like, I don't know, I bet if you go on ChatGPT and you go, how much is it to buy a title deed from Land Registry? It will go £3. And you go, sorry, I think it's 7. And it will go, oh yeah, you're right, actually. It is 7. It used to be 3. And it gets stuff wrong like that all the time. All right. Now, just a quick reminder, I've got this up on the screen, but just in case you can't see, this is if you deal source the way that we teach, all right? So if you're, for example, managing properties, you'll need extra compliance. So this is if you're finding a deal, going online, finding a deal, packaging it up, selling it on to another investor. All right, so the first thing that they all say that you need is anti-money laundering. What's money laundering? Laundering is basically where you take illegal money, usually that you've earned through illegal activities such as drugs. So you've been paid in cash. And then what you do is you put it through legitimate businesses to wash the money. Okay? So anti-money laundering. This is something that they all say that you need. Here is what the government website says, because that's going to the horse's mouth. It's like, what does the government website actually say? And it actually makes a list of all companies that need. Now, you'll notice a state agency is there. You might notice that letting agency is there. Also, people that take more than 10,000 euros in a single exchange are there. So if you're a deal sourcer and you're selling deals for 10 grand and you're accepting cash payments, you will need anti-money laundering registration. However, if you're not, we're not on the list. We're not estate agents. We're not letting agents. We're deal sourcers. Now, quick reminder, when you, are you a estate agent or letting agent? No. However, reminder, when you set up your deal sourcing business, use the SIC code 82990, which is for other business support. If you set up your business and you claim to be an estate agent, if you're a deal sourcer and you think, oh, that's quite close, I'll put estate agent, Now you're saying, I am an estate agent, right? So when you go and set your bank up, they'll go, well, you're an estate agent. Do you have AML? And you'll be like, no, I don't need it. I'm a deal sourcer. And they'll be like, no, you do need it because your SIC code says you're an estate agent. So when you're setting up your business, if you're not sure what a SIC code is, when you go and set your business up, you can do it on like Companies Made Simple. It's pretty easy. It's like a 10, 15 minute thing. A question they're going to ask you is, what's your SIC code? Okay, and they'll give you some options. So use the one I've put up on the screen. I'm about to go off it. So if you want to quickly make a note of that, anyone reading my text will think I can't spell. I can honestly. Okay, go through that. Have a quick check. All right, perfect. Next, so you don't need AML unless you're taking 10 grand in cash. Next, Information Commissioner's Office, ICO. This is another thing everyone says that you need. The good news is you can go onto the ICO website and you can take a little quiz and you can answer their questions and they'll tell you if you need to register with the ICO. When I say quiz, it's not a fun quiz. I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit boring. I'll show you some of the questions. So it's things like this. What are you doing this for? I want to find out if I need to pay. Are you currently trading? I put yes. You put what you want. Are you processing personal information? I said yes. Are you processing it electronically? I said yes. Are you a data controller or data processor? I said both. Do you use CCTV? I said no, but I mean, you might. I don't know. Maybe you do. So you got to answer it correctly for you, but I put no. So I went through all the questions. I'm not a public authority, blah, 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 blah. I answered all the questions. I got to the very, very end. Did you receive a letter that referenced us in your company's house number? I put no, but you might have done, so check that. And look what it says. Oh, can you believe it? You are under no requirement to pay a fee. Based on your answers, you don't have to pay a fee. But do I need to tell the ICO I'm exempt? No, you don't. Right? So all these books, Google, ChatGPT is saying you need the ICO, but you don't. It's just bull. Ironically, by a lot of companies that are selling what? Compliance. Next, insurance. Now, there's two different types of insurance. There's two different types. Number one is mandatory. Number two is optional. Okay? So, some insurance is mandatory insurance. Some insurance is optional insurance. Let me give you an example. This is one of my cars. If I want to drive this car on the road, do I need insurance? Is it M for mandatory or O for optional? Let me know. Mandatory. Exactly. I've got to have insurance. It is illegal to drive my car without insurance. I've also got an iPhone. What about this? Is this mandatory or optional? Oh, it's optional. Exactly. Now, it might be wise to get insurance on my iPhone. It might be a good move, but it's optional. Now, the insurance that everyone says that you need to be a deal sourcer, you need professional indemnity insurance. You've got to have it to be compliant. That's what they all say. But guess what? It's an optional insurance. So you don't need it to become compliant. People are spending $2.5 grand becoming compliant, getting stuff like this, getting ICO, whatever it is. And it's like, that'd be like me going, oh, I've got this phone. I'm planning on buying another phone. Oh, I better get my insurance for it sorted. Have you bought it yet? No. Have you even picked a phone out yet? No, I haven't. Nothing yet, but I'm going to get my insurance. It just doesn't make any sense. I think part of the reason is people like doing stuff that makes them feel, it's like, I mean, how easy is it to get insurance? Like a really easy job to do. How easy to be all this compliance stuff feels like you're being busy. It's like, I've become compliant. Well done, me. Pat on the back, right? Really, you should be out there finding deals. You should be out there networking. You should be out there building a reputation. But it's much easier to go and get iPhone insurance. That's kind of what it feels like. But yeah, you don't need to do it. What is it and should you get it anyway? All right. So, what's it for? If a client accuses you of giving them inadequate or inaccurate advice, they could sue you. Okay? They could say, like, let's say, who's in the chat? Sean. Who's the one that was dissing their own spelling. Oh, it's so far away. Let's pick someone else. Ricky Ortiz. All right. So let's say Ricky, you buy a deal from me, right? And I tell you that the refurb is 20 grand. So you buy it, and suddenly when you get the quote, the builders come out, it's 50 grand. And you're like, what the hell? This is supposed to be an all money out deal. I'm ended up leaving all my money in. This deal was rubbish. I've lost money on this deal. Russell, you cost me 30 grand. You then come to me and you go, hey, you cost me 30 grand. You owe me 30 grand. And I'm like, nah, man, your fault. You could then sue me, okay? And you could sue me, and professional indemnity insurance would cover me in the eventuality of that happening. However, the contract that Ricky would have signed would have said, again, if you use our contracts, would have said he is responsible for any financial decisions that he makes. So while I've provided him the information, he had 2 weeks to go and check everything, make sure that my quotes and everything I'd given him was correct. And if he wants his money back during the 2 weeks, he can have his money back. After that, it's on him. All right. So you don't need this insurance. Should you get it? Potentially. Scott says, do you need to send a surveyor to prevent this from happening? No. Because if you send a surveyor, Scott, to every time you go and view a deal and look at it, you're having to pay for that, right? So it's going to come straight out of your profit. So what you need to do, that's his job. Now, he's the one buying it. You've packaged the information together. It's now his job to get a surveyor, etc. Because otherwise, if you end up spending like $1,000 on surveys and you're selling it for $3,000, and then some of the deals don't sell, do you know what I mean? It just wouldn't work. Do you need it to be compliant? No. But it's up to you. It's your call. All right. Next, property redress scheme. This is the next thing that everyone says that you need. And by the way, guys, I don't know whether this is interesting, or I find it really interesting. I don't know if this is interesting or not, but what this definitely will do if you're looking at deal selling is it'll save you money. It'll save you $2,500 because you're going to go, you know what? I actually don't need all this stuff that everyone says that you need. I find it really interesting. I hope you guys do as well, but it's definitely helpful. It's definitely going to save you a load of money. All right, next, property redress scheme. So what do they do? So a property redress scheme offers mediation and adjudication for any of those situations. Like we just talked about Ricky, right? Ricky came to me and he was like, oh, I'm not happy with the deal. And I go, well, sorry, mate, it's your fault. If I'm a member of a property redress scheme, that's kind of like a governing body sitting above. So what Ricky can do is he can complain to them. So he can go to the TPO or the PRS and he can say, hey, I bought a deal off Russell and his deal sucked. You know, I want my money back. And what they'll do is the first thing they'll do is they'll try and mediate. So they'll listen to Ricky, they'll listen to me, and they'll go, oh, let's work it out. What do we think's fair? And they'll try and mediate and get us to come to a decision together. If we can't, if we're just like miles apart, what they'll then do is they'll adjudicate. Okay, so what they'll then do is they'll go, well, you guys can't decide. We're going to make a decision. Russell, you're a top G. You did nothing wrong. You don't have to do anything. And I'll go, oh, thank you. Or Russell, you ripped him off, give him his money back. And if I say no, they'll blacklist me. Now, here's a big issue. If I get blacklisted, right, from the PRS or the TPO, and if I have to be a member to be compliant, now I'm screwed. Now I can't trade. All right. So that is what they do. Now, who needs to register with the PRS? Well, who are they? Well, here they are. TPO, PRS, they're the two. And there are some pros for being a member. Number one, it gives the investors confidence. So if they know that you've got a governing body that holds you accountable, that kind of builds your reputation straight away, which is great. However, there's a few problems. The first problem is it only covers that individual business. So if you're doing rent-to-rent deals, got a deal selling business, doing joint ventures, and one of them moan about you, it's like, hold on a second, that wasn't his deal selling business, so that's not covered. So you've only got one business that's covered, which can be expensive if you've got lots of businesses, lots of joint ventures, and you've got like 10 businesses that you've all got to pay to get covered. It's going to cost you like thousands. The other problem is that every time someone puts in a complaint against you, you have to pay them to investigate it, to do the mediation, which is quite annoying, especially if it's a stupid complaint. It's like I'm literally having to pay for this person to make up stuff about me. Right, it's quite annoying and can be expensive. The big deal, though, this is the big problem, is because the PRS and the TPO, despite Google and ChatGPT saying that you need to be a member if you're a deal seller, you actually don't. If you go and look at the government website, it will tell you who needs to be a member: letting agents and estate agents. So because you don't need to be a member, because it's not really appropriate for deal sourcers, for rent-to-renters, doesn't really fit the bill, they don't understand it. They don't get you. They treat you like an agent, which you're not. So what happens is they make loads of bad rulings. And we were getting loads of our academy members that would be members of TPO, PRS coming to us. They were going, oh my goodness, look how badly they're treating me. And now I've got to pay it, otherwise they're going to blacklist me. All right. So that's the problem. So you don't need to be a member, but there are some pros of being a member. So what we did, because of all these problems, we created our own, which Samuel mentioned to you guys earlier, which is called PIMS, the Property Investors Mediation Service. And the idea of PIMS is to bring all the positives of the PRS, TPO, and none of the negatives. So let me explain. We give you the investors the same confidence. So everyone in the academy, by the way, gets a PIMS membership included. So this means if you're buying through Deal Connect or if you're buying from another academy member, you know that there's an accountability. There's someone there you can go to complain to. And you know that if they screw you over, they'll get blacklisted and they won't be able to trade with other academy members without them going, hold on a second, you're not covered by PIMS, right? So it does give that really good accountability and that level of reputation, which is great. The other bonuses with PIMS are we cover you, the person, not your deal selling business. So if you're got a deal selling business, a rent to rent business, you're doing a joint venture with this guy, joint venture over here with this lady, or whatever it is, all of them are covered because we cover you, not the person. We also include unlimited complaints. So if people are complaining about you, right? As long as you're then, if you're in the wrong, as long as you're then paying them back when we say or whatever, there's no extra charge. So it's unlimited, there's no extra costs. And it's totally free with anyone on the academy. And you get all our contracts, everything included as well. If you're not on the academy, you can still become a member of PIMS. And you don't need any other compliance because you don't need compliance. You don't even need to be a member of PIMS. But if you want it for that extra level of security, you can become a member. You can get all the contracts, everything included through PIMS separately. I think it's $1995, okay, for a year membership with PIMS, which is great. So that's another option, or get it for free with the academy. So that's PIMS. So with all that being said, do you need anything to be compliant as a deal sourcer? Not really. You need a good contract and you need to set up a business. That is it. You don't really need any compliance at all. So let's start the other way around. We've covered off compliance. Does anyone have any questions on compliance that we can answer later? If you do, put them in the chat now and we'll do them in the Q&A. Or if that's kind of covered it and you get that now, you understand it, you can go and do your own due diligence. You can go and check yourself and you totally get all that and you're happy. Just give me a thumbs up in the chat. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if that all makes sense and you get that. Awesome. Thank you. Amazing. All right. So with that being said, we're going to start with reputation. Now, a lot of people say, how can you start a reputation if you don't have a reputation? Like, how does that work? How do you start a reputation? I want you to ask yourself this question. What do you have going for you already that could start building your reputation? So what do you have going for you already that could start building your reputation? I'm going to give you some examples to help you along the way. First thing is this. What is your profession or what is it that you have studied? For example, if you have studied to be a lawyer or you are a lawyer or an accountant or a builder or a quantity surveyor or an estate agent or a gas engineer, Aaron, or a valuer or a surveyor, whatever it is, any of these things, right? anything that's relevant to if you're a tradesman or any of these things, that gives you a little bit of a reputation. Let me explain why. If I'm buying a deal from Tim, right, and Tim is an accountant, Tim's just got started in property. If Tim turns around to me and says, I'm actually an accountant, I'm a chartered accountant, I've run the numbers, here they are, that gives me an extra level of trust just because he's an accountant. I'm like, well, he must know his figures. If I'm a lawyer, right, or I trained in law, and I'm like, right, I've looked through the contract, I'm actually a lawyer, here. Suddenly, there's an extra level of trust because you're a lawyer. Estate agent, I'm going to assume you know the area well. I'm actually a builder. The quote's 50 grand. I'm actually a builder myself. We've gone around, have a look at it. Boom, straight away. Okay. Now, I understand. I can see people posting their jobs in the chat. I understand not all jobs are going to be useful. Right? I'm a sales rep, for example. That actually is very useful because it's good that you're going to be good at sales, Nicola. But if anything, it is like, for building your reputation, or a teacher, or even a nurse, if you're building your reputation, it's not really going to help. Electrician, though, is quite good because I'm actually in the trades. I'm actually an electrician. I'm working in the trades myself, working on buildings like this all the time. Boom. Painter and decorator. Again, you can go throw the trade card, right? So have a think about your job. Is your job something that can help build your reputation or not? Next, what about your property experience? How about if you're a landlord? How about if you've done a rent-to-rent? If you're selling rent-to-rent deals and the first one that you find you keep for yourself, so you're making £1,000 a month from your rent-to-rent, or buy-to-let, like Graham says, I'm a landlord. I've got 15 years experience as a landlord. Boom. Great reputation builder immediately. So have a think about your property experience. It could just be that you managed properties for a family member or a friend. That's what Samuel did. When Samuel was 17, Samuel didn't make any money his first year in property. I think you mentioned that earlier. Didn't make any money. He was working for free for people, right? He was managing HMOs. Why was he doing that? To build his reputation. He also got a job for a few months as an estate agent. So now he's been an estate agent. He's managed hundreds of HMOs. Boom, he's 17, but he's got all this experience building his reputation. So if you don't have any property experience or you don't have a good job, maybe be a bit like Samuel and think, well, what could I do? How could I do? He did it for free. Data analyst. Yeah, I think a data analyst is good. I'm actually a data analyst, so I'm really on it with the numbers. Yeah, great. Perfect. It also could be borrowed credibility. Your family might be property developers. My dad's a builder, so we're very confident on the refurb costs. You're not even a builder, but your dad is. All right? So there's loads of stuff. Here's one for you that I'm going to give for everyone so that you've all got at least one thing, okay? Who here on this program today, who here lives somewhere? If you live somewhere, let me know in the chat if you live somewhere. Taiwo lives somewhere. Amazing. Carl lives somewhere. Yeah. Awesome. Jay lives somewhere. Yeah. Nice. Awesome. Right. We'll get this then. Let's say I live in Liverpool. If I'm speaking to an investor who lives in London and I'm like, hey, I actually live in Liverpool, so I know the areas really well. I've got contacts with local contractors. Boom. Just living in the area is part of my due diligence. If I wanted to invest in Dubai and I knew someone who lived in Dubai, that's a really big thing. That's part of their reputation. They know the area. They've lived there for 10 years or whatever it is, right? So just living somewhere, if you're finding deals in that area, is massive for building your reputation. So what I would encourage you guys to do is have a think. What are all the good things that you have or could have that could start building your reputation before you even look at selling any deals? If you've got nothing, start now. You could build your reputation as someone who answers questions and helps people on the Samuel Leeds Facebook group, for example. You could join the academy. Those of you that are on the academy, when you do the deals, it's a CPD accredited training. You're an accredited CPD. When you go to the events, you've got your gold badge on. That gold badge is your credibility. All right. So there's loads of things that you could do to build your credibility. All right, next, great at sales. Now, I actually want to show you a little video of Elijah. I talked about Elijah earlier. Elijah actually selling to people at an event. Okay, this is within days of him doing the deal. And he's there with Samuel. I want to sort of show you how the process works. This is a networking event. So, Leah, if we could play that video right now, that would be awesome.
I called Elijah, one of my students, and financially he's not in a great place. He's kind of struggling.
Been made redundant. I'm still just stressing out. I actually shared a room with my brother, so it's very tight. I've even bought a ring for my girlfriend, but I had to refund and give the ring back just because I got fired.
Getting started in property, but he's got no money. So I'm going to do a social experiment right now, and I'm going to drive to his house and see how much money we can make together. I'm looking for stuff that needs a lot of work, just to get some cash in initially. I'm thinking we can find properties like that we can add value to that a developer would be interested in, or an investor, and then we'll go out to some local networks around London and just see if we can broker a deal just to get some cash. This flat has a lease of approximately 54 years. That's why it's cash only and unlikely to be mortgageable. That's actually potentially an opportunity, because what we could do is we could find out who's the freeholder, how much would it cost to extend the lease. So now what we're going to do is we're going to save that opportunity. Another thing we can potentially do, I know works well in London, is turn grotty 1-bed flats into 2-bed flats. Once you've seen me do this for a little while, you'll start doing it. So the question is, that's the worst house on the street probably. If we made that the best house on the street, if we fixed up the outside, got rid of the trees so there was more natural light to it, the question is, how much would that be worth? So we figure out how much it's being worth by looking at the sold properties in the street. That's 0.0 miles away. That's selling for over $1 million. So this street, they're all selling for $1 million upwards. But this house is only on the market for $750. We're going to work through the night doing this, man. I'm always going to ask myself a first question. What's the vision? So if I'm looking at a property and it's terraced and it's got a small garden, there's no way I can add value to it. There's no vision, then you can forget it. If there's vision, the next question is, okay, now is it viable? See this property, oh yes! Straight away, it looks like you've got this land at the side, so you could potentially extend that. Typically, an investor's going to pay you 2% finder's fee. So if we can manage to sell a deal for 680, assuming it's a good deal, assuming it stacks, that means that we can be charging would be about 13 grand. So vision, viability, viewing, offer, wrap up, investor, cash in bank, boom, next. This is why investors will pay us the big bucks to find something. Because the thing is, they're doctors, they're lawyers. When they get home at 8 o'clock, the last thing they want to do after dinner is be doing this. And this is just the beginning, bro. We've got to go out tomorrow and stack it and negotiate it. This is it.
Yes, hello, this is Elijah speaking. We are looking for properties that are in a rundown condition in which we can renovate them to add value to it and then sell them on afterwards.
Okay.
And
I've not got anything uninhabitable, unmortgageable. I've got a house that we've just listed that needs, new kitchen, new bathroom, rewire, that kind of thing, but not a complete refit.
would that be a good flip opportunity, do you think?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah?
You've got good extension to do, loft conversion and a rear extension as well.
Perfect.
3-bedroom and terrace.
Yeah, brilliant. Could we try...
Garden.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Could we possibly book in a viewing for that?
Hello, how you doing? No worries, I heard you got stuck in a bit of traffic. Properties for Elijah, so. It's a big garden, isn't it?
Yeah, the garden.
You've got to do all that space, mate. You're doing cartwheels out there. You've got to do nothing to this. This ain't no BR. We're wearing things on our feet, bro. This property is also on for lease. Which is just, look, I think it's the same. Oh, mate, it was cold, you're shivering. If they don't need the money now, lease it with an option to buy it down the line. So you could, let's say you agreed, look man, I'll give you $1,000 or $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
With a view to buy it down the line. That could work. If they're open.
Well, if they're open.
And then live in it. If you can't quite get that added value to it, rather than just going, it doesn't work, then it's like, okay, well maybe I could just get a straight BMV.
Yeah.
Or maybe I could get a lease option on it. Or maybe there's always an offer to be made somewhere. So we've got 4 properties.
Yep.
We've got the HMO BRR.
Yep.
Needs just a redevelopment. We need to get a builder to look at that. registered providers tell us what the rent's going to be if it stacks. Then we've got the property, which we're going to have to get planning permission or permitted development rights to build at the back and build above, which I think if I can get something in writing from my planning consultant saying yes, you'll be able to get permitted development rights, that's a goer. Then we've got the property with a short lease. That, to be honest, I'm pretty comfortable with that one. I think that one's almost ready to offer on. And then we've got the lease option agreement, which you're going to potentially live in. Why don't you ring up and put an offer on that short lease one? Because to be honest, I'm comfortable with that.
Yes, we would like to make an offer of 175. Yeah, cash.
That property is going to be 350.
Yeah.
Minus 45 grand. Minus, if he accepts 170, that means he's got 135 grand profit.
Wow.
Net profit percentage, 38%. Let me send this over to one of my registered providers, which I know in the area, and I'll let them have a look at it and see what they're saying. Realistically, we didn't have enough investors to sell to, so we decided to go more networking, find more investors, and in the meantime, package the deals ready to present them well. You're going to have an opportunity to speak tonight, maybe for like a minute. I'll stand up and say this. What up, my name's Elijah, great to see you all. I'm a property entrepreneur, property investor. I'm finding so many deals, there's too much. So if you're looking to buy property, you've got a little bit of cash, come and tell me your criteria and I'll go and be your bargain hunter. I'll be your personal property finder. You let me know your criteria and I'll be on the hunt for you, whether it's Manchester, whether it's London. Come tell me your requirements, I can't wait to get to know you. Just take some money off them.
There's one here, people just stands out. It replaces a whole income. And do you prefer doing... Hey, let's go, bro. How are you, man? Yeah. I'll say something. Hey, brother. Okay, I'm stepping. That's it. Yeah, right, girls. I'm not yet, so that's always an opportunity if we're down for it, because, you know, I'm basically got a whole range of property deals available for your guys. So, where's everyone going into property right now? Who's into BROs? Into BROs! Hello everyone, I'm Elijah here, and I actually packaged 4 deals, ranging from BRRs to actual short lease and extending that lease. And I've got so many property deals on the table right now, you know, and I'm looking to be a personal property shopper or bargain hunter. So for those, reach out to me, tell me your requirements and specifics of properties that you're looking for, and like, you know, we can get doing some business. All right, guys. Business partner. Yeah. Because I literally 2 days ago, I bought my small BRR in Burnley. Yeah. So if I was to come across a deal like that for myself, would you be in a position to?
But you see, but it can't be like up north. It has to be more south. I was thinking something like up to 30 minutes from here, because at least we can manage it ourselves, you know. But if it's more than 30 minutes, then it has to be management, hands off. What's the cash flow with management at this
With
point?
management, it's hitting 950 to 1,000.
Yeah,
so and that's hands off.
Hands off.
But ideally, I'm here as a property personal shopper. So whatever, if anyone has specific requirements, I can get them on my bus quote. Just hold a little small fee, and I have like a week to find this property.
I tell you what I want.
Yeah.
And then you can look in it.
If I had a contract here right now and we signed it, with a fee set over, what's 1,000? Obviously, we end the contract and we'll say I will find it in 2 weeks. If you wanted a refund, I give you back straight away.
Yeah.
100%. If I had that contract right here, would you be able to sign it and send that little small fee?
What, for this area?
For this area, whatever requirements.
100%. I got money. I'm ready to go in, mate.
Let me speak to
but at least 3-bed houses, you know? Yeah.
Fine with you. Let me speak to Samuel quickly, because I know he has a printer.
Yeah.
I know he has a printer.
What's good, bro?
Yes, Samuel. I just wanted to ask, do you have a printer by any chance? So if I had a contract here right now, we signed it, would you be able to? Yeah, you have got money, man. I'm getting that printed out, yeah? I'm getting it printed out. sold a few deals.
Okay, man. All right, man. In that case, I'll have a red wine. Yeah,
All right, lovely. So yeah, I wanted to show you that because I thought it would give you a little bit of an idea of what the atmosphere is actually like at a live networking event if you're actually sort of selling the deals rather than just sort of explaining it. But I would highly encourage you guys to spend time getting good at sales. Okay, you want to be able to become a salesperson. Sales is such an important skill. Now, you don't necessarily have to start with sales. The other option that you could do is start with co-sourcing. So we're going to talk a little bit about co-sourcing right now, and then you could start building your investor list and becoming good at sales kind of down the line. So let me just share my screen again. All right, so this is co-sourcing. So there's a few options that you've got with co-sourcing. For anyone who's joined the academy, I will be your co-sourcer. All right, Deal Connect. I'll talk a bit about that in a minute. If you're not on the academy, you can still co-deal source. So what is co-deal sourcing? Co-deal sourcing is where you, as the person who finds the deal, passes that deal onto another deal seller, and they sell it, and then you split the profit. Okay, typically co-deal sourcers, they get about 50-50. 50% goes to the person who finds the deal, 50% goes to the person who sells the deal. So if you are good at finding deals, but haven't yet learned how to sell, haven't got a big investor list, aren't going out networking, etc., 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 what you can do instead is pass that deal onto a co-deal sourcer. So how do you find a co-deal sourcer? How do you know who to use? Well, let me give you a little tip. This is what I would recommend you doing. Go on to Samuel's YouTube channel and have a look at Winners on a Wednesday. Now, when you look at Winners on a Wednesday, this is a show we put out every week with successful people on. We also do a success on a Sunday. So there's two different ones, loads of successful people that are normally on the academy, but whatever they are, who are making loads of money through property. Now, I would look for the ones who are selling deals, okay? So if you look, for example, top right, 27 grand profit in a month, probably through deal selling. Bottom left, 36K from deal selling in a month. Definitely from deal selling, all right? So what you should do is go and find these people who are killing it as deal sellers. Then click on the video. Now, let me ask you this. When someone who's already killing it as a deal sourcer goes onto Winners on a Wednesday, what do you think happens to the demand for their deals? Do you think the demand goes up, or do you think the demand goes down? Let me know. Up, says Carl. Yeah, of course. The demand goes up. Now, that's going to put them in an interesting situation because they are already selling loads of deals, 36 grand in a month, right? So they're already selling loads of deals. So if the demand for their deals goes up, it might well be that they're in a position where they could sell more deals than they can find, which is the opposite problem to what you have. So your job now is to connect with them and link up. Now, let me explain how I would recommend doing it and how I would not recommend doing it. Don't just call them up and say, hey, I see you're a deal seller. I'm a co-deal sourcer. Do you want to buy my deals? Because if you do that, they're probably not going to be interested. They probably get people trying to sell to them all the time. It's not really going to work. So what I think you should do instead is this. Click on the video. And on the video, you'll notice there'll be a little section here where it will give you their social media. Right, Samuel puts this on all the Winners on a Wednesday videos, so you can contact them directly. Don't contact them straight away, though. Start trying to build a relationship with them. So how would you do that? Well, have a think. What would they want you to do? How would they notice you? And the best way for them to notice you is to comment on their stuff, all right? So go onto their Instagram and start commenting positive things, you know, on their Instagram posts. And I guarantee they'll notice you, right? Unless they're sort of like Samuel might not notice you because Samuel gets hundreds of comments on every video, right? So it's hard to notice. But nearly everyone else, I would notice you. If you went on my Instagram and you were commenting on all my stuff for a few weeks, I'd notice you, right? Much better than DMing me. I probably wouldn't notice if you DM me because people DM me all the time trying to sell to me, right? But if you comment, they'll notice. Comment and like, good stuff. Once they've noticed you and they know who you are, ask them this question. Do you need more deals or more investors? See, the key thing to selling and how to sell is to find someone's problem and to solve that problem for them. Don't just put your product down their throat. You need to find the problem. You do that by asking questions like this. And then once they've told you the problem, then you offer the solution. So let me ask you a question. Do you need more deals or do you need more investors? And if they say they need more deals, bingo. Okay, great. What's the deal you're looking for? Do you okay, a reason why you don't. Find out what they want. If you on that list of winners, you contact, say 20 for the next 2 weeks. Instagram, I'm going to comment on their stuff. Just one post a day. You don't want to spam all in one go. One post a day, 20 days, or for 2 weeks or whatever. Then I'm going to reach them out and ask them this. I bet you're going to have loads of deal sources that are interested, but are you committed to actually do it? Few top tips for dealing with these guys. Number one, don't give multiple deals. Sorry, don't give one deal. You can give multiple deals, that's fine. Don't give one deal to multiple deal sellers, okay? Because if they both sell it, you're going to ruin the relationship with whoever you don't let sell it. You burn the bridge, and a good relationship is better than a good deal. Number two, just make sure you work with co-deal sources that can actually sell your deal so that doesn't happen. Now, if you want me to be a deal sourcer, you've got Deal Connect, which is amazing. So Deal Connect, oh, by the way, we don't take 50%, we take 18%. And that includes the Stripe fees and the person selling the deal. So how does Deal Connect work? Deal Connect's amazing. You find a deal, you upload it to Deal Connect. Our mentors will look at it, make sure it's good. If it's a good deal that they think will sell, they'll put it onto Deal Connect. Someone will then message in. Doing this from anywhere. You don't have to be good at sales. You don't have to be good at anything. Last month, I don't even know the answer. Let me just find out. I was talking to Jamie about this earlier. Here you go. Last month, 42, all for Academy members. All for Academy. And we just took our little connection. Do you have to be an Academy member to use Deal Connect? You do, yes, for a couple of reasons. First reason is we don't actually make any money out of Deal Connect. It literally is just a service. Okay, that fee covers the mentor's fees of assessing the deal. It covers the salesman fees. He's on commission, so we don't make any money out of it. But if you loads of members join the academy and they're just straight putting deals on Deal Connect. They've done the training. They know what to do. To sell a deal. So if you want us to be your deal sources, your co-deal sources, boom. Thousand people. All right. So now I would still recommend, please be how much you get for co-deal sourcing. Typically, for a typical co-deal sourcer, you're looking at about 50-50 is normal. Okay, so the co-deal source like 52%. Stripe get to salesperson gets 5 on the side. Investors. Even if you co-deal source, and I'd probably start as a co-deal sourcer, I would still start building up your list as you go so that you're not reliant on someone else. So how do you do that? Because the money is in your list. we worked very hard to build our list. We went to a lot of networking events, went to BNI, went to 4N, went to PIN. Every networking event we go to, what we're doing is we're collecting data. Okay. So we're speaking to people. If they're interested in buying deals, we're adding them to our list, So we've got a list of people that when we find a deal, we can email them about that deal. I used to speak at a lot of events. I remember doing a 10-hour round trip, right, all the way up to Newcastle to go and speak at an event. And when I got there, there's about 6 people in the room. And I was like, oh my goodness, what the hell? However, I added all of them to my list. 2 of them went on to buy from me. So even if you're going to networking events that aren't great, you can still get good results from them. We also use social media to build our list. If you go and look at Samuel's YouTube, every single YouTube video has this, which is encouraging people to join our Facebook group. If anyone joins the Facebook group, guess what? Well, number one, there's 50,000 people on it. But if anyone joins the Facebook group, guess what? We get their details and we add them to our list. Okay, so we're adding people to our list all the time. The events we used to go to were BNI, Business Networking International, 4N, 4 Networking, and PIN, which is Property Investors Network. Again, if you're on the academy, you've got inner circles. It's all free. It's all included. So you can build your own list at the same time. You can let us co-deal source for you, but we'll also help you build your own list at the same time. Okay? So I'd encourage you to do that. Only then, right, would I start looking to sell deals to your own investors. Once you've built your list, once you've got everything in place. When you find your deal, how do you sell it? How do you send it to the list? Well, I've done here a little example of an advert. This was an advert. I've changed the details, but this was pretty much an advert that I saw that got emailed out to me by someone. And I looked at this and I was like, okay, they've made a couple of big mistakes on this. So I thought I'd very quickly share this with you so you can avoid making the mistakes that they make. Any idea what's the big mistake they've made on this ad? Can anyone see it? The address, exactly. You don't want to put the address on the ad. If you put the address on the ad, guess what they're going to do? They're going to cut you out. They cut you out. So don't want to put the address. So what about now? I've took the address off. What do we think now? Do we like it? Let me know in the comments. The image, says Thomas. Yeah, we'll get to the image. You're right. Okay, now I've took the address off. There's no address at all, right? They won't buy it with no address. So you need to put some address, like the location, like Mark says, but not all of the address. So an area. So you could put, for example, yeah, we could put Lancaster or Lancashire. So a part of all of it. Also, the image is an issue. While it's nice putting images in, they can go on Google image search for it, and look, found it immediately, straight away. You put an image, even if it's an image you took yourself, they'll still find it. So get rid of any images. Don't put an image. All right, top tip. Once you've written your ad, make sure that you can't find it online, right? So make sure that if I search for a property in Cumbria and I'm like looking, if I find it really pretty quickly, that's no good. Take more information away. Take more information away. Don't put the real price, as Samuel says. Yeah, if you've negotiated a different fee, that's much better. It's easier to find. All right, so some common mistakes people make. They cram them all in. I don't know why, but you sell much less if it's all crammed in, so space them out. Another mistake people make is they do it like this. They just put way too much information in. Way too much. Okay, so you don't want to put too much information in. Here's another mistake. No call to action. Happens all the time. They'll put the ad up, but they won't put a call to action in. No good. Got to put a call to action. You finder's fee, and what do you want them to do? In this case, what we mostly get people to do is to text in. Or on Deal Connect, they have to apply. There's click a button, right? But we used to text in. What's wrong with that? Just not enough information. They need to put more information in there. What about this one? Yeah, this is a big mistake people make. They don't put realistic figures in. You need to be conservative on your figures. If you think the refurb's going to cost 40 grand, maybe put 40 to 45. Okay? That's what I'd recommend you doing. So always be conservative with the figure to set your expectation. How do you set the finder's fee? Great question. So there's not like a typical way of working it out, because for example, if it is a rent-to-rent deal, then it kind of depends a little bit on how good the deal is. So most people charge between 2 and 5 grand. If it's a banging deal, they'll charge 5 grand. If it's okay, normal deal, might be like 3 grand. SA means serviced accommodation. So it kind of depends. What I would recommend doing is having a look at places like Deal Connect and just having a look at how much they've priced their deals at. And it will kind of give you a good idea. But more importantly, look at the ones that have sold, right? Because some people put too expensive a fee on it and then it struggles to sell. So go and have a look at the ones that have actually sold, and you go, okay, that one sold, that one sold, that one sold. That means it's about right. Okay, you can kind of work it out. GDV, we'll talk about that more with the development later. It stands for gross development value, i.e. the end value of the property. So quickly, just to recap what you need to include in your advert, you need a title, which is your strategy and your area. That goes in your title, okay? After that, you need your key figures, the key figures for the deal that people need to know. Then any other additional information that you need. And finally, you need a call to action. You need a call to action. I'll actually try and show you. Let me just see if I've got something here. Boom. All right, let me quickly show you this. So this will give you an idea of how you put the information together. So what I use, let's just zoom in a little bit. So when you're putting the information together, this is kind of what you're going to include. So so this is the pack that goes to the investor. All right. This is obviously a template one, but it will give you a rough idea. So we're including, our headline details, images of the property, your headline figures, a summary of the deal. So you write why it's a good deal. You're selling the deal to them here so they can read the summary. All the key details about the property, photographs and pictures, a financial breakdown, really important. That's working out the ROI, all the key figures you put down together. Breaking down, if it's a BRR deal, breaking down the refurb. Okay, so what does the refurb need? Have you got a quote from a builder you can include in there? Or if not, give a breakdown for each of the works. How much will the rip out cost? How much will this cost? And a breakdown so they can see exactly what they're going to pay, give or take. Then comparables. Tell me about the area. Tell me about other properties that have sold. How do you know the end value is 300 grand? Well, this is how, because look, I've got these comparables. You include all of that. Here's my market evidence. Here are my rental comparables. That's how much it's going to rent for. Bang, bang, bang. The ownership of it. Who owns it? Does it need planning permission? EPC. Is it at auction? Is it mortgageable? Have a chat to a mortgage broker. Would you get a mortgage on this property? Yes, I would. Any other details? Okay. So you put it all in a neat little pack that you then sell to them. So this is the pack. This is just ours. You can make your own version of this. This is what we give to Academy members when they're putting deals on Deal Connect. Okay, so this is the pack that we give to Academy members for that. But it could be anything. But I'm just giving you an example of what it looks like putting it together. So all the proof, all the evidence, everything you need to know, boom, goes to them. The sourcer gets paid. If they're selling it themselves, they get paid immediately. So you don't give them this pack until you've been paid. If you're working through Deal Connect, we will get paid, but we hold the money for 2 weeks to give them a chance to do their own due diligence in case they want a refund. And then after the 2 weeks, then we'll process the payment. So guys, load of information there on deal selling. Load of information. So I know there's a lot to take in. So what I would do, think of your questions. We're going to go for a break right now. I think it's lunch break now. We're going to go for lunch break right now. And then after lunch, we'll do our Q&A all about deal selling. So guys, I'll see you after lunch. Have a nice lunch.
Paul, I've got this deal in London. You know what London's like. It's rare to get bangers in London. It needs a little bit of work, nothing much. The value of it is around 300,000, so it's a bit of a banger. The only catch, the agent has said that they wanted to complete in the next sort of like 4 to 6 weeks, so it would need to bridging, cash.
At the moment, I have 150,000 ready to go. Probably I need to help maybe with bridging loan, you know?
That's absolutely fine. So what I'm thinking is we can reserve it for you. So the fee is 3,000. So I mean, what's the best way?
I got my card with me right now.
Hello, it's Samuel. I'm just responding to your text message about the property in Warrington. This particular property, it's basically like a cheap and cheerful HMO. It's just outside Article 4. You wouldn't need a license because it's not 5-bed. The rooms themselves, 2 of them are 450 as the rent, and 2 of them 500 because 2 of them are a bit smaller, 2 of them big. They're all good sized rooms. It's quite a big house. The seller is just quite motivated, and we've got it all wrapped up at 122,000. So we've got a good price. The rent's good. Once the property's converted, I think it would quite be worth sort of closer to around 180.
Sounds amazing. That sounds like I'm on board for this. Yeah, okay.
Text me now your full name and your email. I'll send it straight to you. Ping the money over, then text me once you've pinged it over, and then boom, we'll arrange a Zoom call for when you get back from your gig.
Nice one. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Done. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The bad news is the property that you messaged me about, unfortunately, has sold. The good news is that I've got another one, which I think is even better. It's in Merseyside, but it's like the nice side of Merseyside. I've got connections to a couple of housing associations. You're looking at about £300 a room, but even as a single let, you're talking about £1,500. The end value, I think this house, once it's done up, it's going to be worth, I've put 295, but I think that's quite conservative. So to get the ball rolling, it would be a £3,000 reservation fee. So how would you like to pay?
Buying card.
I think you're going to be really happy because it's a banger, to be honest. So exactly. What can I say? I'll get that thing over right now, my friend. And just drop me a text as soon as you paid. All right?
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate it. Bye bye. There we go. Well done.
I've sold my first deal. I'm literally very much overwhelmed right now. I don't know what you do after you sell a deal. What do you do?
They paid, and is the money in the account?
Seeing him actually at work, it's like, wow, it's like a god in this, in selling properties. Probably one of the most incredible things I've ever felt.
Just the experience it's just been insane. Literally showed me how fast like deals can be sold. It's also elevated my belief as well.
I know what just happened.
We just sold our first deal.
Sold the first deal, yeah. I feel buzzing.
Yeah, a bit overwhelmed at the minute. Still like, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Give us the next steps. But no, it is that buzz and that sensation you get when you just make a sale.
It's just unbelievable. You see it. We've seen Winners Wednesday. I've watched everything. There you go. Oh, that's us. We said it'd be us, but that's us.
Yeah.
So
he's just been helpful since the whole process, to be honest with you, for me. Probably after this, I'm going to go off and actually even be way much more better than actually I was even to get this deal.
yeah, we wrote down every word he said, every question he asked.
Yeah, I think Sam has also shown like every conversation is different. Sometimes you have to be faster, sometimes you have to explain, sometimes you have to listen. So he's got different approaches. I took a lot of notes as well.
Yeah. I like how quick, punchy, to the point he was. You know, sharing the vision as well to the investor, getting the investor on board with that idea as well and selling it that way. Perfect.
This means a lot to me. It means absolutely the world. It means that I can actually live a job that it has made me ill, that I'm literally petrified to go back to. And I was like, I can even ring my manager tomorrow and say, like, look, June is coming up, but I don't think I'm coming back. You know, I'm not coming back.
Next. I still have more deals. The process works, so I believe that now. Look into the academy as well. I think the academy is really, really powerful.
Next steps, BRR, ultimate goal, land and our own development.
Oh, we're skipping essays now, are we? Just skipping that.
Maybe some rent to rent as well, yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
A lot of people are like, it's one deal. But that one deal was the world. One deal was like, I feel like I won the lottery.
You can send me over your term and condition.
Yep.
I will go through.
Yep.
Through it. Yeah.
Yep. Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Cheers.
Good job. I reckon he'll pay.
He'll pay.
He'll pay. Yeah, and he's got 100 grand in the bank.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Yeah. We got £4,000 already in the bank.
You got 4,000 in the bank right now.
Yeah.
So then you need to pay for that rent to rent now. 3,200. You can pay it.
Okay, cool.
It's going well, man. It's a good day. So right now we've got one deal that he's going to do as a joint venture, hopefully, fingers crossed, a BRR deal. We've sold a couple rent-to-rents, got a third rent-to-rent we're probably going to sell. We've found a really good HMO. That HMO, I just want to get a HMO management's opinion on it. So we're going to go to a HMO management shop, talk to them about HMOs, pick their brains, see what's what, before we start packaging and selling deals in Liverpool, especially if they're HMOs. Let's go.
This is where we're probably different to most HMO agencies. We manage 19 major postcodes across the city. There's no one who manages HMOs like we do to the scale we do in the city.
What are you thinking of the types of deals that we're looking at?
Yeah, solid. I mean, it's in an area where you got options of students and professionals, so that's what I like about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's always good to have two options. So
how many rooms do you manage in Liverpool?
Just over 600.
Over 600. Well, hopefully it will be 605 soon.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Take care. Cheers, guys.
See you later.
See you later.
I'm proud of you, brother.
Are you really?
Back to London. Oh, come on. You haven't. You haven't. 9,000. £9,000 in his bank. Dude, that's frigging good going. That's frigging good going. Okay, so we've got £9,000. We've got 2 rent-to-rents. Have you paid the dude for the rent-to-rents yet?
Gonna pay him now.
Pay him. Paying for the rent-to-rent. Pay for the rent-to-rent number 2.
Yeah.
So now, dude, we're close. We're close. Get him paid, and then let's brainstorm.
Yeah, that's the one, Samuel.
Evans has just shown me his absolute dream home apartment. It does look good.
Yeah, that's the one.
If we can get the keys to the rent-to-rent, we're gonna go and view it.
Hey! How we doing? Yeah. Fantastic. Cool. Great. Happy with that. That's all? No.
The reason why I agreed to do business with Evans is because he seems very trustworthy and I wish him all the best in his future endeavours.
Oh, fantastic. Well, well done, Evans. Boom shaka. I want the keys, baby. Good job. So, what's now?
Now,
we need to find tenants.
Now we need to find tenants, the dream room. But before we do that, we need to find myself my dream apartment.
That's true. Okay, let's go.
All right, that's the one. That's the one.
So we've got the keys. Evans has just shown me his dream home, and we've got an appointment to go see it.
Yes.
What is this, your dream home?
This is the dream, man. This is more than the dream. This is what I've been praying for.
Big luxury apartment, skyline views. If it's as good as that, I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right, let's go view it.
Cool. I really like this building, you know. This is the nicest building here.
You should just park my car and be meeting you in maximum 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you. Hi.
I know him, man.
Oh, you know me?
I'm actually his follower.
Hey, good stuff, man. That's awesome.
What are you guys doing here?
Well, he's looking for an apartment to move into.
All right, perfect. So are you going to join us?
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. So this way, please. Yeah. The living room, we've got a different view of the London, actually, the Canary Wharf and the city. Seeing his face, he's quite happy with the...
He loves it! He loves it! Evans, would you like to live here?
Oh, man, I'd love to live here.
Have you even told Ellen?
I haven't even told Ellen. I won't tell her anything, actually.
He wants to surprise his girlfriend.
It's the best surprise, honestly. You've got a really fantastic view from here, especially during the night time.
Oh, wow. I can imagine. What are you thinking, Evans?
Man, I can't even believe it.
It's quite well designed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a nice design.
It's just the start. I should have shown you the other facilities that we have here.
Yeah, no, there's a gym and stuff here, isn't there?
So we got gym, swimming pool. There is a 43rd floor sky lounge in this building. That is absolutely breathtaking.
Dude, I'll be moving out of my house, man. I'll be coming down and joining you. I reckon you should take this, bro. I reckon you should, especially as the agent is a fan of my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like,
You just started with him.
What's that?
I literally just started my business with you.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's all right, yeah. Oh my days, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
What's Ellen going to think of this place?
Ellen will be absolutely crazy. Like, I mean, I'm crazy myself, and like, wow, this is great. This is more than a dream.
Why don't we just secure it and start the ball rolling? I don't know if we might be able to come back on Sunday to show your...
Yeah, is it possible we can come back on Sunday to surprise my missus?
I'm just literally living next door. You could just call me anytime I come.
Yeah,
so that's great, fantastic.
So we're going to secure it today.
Yeah.
And then bring back Ellen on Sunday once it's all
in
the bag.
Yeah, yeah.
We never met, but I met you on the videos.
Right.
More than 100 times. We should just keep that in mind, that if it wasn't because of Samuel, I wasn't here to rent this flat. So,
Well, how do you mean?
I mean, if you weren't you, I was still working in the pub. So,
wow.
You changed my life and sent me to the property section, and now here what I am. So, where am I now? It's just because of this Samuel Leeds, the king. I mean, it's absolutely because of him. Honestly, thank you so much for your videos. Keep it on.
It's been good. It's been tough. We'll fill you in. We'll see you on Sunday at my house for some lunch, and we'll fill you in on exactly what's happened.
Thank you so much. See you on Sunday.
Yeah, it'll either, as I say, it'll either be at my house or be in one of my apartments in London. But I'll drop you the address near the time.
I'm so excited. Thank you.
All right. See you later.
Bye, princess. Bye. Love
Bye.
you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
She has no idea. Okay, so we've just made an appointment at my house or at one of my apartments in London.
Yep.
Actually, she's going to be meeting Evans in your new swanky London home. What we're going to do, I'm thinking, show her around as if it's my apartment. She'll be like, oh, she's so nice. And then you can give her the keys and go, welcome home, baby. Welcome home, baby. We've also made out that the week has been a bit crap.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been tough. And she's like, oh, I love you anyway, Evans. Don't you worry. But actually, it's been amazing. So I can't wait to see her face. You must be pumped to see her face.
I'm just so excited.
So I have to make a toast to Evans because today he just picked up 2 rent-to-rent deals, got the keys in the bag today. Mr. Evans.
Well done, man. Good job. Good job.
Listen to this, man. Literally this week, starting from scratch, he's packaged and sold a whole bunch of deals. He's made in cash in his bank. Get it? £9,000 in a week. £9,000 in a week in his bank.
That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Seriously, from scratch, that is impressive.
From £23.
23 quid. From
Yeah.
£23 to 9,000.
Yeah, thank
Good,
you.
man.
Now
you
got 9,023. Yeah, 9,923. I think we should go for the 10.
The 10?
Yeah.
Why
What do you guys
10?
think about that? Why 10? It's got a good ring to it.
He wants 10,000. He needs to sell one more deal, and then he'll be done.
No. I think.
Don't want much.
I want to be a homeowner.
Oh, dear.
I think we should.
So we need to find a joint venture deal for one of his deals. So
Have you got a deal? You've got a deal? Yeah, we've got a deal.
tomorrow morning we're going to be on the phones.
Why tomorrow morning?
I reckon you should make some calls tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we do it now or?
You can do it now. I'm staying in the tub, man.
Dude, get the phone now. Do it now. Yeah. I feel like 10 minutes. No. Come on,
Come on, man. Okay, so we're going to go and make some calls. We're going to go and try and get some joint venture partners. Evans is going to get his ass dry. We're going to go into the office or in my bedroom. We'll see.
Make some calls.
Yeah, boy. So in terms of the deal that you want to sell to get your 9,000 up to 10,000, I think you just need to post on social media, hit the phones, talk to the people that you already know. That's easy. The hard bit is going to be the joint venture. Who's the best person that's most likely to joint venture with you? I know we spoke about a few people from the academy, potentially your girlfriend's dad.
Yeah.
I reckon you should just ring your girlfriend's dad, like, now. Good luck, man. Good luck, bro.
Good luck. Got it. I'm gonna call mum.
Hello.
So the reason why I'm calling is I'm presenting you with a great opportunity. It's gonna be a win-win for all of us. I'll explain to you why in a minute. So basically, I'm thinking of actually taking this property on board. So the main reason why I'm calling is to pretty much just ask if you would be open to being a joint venture in this property deal.
So when you say joint venture, what does that actually entail, mate?
Fantastic. So what it entails is that the property needs funding. Yeah. So it needs funding. It's a very, very good deal. Obviously, Samuel's frisked it inside out. It needs about £100,000 up front. It needs a refurb, which I am going to cover the cost and overseeing that. The property will refinance, which means after the work is done, for about 110, 115. But it was sold a few years ago for 145. So just by buying the property, you're already making money. The good thing about it is it's going to generate just over about £1,000. So after the mortgage is paid, it's going to bring in a few hundred pounds. Now, when the property refinances, you will be able to get, in about 2 or 3 months, you'll be able to take off almost all of your money. There's probably going to be about £8,000 to £10,000 left in the property. So and then obviously after that, the property is yours. So I know it's a big ask. I know it's last minute. If it's not worth the money that we think it's worth, we can just sell it, and you can pull out all of your money. So it's a very very good deal. Obviously, Samuel's frisked, and that's the main reason why I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone to you. So I'm not sure how you feel about that.
Well, it's not what I was expecting in terms of, like, it's quite obviously a substantial investment required, even if it's only for the short term. So I think what I would probably say is if you can put some numbers down on paper such that I can have a look at it and just think about it a bit more, and then obviously Sarah and I need to talk about it as well before coming to any decision. Is that all right?
No, that's absolutely fine, Dad. I mean, obviously, it is a big ask. The only thing about this particular one is that I will need a decision in principle by tomorrow. However, I can obviously crunch up all the numbers, put it in a nice email, send it over to you. You can have a look at it with Mom.
Okay, so no, that's great. Well, send us over the numbers, and because the other thing you've got to appreciate here is we would need a fairly sort of, ABC sort of Janet and John sort of like walkthrough of what the process works.
Thank you so much, Dad. I'll get over to you, and we'll speak after.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Dad. All right, bye.
Bye.
Will he do it? Cautious investor, isn't he?
Will he do it?
He's just cautious. Put the numbers together, put it to him.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon he'll do it or not?
Maybe.
I think he might want to see the numbers.
He needs to see numbers.
Yeah, that's how he is.
He needs to look at numbers because it's probably.
Is there any other people that will be interested in doing a joint venture on that? What about like John or? I reckon it's worth calling a couple of people now just as a backup plan.
He'll do it, man.
I think he'll do it, but I don't know. I thought he'd let me sleep in his shed.
I know that this thing is quite time bound, so Sarah and I have been talking. I don't want to keep you in suspense too long, but so just before we kick off, where this is heading, I hope is going to be positive for you. Okay.
Okay.
Just so you know this heading, because I don't want you to think I'm stringing you along or anything. So I suppose what we're saying to you is.
Yeah. My fucking battery died.
Hello?
Hi, Dad. Sorry, the call just dropped because my battery died. But yeah, I'm fully charged up and ready to go.
Don't worry. So I think what we're saying is we'd like to, if we said to you, well, we're happy to go ahead with this. We'd like to explore, a couple of options for how the deal might actually work.
Yeah.
But you know, in principle, you know, we're fine with it. And we're happy to go ahead in some form. We just need to work out exactly how. Would that work for you, mate?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's no problem at all. We can always arrange in, you know, how it can be structured, in whose name or this, that, whatever. We really appreciate it. It really means a lot to me, and this is going to springboard mine and Ellen and even your, you know, property journey as well. So it really means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
No, well, that's fine. So it's, you know, it's exciting, and you know, obviously we're pleased to join in. You know, basically, yeah, we're happy.
JV partner, baby. I can't believe it, man. That is crazy. Wow. Man, that's just sick, man. Not only have I found a deal from nothing, man, this is crazy. In a week. Can you imagine what the future's gonna look like?
Oh, well done. Did he agree?
Yeah!
Did you get it on camera?
Yeah!
Oh, mate!
What's this one for?
Joint venture agreement. Oh, mate! So with his father. Wow. All right, so now we need to just sell one deal.
Yeah.
You try and work on that your best. If you can't, I'll help you out towards the end of the day. That's brilliant. That is really good. Oh, mate. Ah, well done, man. Good job, bro. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man.
You agreed. I just offered 97. He's buying it cash, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just offer 96, man. Okay. Just offer 96. Get proof of funds over. Bang, 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 bang. Make this happen now. That's phenomenal news. I'm absolutely stoked. That is just the icing on the cake.
So what's happened is last week, at the beginning of the week, I'm like, you know what it is? I have to change that. So I went out there, took some massive action. And literally today, I can comfortably, honestly, hand on my heart say, I've made £9,000 in packaging and selling deals.
In how long? In how long?
Just this week.
Just this week, £9,000. £9,000. And you've also, another thing that's happened is his deals are so good that he's like, man, I don't even want to sell these deals anymore. What happened just today, Evans?
What's happened today is last night, I pitched an investor a possible joint venture, and he came back to me probably about an hour ago and said, yeah, he's happy to do a joint venture with me.
Who's putting in all the money?
The investor.
All of the money?
Yeah.
And what percentage are you getting of the profits?
50-50.
50% is putting in all of the money. Why? He knows how to find deals. He knows how to sell deals. What has been sleeping in a single bed with his girlfriend in his girlfriend's parents' house, flat broke, came to me with £23 in his pocket, made £9,000 this week.
I'm not done yet, though. I've got to get 10,000.
Got to get 10. You'll get 10, bro. I'll help you later. You'll get 10. All right, give him a hand. Make some noise for Evans. Make some noise.
Was that your first stage?
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it was very good, man. It's just like, you know, just saying what was happening is just crazy, man. I mean, I started the week with like no money, man, and I'm on the stage with my mentor. It's crazy. It's very emotional. I mean, I didn't plan to cry. I'm a big guy, man. It's very embarrassing to see people see me cry, but you know, just saying it is very, very emotional because you know it's heartfelt. It's the truth, and I'm just forever grateful for what Simon's also done for me and for what's to come. Super excited.
Have a safe trip, man. Yeah. Let's stay in touch, man. Yeah, cool, man. See you soon, man. Take care, man. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. See you, kid. All right, guys. No worries.
So basically, you did your joint venture deal, which is awesome. You still need to sell a deal. You need to make £1,000.
Yeah.
What have you attempted to do?
So I have attempted to sell the deal for £1,000. The deal I've got in Liverpool.
Yeah. Have you tried bespoke sourcing yet?
Yeah.
So basically, what his bespoke sourcing, okay? His bespoke sourcing is this. It's just like, hey, I'll find you a deal. What do you want? All right, what do you want? Oh, you want that? You want that kind of a deal? Give me £1,000. I'll go find it. Give me 2 weeks. I'll find that deal for you. If I don't, I'll give you money back, but he'll find it. Why don't you just go and try and sell some of these guys? Have you spoke to like Sands, the DJ guy? He got money.
There is.
You spoke to Elliot Spencer? He got money. These guys. Have you spoke to him? How come?
No idea. I haven't spoken to them because they're obviously all busy.
Go speak to them, man. And that's Ashley. Just go and ask. They're all investors. They've all got money.
What about the people that are over here? What about Sanj? Sanj wants deals.
He does.
Sanj has got money to invest, my friend. Go ask him.
So we.
What's his deal that Evan's selling?
Are you interested?
It depends what it is. Depends what it is.
What he wants is, well, in fact, let me get.
Hey, Sanj, have you got a minute?
No, I'm saying, yeah, what for?
So basically, obviously you know I'm doing deal sourcing.
No, I'll be about this.
About what?
About this.
About what is this about?
Anyway, hey, Dave, I just got to turn this music off, yeah? Okay.
So basically, Sanj is avoiding me.
Oh, has he avoided you?
Yeah, he said he doesn't want to hear me out.
Well, all right, well, you go try Elliot. Elliot's got money. He's got well more money than broke ass Sanj.
All right. So basically, I'm here to see if we can obviously work out a transaction.
Okay.
I've heard that you're in need of a service. I'm in need of a service, so maybe we can come to a mutual agreement.
Okay.
So I heard that you're in the market.
Just put that. That's a mic. We need to record this conversation. So he just looks at you like I've just given him some credit.
I'm like, what
the
hell's this?
All right. Okay. Look, I've got 20 grand.
Okay.
To play with.
All right. What are you after?
I'm after something I can pull my money out of.
Okay.
Below market value and cheap. I can get bridging. But I can get a mortgage next year when my company's got 2 years books.
Okay, cool. So if I was to find you exactly what you after, would you be willing to pay a sourcing fee for doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. How much are you willing to pay?
Grand? Grand?
Okay. So if I was to go out there and find that, are you willing to, right now, do a bespoke sourcing where you give me a grand? I'll have 14 days to go out and find exactly what you're after, and if I don't, I'll refund you that. Would you agree to doing that?
So you got 7 days.
14 days.
14 days. 14 days to go and find me something. A BRR, so something below market value.
Yeah.
Absolute hellhole that I can do up, add value to, pull my money out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't, I'll refund you £1,000.
And if you don't, in 14 days, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deal.
Well done.
Deal. How do you want? Do you want to drop me an invoice?
Yes.
I'll give you my email address. Send me the T's and C's. I'll sign it. I'll send you the grand over.
Sweet. I'll get that over to you within the next half an hour.
Awesome. I don't care if it's up north, northeast, northwest. So obviously, I don't care where it is. South Wales. You happy? You happy? You're the boss.
Well, you kind of didn't ask me, so.
So why wouldn't you want to do business with my boy?
Because the deal's too small for me.
Oh, the deal's too small. you wouldn't even speak to him, bro. You wouldn't even speak to my boy.
I got you there.
You see, people like this, these closed-minded fools, He didn't know what he missed.
Samuel is my #1 student. Okay? He's my #1. That's what I love.
He didn't know
this
what
guy,
he
man.
missed with
He's
Evans.
an implementer.
He didn't know what he missed. He know what he missed.
God bless you, brother.
Here's the thing with Evans, okay? Evans was trying to sell a deal to people on Facebook, but there was people around him, investors, millionaires, that would have done the deal. To the very end of the evening, I was like, have you even spoken to Sand? Have you spoken to Elliot? Have you spoken to this person? Have you spoken to that person? He's like, no. Here's the lesson, okay? Sometimes it's right under your nose. His stepdad or his girlfriend's father, right? Joint venture, right under his nose. Right under your nose. There's a lesson in that. Why did you not speak to your girlfriend's father sooner? Why did it take it this week? You could have spoke to him last year.
That's very true. I honestly, didn't believe that. I know that he trusts me, but I didn't think that he respect me as a property investor.
So you didn't have the skills.
Yeah.
You didn't have the knowledge. You didn't have the skills. Then as soon as you get the skills, people start taking you seriously. When you start having the deals, people start taking you seriously.
Absolutely, because the skills produce the results, and the results speaks volumes.
Exactly, man. Well, you did it.
I did it.
I think we need to go to bed, and then tomorrow morning, go to your apartment, get the keys, and surprise your good lady. Hey!
Yeah.
Let's go again.
You just bought a deal off Evans? Yeah.
What deal?
Well, I signed up to a bespoke deal sourcing agreement. What's the fine now? Something below market value, something cheap. something I can hopefully pull my money out of, add value, and yeah, just recycle my cash. Hopefully, yeah. It'd be good if he pulls it off. I'm looking to invest. I am actually. I know. To invest.
I know. I've been talking about it.
I know.
That's really cool.
He seems a really nice guy.
Hey.
He's a really nice guy. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm really excited.
You did it.
Yeah, I did. I still believe I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. I can't believe that. Literally in 1 week with you.
Well, you've done £100,000 joint venture.
Yeah.
You've made 10 grand now. You did it. You've got 2 rent-to-rent deals. You've got the keys. Dude, technically right now you're financially free, bro.
I am. I literally am. In 1 week with you. What would I do without you?
I'm proud of you, bro. Hey,
thank you.
Well done. Honestly, I really don't think I could have envisioned it any better.
Yeah.
You've worked so friggin' hard.
I couldn't do it without you.
And I think you deserve every single bit of success. You know?
Yeah.
I think you deserve. Oh my goodness. Christmas has come early.
So this week I've made far too much money, and Samuel has challenged me to give 10% of my earnings to charity. And you know what? Challenge accepted. So what I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm going to give 10%, which is £1,000, to the homeless in the streets of London. I'm really excited about that. But most importantly, the look on Ellen's face when she sees our new home, our amazing apartment in the center of London. I'm also going to send Ellen parents away for a week. They've really helped me out. And do you know what it is? I really want to give back to them because they've really helped me. I can never forget last year Christmas. You know, it was so bad that I couldn't even buy gifts for anybody. I couldn't buy gifts for my son. But this Christmas will be far, far better. So I just really want to, contribute and support your foundation by giving you £1,000 of what we've obviously made this week, and hopefully it's going to be the beginning of what's to come.
I can now start thinking sleeping bags for the homeless. I can start thinking about hats and scarves, even socks for the homeless, gloves. And it doesn't sound much, but you start adding that up, it becomes to a lot of money, and it wasn't in our budget. So I really do thank you for that. It's absolutely phenomenal.
So as well, as we spoke on the phone, he's going to give 1,000. I'm going to match that as well. So it's going to be 2,000 to help the homeless in London this Christmas.
Benefactors turn up, that's what I always say. Benefactors will come. Bless you and thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Man, making money is great, but there's no greater feeling like giving back to charity. There's no greater feeling like giving back to the less fortunate. We're just pulling up, so when you get there, give me a call. I'll come down and we'll let you in.
Okay, that's cool.
Alright, yeah.
Alright,
Do you think that she suspects anything at all?
Nah, there's no way. There's no way she'd believe that I pull this out the bag in a week. Like, no way. There's no way she should ever have anything.
So when she gets to the apartment, we're just going to say, it's my apartment, we're wanting to have a debrief with you, come on up. She'll come up, you don't think she'll suspect?
No, at all.
And then when she gets up, go up to the apartment, and then I'll let you do your thing and tell her what's what.
Yeah, sounds great.
Oh mate, I can't wait to see your face. What's up, my friend?
Hello, gents.
How you doing, Raza?
How are you?
You good?
Walking you around.
Cool,
Yeah,
that's
great.
fine. This is sick, man. I can't believe I'm gonna be living here, bro. This is sick, Look at that.
Because I've told her this is my apartment, and I want to have a meeting with her.
Okay.
So she's gonna come up, and she'll think it's mine. But then when she gets there, she'll meet Evans, and Evans will say, "This is our new home, baby. Get ready to move in."
All right. This morning, personally, I came here. I literally cleaned every single place of the house.
You're the guy, man.
It shines like a brand new house.
Oh,
You're the guy, man. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that, man.
You can go and get her. I'll wait in the apartment.
She's got no idea what she's about to see, baby. This is crazy. There she is. Hello, princess.
Thank you so much.
You're not wearing
Come, let's go. This week was hard, innit? I think I missed you more this week. Come, this way.
They've been asking me so many questions, like, how's everything going?
Yeah, I'm glad that your dad agreed. So this is Samuel's place. He's gonna show you that. He's gonna show you around.
Okay.
And have a quick debrief. Hey.
I'm doing good. How you doing? I'm just where you are. I'm following your voice.
Welcome to my apartment.
Thanks. Wow, this is some view.
I know, it's great. Grab a seat. So, it's been a good week. So we thought we'd give you a little bit of an update. He's made some good money now. You'll be really pleased.
Yeah, so I think this is what...
Oh, right, you got the view in here as well.
He's making some sick money here.
You can see everything.
And I think that's the bigger room. So it's a two-bed service accommodation. Look at that. I got the views, my love.
Levels.
You can pretty much see the entire of London.
We always said we wanted someone with a view.
Yeah, we'll get it one day. We'll get it one day, inshallah.
Okay, so it's got ensuite, this one.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I'm going to let you guess how much I make on the apartment in a minute.
Oh gosh, that's going to be so hard to guess.
Well, this apartment, actually, well, guess how much I make on it? A month.
I can't guess. I don't know. A month. So do you do it as service accommodation? Yeah. Or?
This property, I'll tell you exactly how much I make on this property. I make nothing on this house. And the reason I make nothing
is this is our house. This is where we're going to be staying. This is our apartment.
What do you mean?
I just want to thank you for everything that you've done for me.
You're going to
make me cry. You've helped me from the bottom, and I just want to let you know that, you know, I got you for life. So we've secured this. This is our home.
I love you so much, and I love this apartment. It's so perfect. Are you serious, for real?
Serious, 100%.
Are you actually serious?
I am. This is our keys.
What do you mean this is our apartment? What do you mean?
And we have just so you know, we have a gym downstairs. We have a sauna. We have a pool, and we have a jacuzzi. And we have a sky lounge upstairs, viewing the entire of London.
And this is exactly what we said we wanted. This is exactly like the plan, everything.
And in 1 week, I told Samuel, and he made it happen. So it's not me, Samuel.
We've got like a 1 year lease.
I love you. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. I never ever would have guessed this. No way ever would I have guessed this. I feel like I thought you would do well, but like was not like this.
Why don't you look round again with fresh eyes, knowing that this is your apartment?
Come have a look. Come have a look again.
Oh.
Our double bed for the first time. We haven't got to sleep in a single bed ever again.
And we have a bedside table. Normally we use like the laundry bag.
I mean, I'm not here at all. I'm like undisguised at the moment. I'm so happy that I see Samuel. I mean, he was a hero for me from the beginning. Just take this one. Yeah, he was my hero. All right. It was really lovely to see you.
Well, I'm gonna go. Wait in the car now. Let these lovebirds do their thing. My job is done.
Is it too good to be true?
Take us to the main room.
Oh! That view still.
So grateful.
Insane. That view.
Wow. This is a proper apartment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Proper London apartment.
Oh my goodness.
Amanda, what do you think of the apartment?
I absolutely love it. It's just beautiful. The view.
I know.
The view is just insane.
Could you live here?
Yeah.
I could live here. Outside of this fabulous apartment, like on the property side, obviously we did a lot of deals.
Yeah.
How have things been since? What have you done since we finished the challenge a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well, today actually, I quit my job. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
And she can do that comfortably because I've seen the restaurants have gone very nicely, making over £2,000 per calendar month.
Yeah,
we made over £16,000 in packaging and selling deals.
16,000.
And the BRL deal is going on very nicely. And on top, we've got a huge development in the pipeline. So honestly saying, believe me when I say this week I spent with you has dramatically changed my life, bro. I'm so grateful, Samuel.
Oh, dude.
Thank you so much.
It's like the most incredible outcome in the short amount of time.
Absolutely.
To financial freedom.
To financial freedom.
Oh, yes.
so much.
Well done, guys. Well done. What do you think?
Oh my gosh, I knew that he was gonna become financially free because obviously he's spending the week with you.
Okay.
But the extent of how successful he's actually like made it and like where he's living, how much money he's made is insane.
I know. I'm impressed.
It's incredible.
I'm impressed. You know what? He deserves everything he's got. That guy is a good guy. He's got a good woman.
Hard
so
worker.
I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon.
It feels like a lifetime ago. Just crazy to think 3 weeks ago we couldn't even, like Sam couldn't even stay on our floor. And now we've got this gorgeous central London apartment. We've got a spare room for Samuel to stay. So much has happened in that short time. I mean, I've now left my job. Thanks to you.
Yeah. No, you know, it's actually, it hasn't been easy, to be honest. In fact, the week was probably one of the most hardest weeks. But at the same time, one of the best weeks I've ever had. We started off with racism and tons of rejection. But we kept on going, and now, now we're financially free. Cheers.
Hi, welcome back for the deal selling questions and answers with myself, Sue, and Tim Gray. So guys, wasn't that amazing? everything about Evans and the deal selling and how it can change people's lives. Deborah mentioned how life-changing this is for people. And, you know, I agree with that totally. So where can we advertise, says Omar? I missed that. If you're looking to sell deals through Samuel Leeds, through the Academy, you can advertise on something we've got called Deal Connect. And it goes to, I think it's over 100,000 investors. So if you've got a good deal, you'll put it on Deal Connect. It will be checked over by a mentor. And then providing it's a decent deal. Outside of the Academy, fair enough. So going to find your own investors, which may be through Facebook, through networking. I mean, when I myself was doing a lot of deal selling, me and Tim, we actually set up a little networking group and sold to investors there. So yeah, there's it's your connections really, and then go beyond your connections, making new connections, and finding people that want deals. So if we are not part of the Academy, can we still approach your team if we have a deal or want to sell a deal? So the Deal Connect is just for Academy members. So that's part of the Academy. I mean, I guess you can. I mean, Evans approached Elliot. So, you know, everyone's interested in buying deals. But if you're talking about Deal Connect, that is just for the... Right, how do we secure the deal in the first place when we don't have the money? Then pass it on to the investor. Right, so you don't actually buy it. Tim, do you want to join in on this one?
I can do, yeah. If you don't have the money, you're going to have to talk to the estate agent and say, look, I may not be taking this deal on myself, or somebody else taking it on. And you'll say, secure the deal by saying, if I was to offer this, would you accept it? And they'll say, well, possibly. Then you go and find your investor. And your investor will then come back and they'll give you the proof of funds and the ID needed. So you do it that way.
Yeah. And with the bidding war, you know, ideally, you've got to marry the two up together. So you want your investor. Sometimes you can get your investor first and find out what they want. So you can either get your investor first and then go and find the deal, or you can find the deal and, as Tim said, put an if would offer on, which would be, if we were to offer such and such, you know, do you think the vendor would be interested? What do you say to an investor to sell the deal? PIN has rules that can't stand up. You say you have a deal. What do you tell the investors, and how should you talk to them? Social media. What do you say to the investor to sell the deal? Okay. What do you say to the investor? So it's so broad, there's so many different ways of doing this. So one thing you can do is get the money up front. You can get them to sign an NDA, which means that they can't go behind your back to anybody else, through anybody else, or they can't go directly to the agent. You might want to take a small deposit up front. Again, it's about marrying up the deal with the investor. I have a 6-bed apartment if anyone wants that. Great, I love it. Advertising on this site as well. Right, one for you, Tim. Can you include planning permission with the deal?
If you've got planning permission, yes. But if you're trying to get a property that hasn't got planning permission, that's going to be slightly trickier.
You wouldn't want to put planning permission on a property that you don't own.
No.
So that's not part of your deal sourcing. That would be down to the investor or the vendor.
Yeah.
Right. If you have a property with a fixed term mortgage, can I transform it to a buy to let before the term ends? Yes, but you'll have to ask your mortgage advisor if there's a redemption fee. Do you want to add to that, Tim?
Yeah, you can do. People say they can't do a deal because they're in a fixed term, but sometimes it's worth paying the early redemption charges just to get the deal across the line, and it just comes an extra cost to the purchase. So you don't necessarily want to lose a deal because you can't remortgage on the term. Yeah.
Tim, here is one for you. If you have a holding limited company with 2 companies underneath, do you pay for 3 yearly accounts?
Short answer, yes. But it depends who your accountant is. If you've got a good accountant, they will say, all right, we'll just take this as a whole, just charge you one fee. Against, yes, you've got 3 companies, you pay 3 lots of accounts. This is where you negotiate with your accountant. Just don't take what your accountant says. Say, look, come on, let's do a deal, and do deals. And yeah, down to negotiation skills on this one.
I'm not sure what to mean. Planning permission allows who the owner is. Okay. Well, the investor wouldn't see anything like that. Right, Victoria, thank you, Sue. My question might have been broad. What things would you say, though? Like, hi, I have a deal, or should have been more explicit? Right. When you're selling, wherever you are, whether it's wherever, with this kind of thing, I would say rather than being like a foot in the door salesman, you want to go out with the attitude of helping people. So if you are, you can either hunt or you can fish. And with deal selling, fishing is definitely the best option. So you want to reel people in. You can say to people, I've got this deal, I'm going to be showing it to some investors. I just wondered if you'd mind having a quick look at it for me, because I know that you're in property or whatever. If it's someone you know well, that's an easy way to get in there. Or you could just ask them, you know, how people chat at networking events, like, what are you hoping to do, or what are you looking for? It's building that relationship as well. It's not just about going in with your deal. You know, it's about seeing the person for who they are, finding out what they need, what they want, and how you can help them. What do you mean by NDA? It's a non-disclosure agreement, which means that they will agree to not going to the agent without your written consent, their family members, their colleagues, you know, so basically they're signing to say they're going to go through you. In a circle, it's a networking event with a speaker, loads of networking. Right, next one. If an investor wants to cut the sourcing dealer out and show planning permission, what can you see online? All right, if you go for planning permission, then the vendor will be, it will all be on you. But which is a heads up, basically, that's invisible. No one can find it. Right.
Awesome.
Should I just read that last one? Because it says...
Go for it.
Just to clarify, do you have a contract in place to propose a deal to an investor so they don't go behind your back? There we go. I think that might be one for you, actually, Russell.
Which one? Who's the question? Sorry.
Do we have an NDA on the academy? We do.
Yes, we do. Yes. Yeah. So the contract's included. It includes an NDA as part of it. All right. Amazing. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you coming on. All right. So we're going to jump straight into the next session now, which is property development. So if you want to make 6 figures, and by 6 figures, I mean 100 grand or more per deal that you do, drop a £sign in the chat for me. Drop a £sign in the chat if you want to make 6 figures or more from each deal that you do. Amazing. Good stuff. All right. So what we're going to talk about then, how you can do that using property development. So what is property development? How do you find property development deals? Well, the best place to find these deals is not on Rightmove. You can find deals on Rightmove, but typically, once the deal's made it to Rightmove, the profit has already been sucked out of the deal, okay? So it's now no longer profitable. So you want to look in different places. And property development is where you're essentially creating more houses, whether that's building from scratch, whether it's converting a commercial unit into property, whether it is splitting the title, so taking one property and splitting it up into multiple properties. That is all property development. So where do you find deals like this that make you 6 figures plus? Well, I want to share with you on this session 4 places we look for deals, 4 places. And I've got a lovely little acronym for you as well. LAND, land. These are the 4 places that we find most of our development deals. We're going to start from the bottom. We're going to work our way up. So D is for drive-by. Now, just to be clear, when I say the best way to get land is to drive by, I am not talking about shooting people up, not that sort of drive-by. I am talking about driving around spotting deals. Let me give you an example. So Sue, who was just on the call, was driving around Warsaw one day and she drove past this house. And she thought, that could be a potential development opportunity. Now, I'll be honest. Now that you guys know that, and now I've put a picture of this house up, you might spot the opportunity. If you do spot it, drop it in the chat. Let me know what the opportunity is that you've spotted. However, I guarantee you this. I guarantee you're driving past deals like this all the time and you're not seeing it. Extension, says Kieran. Extension. A house where the garage is. Split the land. Yes, you guys are right. Make 2 houses out of one. So this is what she did. She bought the house, which included the land to the side of it. And she got planning permission to build an additional house on that space in the garden, a detached house. This was the planning decision notice. This was in Arrow Road in Warsaw. So basically, she got 2 houses out of one. Let me run you through the figures. So she bought the original house for 150 grand. She spent 14.5 grand refurbing the original house, but also getting planning permission on the new one. Planning permission, the planning application costs about 600 quid, and then you've got to pay someone to draw up the plans. So we typically work on about £3,000 per house that you're getting planning permission for, rule of thumb. Her end value, the GDV end value, was 185 grand for the house after the refurb. 77 grand is what she sold the land for. This means her profit was 97.5 grand. And she found this deal just driving around. So I'd highly encourage you guys to learn about the deals. Different examples as we go through the session of the type of deals that you'll be looking for, so that when you see them, you'll spot them when you're driving around. All right. Planning permission, Emma, is about 3 grand per one. About 3 grand per one. Okay. So when you're driving around, you'll spot deals. It's the same as if anyone here has ever bought a new car, and let's say you're going to get a black Mercedes C-Class, right? As soon as you make the decision to buy a black Mercedes C-Class, what do you start seeing everywhere? Wherever you go, you suddenly start seeing black Mercedes C-Classes. Why? Were they there before? Yes. Why? Because now your eyes have been opened to it. Because now you're looking for it. Development opportunities are the same. So you're going to find loads of deals looking around. So no, I said about 3 grand, Anita, about 3 grand. Actually, there you go. She's just posted. The planning permission was 3.5. 3.5. Okay, yeah. So there or thereabouts. All right. Next, so driving around, spotting deals. Next, networking. And we've talked about networking quite a lot already. Networking is a brilliant place to find deals. So one of the deals that I found came about through 2 bits of networking. Someone brought me the deal. Someone else lent me the money. 2 bits of networking. And what I did was I took a large Victorian house and I split it into 3 flats. It was the very first development I ever did. And it came around as a direct result of networking. The land deal that we did with Trevor, where we built 6 houses, all came about through networking. Okay, so networking, super important. If you can tell people what you do, tell people you're a property developer, network, go to property events, you'll get loads of deals that are getting passed your way. Much better than looking on Rightmove. This is the deal that we did with Trevor. So this is the piece of land. We built on there 6 houses, 3 at the front, 3 at the back. And let me take you through the figures. So we bought the land, just the land on its own, for 330 grand. We then spent 488 grand building the 6 houses. The end value, the GDV, was 1.35 million, making us a profit of 532 grand. So Trevor made 33% of the profit, by the way. Okay. So just think about this from Trevor's point of view. Just for finding the deal, where we did all the money, finding that he made 175 life-changing as buy a lottery ticket, right? Trevor found this deal, asked us for the money, we put the money in, he made 172. And he found it, did all the work. We made 351 grand, 66%, just for putting the money in. So it was a win for us, and it was a win for him as well. When you drive around, spot a good deal, you could either send them a letter, if it's like a house, send them a letter, say you're interested in buying their property. Or if you don't know, if let's say it's just a piece of land, you can go and buy the title on land registry. And then you can, again, we tend to use letters. Send them a letter tends to be the best way. This is the one I was talking about. I bought this house. This got brought to me by an investor. We turned this into 3 flats. It's just one big house, turned it into 3 flats. Here are the figures. And again, you'll notice when we go through the figures, it's 4 things every time. It's all you need, 4 figures. Purchase price, important. The do-up costs, the GDC, we need to know that, important. The end value, the GDV, and the profit. They're the 4 figures that you need to know. This is the very first development deal I ever did. We bought it for 120, spent 50 grand converting it into 3 flats. The end value is 80 grand per apartment in Market Drayton, which is 240 grand, making us a 70 grand profit. And the nice thing about that is we can refinance it, put out all our money, no money down. Amazing deal. So networking, loads of deals come around about through networking. Mention use would go or buying from auction, commercial agents or buying from auction. Great place to find banging. So Cameron bought this from a commercial agent. Let me tell you the story. So when he came on the academy, he already, we'll go back to the 4 things, Lee, don't worry. When we came on the academy, he already owned 5 buy-to-lets. So he was comfortable with investing, but he'd never done a development. So he joins the academy, he goes through the development training, and something switches in his mind. He starts thinking bigger. So he sees this for sale for £312,000, that big commercial building. He's like, I'm going to buy that. Now, it already had planning permission for 15 apartments. However, he looked at the building and he's like, I could get more in here. We could build a bit on the side. We could do a bit more. So he applied for a brand new planning application for 21 apartments and a commercial building. Of course, the council said no, right? Because they don't like giving planning permission if they can help it. But he understands the planning game. So he pressed them. He went through the process. Anyway, he ended up getting them to agree to it. So he's got this building now, 21 apartments and a commercial unit. Let me run you through the figures. So he bought it for 312. He needs to spend 550 grand doing the conversion. The end value was £1.7 million. 1.7 million. So he's got, by the time he's refinanced it, he's pulled all his money out and some. He's made a profit of over 800 grand. Banging deal, no money left in, loads of cash in the bank. And he's got the asset now that he owns, which is paying him 150 quid per studio apartment. It's 21 rooms. That's 13.5 grand a month. And his commercial unit. He's making like over 15 grand per month from one deal from an agent, just because he managed to push the planning up a little bit. So agents, great place to find deals like this. And then the final one, and this is the one I want to really focus on and show you guys today, is land finding software. So what do I mean by land finding software? Well, this is beautiful because this does two things at once. The first thing that it does is it is a great way of finding deals. But the other great thing about land finding software is it's amazing at assessing deals as well. So I'll often get people come to me and they'll find a development deal and they'll say, right, yeah, I found the deal. I've had a builder's quote. I've had an architect draw up plans. I'm in negotiations with the owner. I want to show you, see what you think. And I look at it and literally within 10 seconds of looking at it, I'm like, you'll never get planning permission on that. I thought, what do you mean? Well, I've put 6 months of work and effort and thousands of pounds getting drawings. And I'm like, nah, you'll never get it. How do I know that? How do I know within 1 minute of looking at their deal? And bear in mind, we've had builders look at it. We've had architects look at it. How do I know within 1 minute that they'll never get planning on it? What do you reckon, guys? Let me know in the chat. No road access? It could be there's no access, yeah. It could be on Greenbelt, it could be experience. Yeah, basically, I know there's a few key things, right, that you need to check. Only a few key things. You mentioned some of them right there. Listed buildings, Greenbelt, access. There's a few key things you need to check. And I know how to go and check it really quick because I've done it over and over and over and over again. So what I want to do right now is I want to show you the land finding software. I want to show you what those key things are. I want to show you how you can use it to find deals and how you can use it to assess deals as well. If you think that sounds good, if you're excited about that, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Brilliant. So before I show you the software, let me just very quickly explain to you how the planning system works. So here in the UK, we've got something called the National Planning Policy Framework. So this is kind of like the government's document for the whole of the country. And they're sort of saying, this is what we want. This is what we don't want. This is where you can build. This is where you can't build. There's some key principles in here I'm going to run through with you now that will kind of give you a good idea of whether or not you're going to get planning on it. Now, in reality, if you actually are looking to get planning, underneath the NPPF, you've got local plans. So each council will have its own local plan. And some neighborhoods will have a neighborhood plan, literally like a village might have a neighborhood plan. So the NPPF sits at the top, then you got your local plans, then you've got your neighborhood plans. And this is kind of how the planning system works. So I'm going to quickly run through with you some of the key planning policies that affect the whole of the country. The first is access, like someone mentioned, no road access. If you can't access the site, you're not going to get planning permission. Now, even if you can access it, like this one right here was a site that we looked at, there is road access, but it's not wide enough. So not only do you need access, you need nice wide access as well. Typically, 3.65 meters if there's 1 to 3 houses, 5.5 meters for 4 to 9, and 6.5 meters for more. So even though there's little access to the side, you can see there's like a caravan at the top right, and you can drive in there. I drove in there with my 4x4 when I arrived there. You wouldn't get planning because it's not wide enough. So when you're looking at sites, check, is there access? Another thing that you might come across is this. So site 1 right there, which is sort of marked in red, is a site that the person that owned it wanted to develop on. Now, do you think there is anything in there that would stop you from being able to get planning permission just by looking at the image? What do we think, guys? Yes, says Nicola. What are you thinking? Greenland, okay, says Scott. What do you think, Nicola? What's going to stop me from getting planning permission? Access, says Chris. Boundary fence, Greenland. All right, it actually is access, all right? If you look the bottom left, you see the road almost reaches it, but doesn't quite. Whoever developed the site above, what they've done is they've built the road in, but they've left it a tiny bit short, that little green triangle, right? That is called a ransom strip. So even if it looks like there's access, if they own the tiny bit of land between the road and your site, you won't get planning because you can't access it. The council might own the road, but they don't own the sliver. So when you're looking at sites, you need to be checking who owns the site next to me. Does the road reach up on the title deed? Can I actually get in there? If not, you do not have access. So that's the first one, access. Next is Greenbelt. Now, Greenbelt is not just farmland or greenland or countryside. Greenbelt is specifically protected land across the country, okay? Here's a map of all the green belts in England. Now, right now, you cannot build on Greenbelt pretty much at all. The only exception, this is something that Labour are introducing at the moment, the only exception is parts of Greenbelt will become something called grey belt, okay? So grey belt is Greenbelt land that's already been developed and is now classed as scrap land. So for example, let's say on a Greenbelt piece of land, it's all Greenbelt, and there's a petrol station. And the petrol station is now abandoned. It's just sitting there, old petrol station, it's been built on, it's contaminated land, it's closed down. They would say, right, that, yeah, it's technically on Greenbelt, but it's already been built on, it's already been used, it's not really Greenbelt, even though it is. We'll call that grey belt, bit grey. So you can get planning permission to develop that site. James says what I was saying above. Exactly that, James. Yeah, so it's grey belt. This is coming in under the Labour government to open up parts of Greenbelt if it's already been developed on. If you're looking at Greenbelt and it's not being developed on, it's Greenbelt, it's just a piece of land, you're not going to get planning permission. Next, conservation area. So a conservation area is an area of special architectural or historical interest that they want to keep as it is. So if you're looking to build new properties on land that's conservation area, it's quite difficult. You might be able to do it, but it's going to be tricky. It's going to take a lot more time, effort. It's going to count against you. So I would probably not look to do new builds personally in a conservation area. Flood zones. This is an area that is liable to flood. If it's a flood zone 1, you're okay. Lots of places are flood zone 1. It's actually not very likely it's going to flood. 2 or 3, it's going to be a pain in the ass. And the government, the councils, they're just going to go, well, why would you build there? Why would you put houses somewhere that's going to flood? Right? So you have to spend loads of money fixing it first, which can kill the development. So flood zones, 2 or 3, I tend to avoid. Listed buildings are a nightmare. They're buildings that are being specially protected. If it's a listed building, I'd probably I'd even avoid a building nearby. There's a couple of other things as well, but let me jump straight into the software. These are the main key things I am looking for. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump onto Google and I'm going to search planning data for England. Brilliant. All right. Now, I'm just going to pull this out. There we go. Just so I can still see your comments Perfect. All right, here we go. So planning data map. So what I can do, this is brilliant, right? So you've got here a map of England. Now check this out. Can everyone see my map of England, by the way? All right, brilliant. So down here on the side, we've got data layers. So for example, if I want to look at conservation area, I can click on it and it will highlight all the conservation areas in England. How cool is that? Flood risk zone, all the flood risk zone areas. Green belt, all the green belt. Basically every listed buildings, all the listed buildings. There's a lot. Basically everything you want to do. Now from this angle, you're miles zoomed out. It looks crazy. Where this becomes really useful is where you zoom in on a particular area. So if I, for example, go into Beaconsfield, where I live, come out a little bit, boom. All right, so this is Beaconsfield now. So if I'm looking to do a development in Beaconsfield, I'm like, well, first of all, before I start looking for deals, is Beaconsfield in Greenbelt? Aha. It isn't, but everywhere around it is. Okay, so I wouldn't be able to look at sites here, for example. What about conservation area? Okay, so these bits are conservation area. What about flood risk? Okay, no, there's no flood risk. There's some here by the Thames, but nothing in Beaconsfield. What about listed buildings? Boom, there they are. What about, and there's other stuff on there that I didn't even mention. So for example, like national parks, which has got different rules. You've got historic parks and gardens. Boom, you wouldn't be able to get planning permission there. It's a historic park. It's a garden, right? So there's loads of really cool stuff. Trees, another big one, right? Trees or tree preservation zones. These are trees that are sort of protected, so it makes it more difficult. So what you can then do, let's say, I'll give an example. Let me jump on Google Maps. So let's say you were driving around and you were in Beaconsfield. Let's go here. Boom. All right. So I'm driving around Beaconsfield, right? And what do I see? I see, oh, look at this. This used to be a NatWest Bank. Boom. Now you can see by the way. Ah, there you go. There's NatWest. Now it's not. Time travel, just in seconds. Now it's NatWest again. Depends on when the photo was taken. But this used to be a NatWest Bank. Now it isn't, right? So this, I could convert this into flats. And I don't need planning permission. I can do that under permitted development if it's not in a conservation area. So let's say I see this. I'm like, right, I need to check if this is in a conservation area. So we'll jump in on my map and we'll see. So there it is right there. Boom. So it's not a conservation area. It's not got any trees. It's not a historic park. It's not on Greenbelt. It's not got a listed building next door. I can tick all the boxes and then boom, I know in seconds, right? Boom, there it is, right? So now I know in seconds it's not got any of these things that are going to ruin the deal. So I know I'm good to go, right? When I turn the tabs on, fantastic. So you can use it to check deals really easily, which is beautiful. I love it. The other thing that you can do is you can use it to find potential deals as well. So for example, right, look at this. Look at how big this plot is. So that is a house there. They've obviously got a garage or something. Let me ask you a question. Do you think this building here could house another house on there? We could split that up into two. Look, I mean, this piece of land is probably the size of these three pieces of land, right? You could easily put another house, maybe even another one as well. This one's the same. Look at this one. That could easily have another house next door, right? So you can look around, scroll around on this. Here's another one. There's plenty of space there. Just going around now. And this is happening like all the time. Look at this one here. Right, this is their back garden. So you couldn't build the house on this spot, but you could build it here, make the back garden. There's another one. This is happening all the time. Let me give you an actual example. So if I go back onto here, Woodlands. All right. So let me show you this. I'm going to go back to so this was 2010, right? So if I take you down this street here, you'll see something. These are all nice houses, right? Nice house, nice house, nice house. It's quite a nice street. Nice houses. Nice house. The only one that's not that nice is this one, right? If you look around, like these are all really nice, like decent houses. This one, meh. No offense if you live in this house. Oh, sorry. Can you see now? You can see now, yeah, I've just changed. All right, cool. So I'm just showing you, I'm just going down this street here, right? So you've got all these houses. These are all like nice houses, nice house. Like, look at this, nice house. They're all like, it's a nice street, right? In a nice area. The only one that's not that great is this one, right? It's like, not so good, all right? So what happened? Someone actually bought this house for £1 million. Although it's not that nice a house, because it's an expensive area, it's still worth £1 million, right? So they bought it for £1 million. What they then did was they knocked it down. So now I've gone to 2022, knocked it down. And then what they did was they built 2 houses in its space. So they took the worst house on the street. They bought it, they knocked it down, and they built 2 houses in its place. Now, they bought it for £1 million. How much do you think those houses, one of them sold, one of them still for sale, how much do you reckon those houses sold for? Let me know in the chat. What do we reckon? $1 million each. 4 million for both. Well, let's have a look. Here it is, 11A Woodlands, 1.7 million per one. So one of them sold for 1.7, the other one's still for sale. So that's like 3.4 million. So they bought it for $1 million. They're quite big, 5-bedroom houses. I know they don't look very big because the road is just all big houses, right? But they're 5-bed houses. Is there a floor plan? Not sure. But they're nice. EPCB, 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 reception rooms, solar panels, CCV. I'm assuming that means CCTV. Large south-facing rear window, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. So, yeah, they're nice houses. But whoever bought this, bought it for $1 million because it's not my deal. But I'd imagine it probably cost them about $1 million to build. Probably bought it for $1 million, spent $1 million building it. Now it's worth 3.4. Great deal. All right. Great deal. Love it. And this is happening all the time. All the time. If you drive around Beaconsfield, and by the way, there's loads of different types of development. This is just where I happen to be. People are doing this all the time. Part of the skill is understanding how to get planning, would you plan? And I mean, this map is a big part of it. Now, one of our students, he bought a site. He managed to get planning over the line. I want to play a little video now showing you guys what he did, how it works, because it kind of really brings it to life so that you can see exactly how it works. So, Leah, if you
welcome to Winners on a Wednesday. And in this episode, the topic is going to be planning permission. How do you buy land, get planning permission to build and make hundreds of thousands of pounds? It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what your experience is. If you can learn what to do and get around people doing this, you can start profiting from property development. So in this episode, we're going to be walking through one of Malik's projects. Now, Malik is an Academy member. He's an absolutely amazing, down-to-earth dude, but he's making hundreds of thousands of pounds through property development. And in this episode, you're going to see exactly how he's doing it.
Hi, my name's Malik and I'm from Cambridge. I bought this land for 220,000 and I built this house for 140,000 and now it's been valued at 520,000, making me a sweet profit of 160,000 pounds. Watch this video to see exactly how I did it. So initially, I grew up sort of round the corner, about 10 minutes away. I often travel up and down this road, so I saw the house opposite, which was built on the land from the house in front. So I thought, hang on a minute, this is a piece of land here. Potentially, you could get planning here and go again, replicate what they've done there.
Here's the thing, he lives in Cambridge. I know so many people saying, oh, there's no deals in my area. I live in Cambridge, there's no deals. What he did that's smart is he's looking, well, hang on, are there other people making money? Are there other developers in Cambridge? Yes, of course there are. So he's seeing what other people are doing and he's thinking, well, I can do the same thing too.
Come on in. So over here, this is the property that I originally acquired the land from, and where I got the idea from is if you come over here, this house here is dead opposite, and I thought this was just a garden space, so I thought, I believe I can get planning for this, so went through the planning process and approached the woman who lives here. I'm always on the lookout for potential plots of land, or maybe I can get planning, oh, maybe you can squeeze this in here. Land was 220 grand, build itself was around 140, so it's about 360 for everything. Planning process, to be honest, it was refused. It was refused twice. It took so long because the planners weren't happy, the council wasn't happy that this house would be bigger than the original house, and you've got to stick to certain rules and guidelines with different properties in different areas. To get the council happy, we had to scale back a bit and reduce the size of the property to a 2-bed rather than a 3-bed. And it got passed.
Interesting that the council said no to a 3-bed house, no to a 3-bed, no to a 4-bed. They wanted a 2-bed house. And the reason is because you need to find out what are the local plans within that particular council. We're a massive shortage of houses across the UK generally, but every council have got different targets. If you can find out from the local plans and from planning consultants what their targets are, what houses they're short on, and then offer to build those houses, it's very difficult for them to then say no.
This is my second ground up development. I've done one before, which is another ground up one. That was a slightly bigger house, that was a 3-bed. That one I actually sold, and this is my latest project. I've also done some renovation projects as well. So I've got a plumbing and heating company, an electrical company. So I've used the finances from these projects, my companies to, saved over the years and just, kept saving as I went along. Literally.
Where Malik's really smart is he's got his plumbing and heating business, and I'll even tell him, don't stop that. That's your fast pound. You're not a plumber, you've got a plumbing business. That's producing cash flow, and then he's now strategically putting that cash flow into property development and making 6 figures every time he does a development, bang, on the side. So he's got his fast pound, he's got his slow pound. There's a lot of people I meet who are like plumbers. They don't have a plumbing company. They're plumbers, they're builders, they're tradespeople, getting a bad back, making 50, 60, 70,000 pounds a year. It doesn't make sense. You could just tweak what you're doing, and instead of working really, really hard, work a bit smarter and make 10 times the salary.
So this garden we've completely redone. It's going to be a shed having that far corner to make sure it meets with the planning rules. And then just landscaped it, and then we put some nice tiles here. Over in here, we've got this kitchen going on. Fridge, freezer here, washing machine, integrated dishwasher, and then we've tucked away the boiler, boxed it in, so it's all concealed. And this kitchen was around £8,000. So here I went for compact laminate, which is a nice, fresh, clean look. I went for induction hob, quite a modern thing now, rather than go for gas because it's easy to clean and stuff like that and to maintain. I'm someone who just loves to be on site, and I just love to be involved with all aspects of it. I mean, of course I don't do plaster and stuff like that. We get subcontractors in. But I mean, the stuff I can do, I'll definitely put in and just put the hours in just to save on costs as well, and just to push the project along and manage it as best I can. Electrical, plumbing, I mean, these sort of things we try to keep in-house, of course. But even groundworks, I've been stuck in digging trenches, and this is what I love to do. I mean, literally from digging the trenches to putting in the light bulbs, you've done a good job here.
The thing is, Malik can do it. So when he does the building work and when he's there smashing down the walls and getting involved, he's doing it because he can, not because he has to. And when you're working on your own projects, it's so much more exciting than when you're getting paid to work on someone else's projects.
Come check out the downstairs WC. In here, I went for nice and bright, so that's why I've gone for the white tiles. It's actually white matte on the floor, and then on the walls is actually gloss. Downstairs bathroom was all done with the planning. So this property is an M42, which is semi-disabled access, has to have downstairs toilet, sockets have to be a certain height to make sure the planners are happy. If a disabled person was to move in here, it has to be compatible. Now, what's interesting is if you want to be a pilot, you need to go to pilot school to learn how to fly. If you want to be a basketball player, you get a coach. And in the same way, what Malik did really smart was he didn't just attempt to become a developer and make loads of money completely off his own back. He used his existing skills, but he also joined the academy. He came to the property training programs with myself, got the training, got the support, and that's how now he's able to scale up. So I went to the academy, I think it's one of the deal selling academies. The people around me, you know, all striving for the same thing, you know, like-minded people around. So I like this energy, and that's one of the main reasons I joined the academy as well. People say, you know, your network is your net worth, so it's definitely important to find like-minded people. When I went to the academy, I met people who were like-minded like myself and wanted to strive. As Malik mentioned, it's not just about training, mentoring, it's also being in the environment. Your network really is your net worth. Who you're around is who you'll become, and your environment is so important. If you've got 5, 6 close friends and they're all making 100 grand every time they do a deal, doing multiple deals, you're gonna be peer pressured into success, and that's the kind of environment that you need. In here, this is the bathroom. Basic, gonna fit some mirrors up here. Went a little bit over the top of the TV here. Yeah, I've got a TV in the bath here. It's waterproof, so don't worry. And thought process behind it, because if we make it Airbnb, just a nice touch, and people might go, oh, nice, TV in the bathroom. Just might push me a bit further up in the trees and the picking. I love this guy, man. Thinking outside the box, trying to do quirky things. He's absolutely right. If you're looking at Airbnb properties, which property are you gonna stay at? The one that's got a TV in the shower or the one that doesn't? I love it. This is the smaller bedroom of the two. This is fitted wardrobes here. And then behind you, we've gone for the vertical anthracite blue radiators. Make sure we can meet the BTUs and the heat output over here. Nice big windows, lets lots of lights in. So with this property, I wanted to be super compliant. So the actual EPC is a B, which is high. I think the street average here might be around a D or an E. What I would say to a young person getting into property would be to definitely have a goal, stay focused, and there's always going to be ups and downs in what you're doing. Always think of the long-term strategy and goal, and to keep doing it. You know, dedication is the most important thing that I could recommend. He's so right. Most people just say, I want to be rich, I want to be a developer. Like, okay, well, what are you actually doing? Oh, well, I just really, what are you doing? Where's the dedication? Where's the goal? I'm trying. Come on, wake up. Here's the master bedroom, slightly bigger. Again, I've gone for high ceilings in here, so it feels super spacious, and massive windows here, which lets lots of light through, which is really nice, brightens the place up. So Cambridge is a mainly university city, so if I choose to make it into an Airbnb, it's quite a high demand in this area. This particular location is close to town. Pop to town in 10 minute walks at the max. It's got lots of local amenities, so it's a really popular location. Definitely recommend the academy because you need to be around people who've got the same goal as you. So sometimes you have a rough idea sort of how things work, and then when you book a call with a mentor, they give you exactly how it does work, and you think, this is how certain people do certain things in different fields, in refinancing, using debt as leverage and going again. So in that terms of it, it's really good actually. Whilst you can make a lot of money in property, you can also lose a lot of money in property. And having the ability to speak to myself, my team, a mentor, someone in the business, and run things past them is absolutely valuable. Because I have the financial flexibility, I can either decide to sell this property or make it into an Airbnb. So I could get a management company in to manage it for 10 to 15%, or I could just sell the property for 520 and just make the profit and go again. So, or I can do a long-term rent, but the better option would be to make it into a Airbnb or to flip it to maximise the profit from this development.
A lot of people say, what happens if it doesn't work on Airbnb? What happens if this strategy doesn't work? Well, the thing is, what he's done really smart is he's got exit strategies. He's going to try it on Airbnb, try and make a killing every single month, but if it doesn't work, he can sell it and make his £160,000 profit. Catching on to the next. He's got multiple different options that you can do, but either way, he knows he's going to win. It's really important you have exit strategies when you're doing property development.
So the plan now would be to potentially, because I finance this with all my own money, so the plan now to get a mortgage on it, pull my money out, and then go again and buy another bit of land or do another project.
Please do me a massive favour and drop some love in the comments for Malik. He's a hard-working guy. He's putting himself out there. He's sharing with the world how he's doing it so that you can do the same thing too.
All right, awesome stuff. So, yeah, hope you guys found that useful. It's quite interesting seeing it in real life, isn't it? Now, the thing I wanted to talk about, even probably more exciting than knowing what you're going to do for planning permission, is there's quite a lot of stuff you can do without even getting planning permission in the first place. I want to talk a little bit about that and some of the stuff that you can do under permitted development. So permitted development is where the government have said there's certain things that we will grant planning for you before it's even happened. So they'll say, for example, you can turn commercial buildings into residential without needing planning permission. If you buy a commercial building, boom, you can turn it into residential under permitted development. Let me give you an example of this in action. So one of our academy students called Stacey bought this. Let me just jump through. Here you go. So this is Stacey. So here's Stacey. She's outside, as you can see, a commercial building. This is one that she bought. Now, this shop, which is the one in the middle, it was 3 stories. So it was a shop, it had offices above, and it had a basement below. And before Stacey bought it, it was actually a grass shop. But I know what you're thinking. Not that sort of grass, okay? Yeah, it sold artificial grass like AstroTurf, right? Although, here's the funny thing. It actually did sell that sort of grass. So they were growing weed in the basement, and then their cover company was a grass shop, artificial grass. It's a drug dealer with a sense of humor. Anyway, I know, true story. So the police found out about it, shut it down. So the shop's sitting there, empty, sad, boarded up, on the market for 150 grand. Now, Stacey managed to agree to negotiate it down to 120. So she was buying 120 for the 3 stories. Now, what Stacey knew is she could convert the offices on the top story into an apartment. And she didn't need planning permission. It was all under permitted development. So let me run through the figures with you. So she bought it for 120. She spent 30 grand converting the offices into an apartment. Total money in was 150. She then got a new valuation on it, which is the next best thing to do, at 250 grand. So what does that mean? Well, that means she'll now get a mortgage on it at 250. She'll pull out all her money and some, okay? So she pulled out 175 grand, so 25 grand spare cash in the bank. So 25 grand in the bank, and she gets to keep the asset. And now it's paying her rent. She rented the weed-growing basement to a PT client who rented that offer for $750 a month. She rented the upper flat to students for $1,150 a month, and she kept the artificial grass shop for her own letting agency, effectively giving her free rent. How did she know she was going to get it? She did it under permitted development. That's how she added the value. So if you can see abandoned buildings like the bank I showed you guys earlier, abandoned office space, it's brilliant for permitted development. Let me give you another example. So this here was bought by one of our students, a guy called Tony. This is actually a Lloyd's bank. Now, at the moment, it's still a Lloyd's bank. He's renting it out as a Lloyd's bank to Lloyd's, who are paying him rent. It's a commercial building. His exit strategy, when Lloyd's eventually close it down, which they inevitably will, his exit strategy is to turn it into flats. So let me talk about the figures now. He bought it for 315. He's renting it to Lloyd's for 35 grand a month. His net cash flow profit after all his costs is 11 grand a year. So it's a good deal in its own right. Commercial property, good deal. His exit strategy is to turn it into flats. He won't need planning. It's not in a conservation area. It's not a listed building. Boom, he can just do it. And when he does that, it will make him well over £1 million in profit because the value will absolutely skyrocket. David said, I understood a mortgage was difficult to obtain when a commercial unit existed. Not at all. You get a commercial mortgage on it. You get a commercial mortgage. The rates are higher. You have to put a bigger deposit down. So it works a little bit differently, but in principle, it's very, very similar. So permitted development, if you understand permitted development, man, you can make a lot of money. Man, you can make a lot of money. So that's just a bit of a brief overview of how property development works, where you find the deals, how you check the deals, and how you get it through planning permission. So I hope you guys found that useful. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back for the break, we're going to do a Q&A all about property development. And then, so put your questions in for the Q&A. And then we're going to talk about structure, tax savings, all the good stuff. Exciting times. See you guys after the break.
Leeds. I'm a property developer, and right now I'm standing in the middle of my latest property development site. So you may remember on YouTube, I did a video last year and I said I've just bought a piece of land. The land cost me £330,000. That's how much this land cost. I said I was going to build 6 houses from scratch, and then the end value was going to be 1.35 million. I said it was going to cost me £500,000 to build the houses, and people were saying, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine there being 6 houses. And at the time I was saying there's going to be 3 here, there's going to be 3 here, and guess what? It's done. So we've got 3 houses right here. We've got 3 houses right here on this little piece of land. The value has come in by a chartered valuer at 1.35 million. They're all rented out now. They're renting for around about £725, £750 each. We're refinancing some, selling some. This was structured as a joint venture agreement, which I'll talk through with you shortly. I'll talk through the figures, how it was financed, exactly how much profit I've made. And whenever you do development, you always need a little bit of faith because you need to be able to see it first and then make it happen. So when this was just a piece of land, I remember saying there's going to be 3 houses here, there's going to be 3 houses here. And even people in the comments were like, I can't see there's enough space for 6 houses. I can't imagine you're going to be able to do it that quick. I can't imagine it's only going to cost £500,000. Well, you don't have to imagine because right now you can see it. Okay, so this is the show home. And you've always got to have a show home, but to be honest, the way that the tenants have done the houses up in every house doesn't look massively different to the show home. So really, really nice. These ones are a little bit bigger. So these properties, the rent is a little bit higher. So these are being rented out for $750. Those back ones are being rented out for $725, which is great. Really, really nice. Just so cute and livable. Let's have a little look upstairs. You can tell a stud wall. I mean, these houses are so cheap to build. Considering we built 6 houses for 500 grand and they're nice, they're modern, they're brand new, good location. Personally, with these types of new builds, I think it's smarter to sell them quickly while they're brand new. Because here's the thing, okay, when you've just built a brand new house, it's shiny, it's new, you can sell it at a premium. Also with the Help to Buy scheme, people are paying a lot for new builds. Refinancing them is an okay option, but for me that was always an exit strategy if they wouldn't sell. And as it happens, they are selling. Like people are queuing up to buy them, to rent them. But refinancing them, what could happen is you could refinance, pull your money out, get it valued really high, which is perfect. But then after a few years, when they lose that shiny, new feeling, they drop a little bit of value. So that's why I've chosen, out of the 6 houses, the profit, I'm getting the profit of 4 of them, and then my joint venture partner's getting the profit of 2 of them. For my 4, I've chosen, I'm selling them. I want to sell them, get my money, put it into a new project, put it into another development site. Whereas my joint venture partner, he's chosen to refinance. That's what it's looking like he's going to do. Totally fair enough, get some passive income, but he's going to be left with 2 houses. He didn't put a penny into this. So it just shows that with development, the pie is big enough for there to be different parties, different people making money. As it happens, I was the financer behind this whole estate. I've got £1 million of my money into this, over £1 million of my own money into this deal right now. And sometimes people say, Sam, you're really a millionaire? This estate Just this estate alone, I've got over £1 million profit cash. No mortgage. I didn't get bridging finance for this deal. I didn't borrow money. This was all my own money. And there's over £1 million equity in here. And you won't find it at Company's House because it's all done in my joint venture party's company, in his name, but I'm just taking the majority of the profit. So it works for me. And pretty much every deal that I do is a joint venture. Sometimes I'll put the money in, sometimes someone else will put the money in, but joint ventures are a really, really good way to grow your development company to grow fast. So this has worked out super well. So the show home is actually the only property that's not occupied. All of the others are tenanted. The tenants have all given me permission to go in and film. This one's tenanted, this one's tenanted. I'll go and have a quick look to show you what show the comparable. Garden. So why did I do this as a joint venture partnership? Why did I not just, why don't I just do all my own things myself? And the answer is, I do things myself sometimes, but I have so many people coming to me with opportunities, with development opportunities, with sites. So the guy that came to me with this opportunity was like, Samuel, I've got a piece of land, I've found it, I'd love to build on it, I haven't got the money. Do you want to put the money in and we can do it as a joint venture? And we negotiated something. £180,000 in about 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
Putting in no money.
Absolutely.
You're not even doing the work.
No.
You're just overseeing the work.
That's it.
I'm gonna make, how much will I make? Like about 300,000?
320.
I'll make about 320,000. I'm putting the money in, but I'm not putting any time in. Why say, no, I don't want to pay you a percentage of the profits. I'll find my own deal. It might take me 6 months to find another deal. This is ready, it's here, it's good. I know that my partner is local, he can keep an eye on it. For me, it's passive. I haven't got to manage the builders, find the builders, keep coming overseeing anything. It's win-win. And every joint venture is different, but if you can find deals like this, I'm interested in joint venturing with you. If you can fund deals like this, sometimes I'll be finding too many deals, I can't fund them all at once. So that's the power and the beauty of joint venture agreements. There was a lot of people last year when I announced this piece of land. I haven't been talking about this deal too much because when I first announced it, people were saying, there's no way you're gonna do that. You're gonna build those houses so fast. Coronavirus and that you won't get sick. What about this? What about that? There's no way it's gonna value up. This won't work, that won't work. And I just thought, actually, you know what? I've got a really good team and we've structured the deal well. I did my due diligence before coming on the deal and I thought, well, let's just wait. We'll wait and see what happens. And now, it's all finished. The GDV is 1.35 million. 4 of the houses we've got buyers for. 2 of them are going to be refinanced. They're all tenanted and the tenants are really happy. The land was bought for 330. The cost of building everything was £500,000. That's 830 grand all in. Now 1.35 million is the value. That's around about £500,000, £500,000 of uplift of profit in the deal. So I think it's been an incredible deal and I'm looking forward to the next one and I'll be documenting it. Hey, how you doing? How much you pay? 750. No,
745, sorry.
745. 745. 725. 725. I'm upset now. I thought it was 750.
No, that one's there.
Those ones are 750, these ones are 725. There we have it. This place looks fabulous. We'll see you soon. Oh, you're very welcome. And it's great to see that the tenants are really happy. Like she was like, thank you, we love it here. I mean, that's really what this is about. Sometimes people say greedy landlords, but actually there's a massive shortage of houses. So to build a house, you're not taking away from any first-time buyers. You're building a house, providing a beautiful home, then renting it or selling it to a first-time buyer. So I actually feel, as a property investor, as a property developer, not only are we making profit, I'll talk about the money, but also we're actually helping the country, we're helping the economy. Let's have a look at this next house. Hello, hi.
Hello, sir.
How you doing? Lounge, 2 bedrooms upstairs, kitchen, nice little TV, little back garden. Very cute. Good area, good demand. It's a good area, right?
It is near a hospital. It's a very good area.
All right, so upstairs, this little piece of land, it wasn't massive. So these houses, they're not really big, but hey, they're nice. It reminds me of my first house. Back bedroom, little garden, front bedroom. There's something about new builds. New builds just have a great feel. And people want to move into new builds. They want to buy them, they want to rent them. So end terrace, 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 and the value of each house is £225,000, and it's right next to the Lincoln Hospital, so it's a real prime spot. When you're buying a piece of land, it's important to be able to say, once they're built, how rentable are these going to be? How saleable are these going to be? And it's proven that they're all very rentable and saleable. There's an overpopulation of people, a shortage of housing. It just feels so satisfying as a property developer to make money doing what you love, but also helping people, providing homes. Fantastic feeling. If you want to do deals like this, okay, you got to get the knowledge first. Because you can get all the money, you can save, but if you haven't got the knowledge, how are you going to be able to add value? There's so much that can go wrong, but won't if you have the knowledge, or if you're joint venturing with people that have the knowledge. So funny, because people say, Samuel Leeds sells people dreams. Sells people dreams that they can, be a property investor or a developer starting with no money. And I believe that. If you've got the knowledge to find deals, if you've got the skill to negotiate, but you've not got any money, guess what? You can build houses like this. Because my joint venture partner, Trevor, he approached me with this piece of land. He didn't have the money at the time to buy. So we set up a joint venture on this. We have. How much money are you putting into this deal?
Nothing.
Nothing. I'm putting the money in. How much profit are you hoping to make from this deal within the 9 months period?
About £500,000.
He didn't have the money at the time to build, but just because he had the knowledge and the skill to find the land, and he had the contact with the builders, I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll put the money in. I put £830,000, my own hard cash, boom, into this entire estate. I funded 100%. Trevor didn't put any money in at all. Smart man, good for Trevor. And he's taken about a third of the profit as a result. So he's made 6 figures just over the last year in this estate, and he didn't even do the work himself. He wasn't the project manager, he wasn't a builder, he just found the land, put the builders together, and presented the opportunity. So for me, yes, in this case, this wasn't a no money down deal for me. In this case, I paid for this whole thing. This entire estate was paid for by me, but if I didn't have the money, okay, if I had no money, all I'd do is I'd find development opportunities like this, get someone else to put the money in. In fact, that's what I often do. When I started out for the first 5-6 years, all my deals were no money down deals. So if you're thinking, I haven't got enough money to do it, you don't need the money, what you need is the skill. And this development is testament to that. And if you've got the skill, that's what I do. I train people up, train people how to find deals. I write the checks. Samuel sells people dreams. I write the checks. And to all those neckheads that said, I couldn't build 6 houses, it would take too long, and what about coronavirus? The GDV will never be 1.35 million. Samuel's over-egging the figures. Guess what? It's worth 1.35 million. We've had it valued by an independent chartered valuer. We've had it valued by an estate agent. We've got people queuing up to buy. I've had 4 offers, around about £200,000, which is a little bit below market value, but you know what? I want my cash back now fast. See, Trevor, my joint venture partner, he's getting the profit from the 6 houses. He put no money in. He's getting the profit, basically, from 2 of the houses. I'm getting the profit from 4 of the houses, and then I'm getting all of my money back that I initially put in. That's pretty much how we've structured it. And with my 4 houses, I don't want to refinance them, because I know, and listen, I'm an optimist, but I have a feeling this is what normally happens with new builds. I'm just going to say it as it is. I have a feeling they're going to dip. They're going to drop in value. So I don't want to refinance and hold on to them and have them drop in value. The rent's $725, $750. That doesn't excite me. I want to sell them, make my profit. If I sell my 4, even if I sell them below market value, I'll still get over £1 million right now in my bank from this deal. You got to visualize everything. I remember saying we're going to flatten this curb. We're going to put electric car chargers on the outside of the house. Boom, there they are. It's all done.
Hey guys, Amanda Leeds here. We're back in Doncaster and I'm going to be showing you the final result of the house that I've been working on. Let's have a look. So here we are in the living room. It was the living room before, so it's just been freshly redecorated. And the new addition to this room is the smoke alarm, which is linked to the smoke alarm system for the house because it's going to be a HMO. So now looking out into the garden, we've got a separate garden area to the new space that's been created just for car parking. We could probably fit 3 cars comfortably on that drive. So I think that'll be a good selling point for this house because there isn't any on-road parking at the front. So this property, when I bought it, it was just a normal 3-bedroomed house. I've now turned it into a 4-bedroom HMO, and it's just in time before Doncaster becomes an Article 4 area. So now we just need to make sure that we get those tenants in so that we have that right to have it as a 4-bedroom HMO forever, even after Article 4 comes in.
Welcome back, guys. Hope you're all good. We've got Tatiana joining us, and I think we've got some really good questions in the chat. Let's go for it, T. What's the first question?
Welcome back. I was going to say, what a great session, that last session, a real life case studies. And I'm actually particularly excited about this session because you, Simon, you are very experienced property developer. And most of your answers always, if not all of your answers, are based on real life experience. So I'm super excited to get on with the questions. Right, so the first question, let's go through them. Is there a SIC code for doing commercial property?
There is indeed. So you've got 2 choices. The first one is 68100, which is buying and selling of real estate. So you can use that one if you're going to sell the property at the end. Or you've got 68209, which is operating of owned or leased real estate. So if you're going to rent it out at the end, 68209. If you don't know what you're going to do, good news is you can put both on there.
Yes, you can have actually up to 4 SIC codes for one company. Next question. What if you can't get a mortgage for the higher value? How does it work? I think maybe the question is when on refinancing, at the refinancing stage, what if you can't get a mortgage against the GDV, gross development value, and value of the property? Well,
yeah, it's a great question.
What would be scenarios though where you wouldn't be able to remortgage?
Well, if you've got your numbers wrong, but let's assume, typically when we're doing commercial to residential development, we're going to use some sort of finance, okay? For example, bridging finance, development finance. Now, they'll only lend to you after you get a valuation. So a RICS valuation is done before we take the development on. You can also speak to local estate agents, find out how much they think your property is going to be worth at the end. And it's all part of that due diligence that we need to do before we take a development on of that size.
Great answer. Thank you for that. Do you need a separate company for this? I see Ethan is asking, do you need a separate company for a BRR project? Is that the question? Do you need a separate company, Simon, for if you do several projects? So you, or several businesses, you've got deal sourcing, you've got maybe rent to rent, and now you want to go into development, you want to do a BRR project. Do you need a separate company for this?
It's advisable to do that because the purpose of a limited company, guys, is to limit your liability. Okay. So if we've got deal sourcing over here, service-based business, we want our assets in a separate company so we can protect the asset. Now, how you structure it, you might have a buy, refurbish, refinance company that you operate houses under. And what we've done is we've actually took a private loan for development. Now, in order to protect ourselves, we've actually put that into a separate limited company so that the liability is just against that one property.
Thank you very much for that answer. Can a first timer get a commercial mortgage? And keep putting your questions, guys, in the chat. We try to get through as many as we can. Can a first timer, I assume the question is, a first time buyer get a commercial mortgage?
You should be able to get a commercial mortgage. Obviously, it depends on your personal circumstances and what you're buying. I mean, it depends as well. Are we just talking about a commercial mortgage? Maybe you get a mortgage on a hairdresser's and you rent the hairdressers out. That would be much easier than trying to get bridging finance, for example, as a first time with no experience to maybe develop 10 flats. So I would always recommend speak to a mortgage broker and understand what you can get first.
Great answer. What is the SIC code? We already answered that question. The SIC code for doing commercial property.
Yep, 68100 if you're flipping, 68209 if you're renting it out afterwards, but you can use both.
Okay. Next question. Let's go live with this one. When you want to do commercial to residential conversion development, do you need a company, and should this be separate to BRR company, or should you buy something like a commercial to residential conversion in a SaaS pension fund? I think maybe we'll split this. I mean, the first part of the question is definitely a BRR question. Second part is more on pensions, which I believe we will be talking about at some point today. So do you want to take the first part?
Yeah, so as we just discussed, you can do it in a separate company, or you could do it in your BRR company. But essentially what we want is your assets protected within one company. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so we don't want any trading business, service-based business going on in that company. We want to protect our assets.
I would only add there, sorry, Simon, I would only add there also, like you kind of mentioned it earlier, if you have different JV partners, you may also want to consider different companies for different JV, different investors. If you only got one investor, you can put several projects in the same company if it's with the same investor.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the pensions, we are going to come on to that, guys, but you can only hold commercial property within your pension. So if you convert it to residential, there's implications for that, but we'll discuss that this afternoon.
Okay, this is a quick one. What does GDV stand for? Gross development value. That's the end value of the property post refurb. So the end value, then we've got GDC, which is gross development costs. And of course, then we can kind of calculate backwards and calculate what you should be offering on the property. Do you want to just maybe summarize this, the process of establishing GDV first and then calculate 0.75%? How do we get then to the number which we should be offering on the property?
Yeah, so for development, we want to work out our end value. What's that development going to be worth at the end? Now, we also want to make sure that we make enough profit. So the first thing that we do is we take our 25% profit off. Yeah. Then we've got our GDV minus our profit, 25%. Now, next figure is our gross development cost. How much is it going to cost to build that site, to build our development? And that's going to leave you guys with the amount you can pay for the purchase price to make 25% profit.
Great, thank you so much for that. That's really, really helpful. Can you add the SIC code after you have set up the company with other codes? Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You can change the SIC code. Once you've already set up company with a different SIC code, you can add up to 4 SIC codes. And the way you change any information on your company, including SIC code, you need to file a confirmation statement. And when you file a new confirmation statement, there will be an option there to add or amend your SIC code. Finish answering. Can I remortgage on a residential property before fixed repayment? I think the question is before my fixed term ends, can I remortgage a residential property?
Sorry, guys. So, residential property, okay? Let's assume that you've got a mortgage on it. The mortgage is still running. You're still within your fixed period of time. Now, you could remortgage it, but you're probably going to have early repayment charges. What might be a better option is to take an additional loan out against the property with the same mortgage company and have an additional loan. So your mortgage would be running and you take a further advancement is what they call it. So you borrow more against your asset with the same company. That would be a better way of doing it because you don't get hit with the early repayment charges.
Great, thank you for that. Right, next one. Let's see if we can answer a few more questions. If I want to do up a property which is owned, that Rob is asking, is do I are there any tax reliefs I can claim?
Okay, I mean, you don't need to keep copy of the receipts. The purpose of us keeping copy of the receipts for a company is to do annual. Now, your annual accounts won't be applicable because they're in your personal name. So, you know, it's slightly different in your personal name. We're going to talk about tax in a lot of detail this afternoon. So we'll save that one for them.
Okay. Is it true you can get down payments for as little as 10% as a first-time buyer? If so, are we able to rent the property out afterwards? Christian James, not quite sure because the first-time buyer is mentioned. Normally, first-time buyer relief relates to stamp duty land tax, SDLT. Here you're mentioning down payment as in
a
deposit. So not quite sure. Maybe you want to book a mentoring call with Simon afterwards. Unless, Simon, you have maybe some idea of what Christian James meant.
Of course, yeah. So you could buy your residential property with a 10% deposit as your mortgage, okay? Now, if you decided to move on in the future, you could get consent from your mortgage lender to rent that property out.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, guys, thank you so much for jumping on. Really appreciate you. It's amazing. Okay, so we're now going to jump into the next session, which is all about tax and structure. So if you're excited about earning a lot of money through property and paying, in many cases, 0 in tax, put a 0 in the chat right now for me. Put a 0 in the chat. Perfect. Good stuff. All right. So let's jump straight in. So the first thing that I want to talk to you guys about is your salary. I want to talk about your salary if you're an employee. And when we talked about multiple income streams yesterday, I think a lot of you said that you were employees. So I want to talk about your salary if you're an employee versus your salary if you are a business owner. Now, if you're an employee and you're not earning a very big salary, you're earning, I don't know,
£20,000, £30,000 a year, you know, you're not going to pay that much tax. It's not too bad. You're still going to pay tax. It's not going to be terrible. However, as soon as you start earning a lot of money, for example, 100 grand, in fact, anything above 100 grand as an employee, you start paying a lot of tax, effectively, because you start losing your tax-free allowance. So effectively, anything you earn from 100 to 125, you're actually taxed at 60%. So it goes crazy. But we're going to start with a 100 grand salary. So what I want to do, I want to compare £100,000 salary as an employee versus earning £100,000 as a business owner. And what are the tips, what are the hacks, what are the tricks that you can use as a business owner to limit your tax liability? Now, just to be clear, this is for any business. This could be for your deal sourcing business. This could be for your rent-to-rent business. This could be for an entertainment business. Any business owner that's got a business can use the stuff we're going to go through in this first session. And then what we're going to do, once we've looked at that, we're then going to look at what are the things specifically for property? What are the tax loopholes? What are the strategies that rich, wealthy people use to pay very little tax using property as the vehicle? So there, we're going to look at it sort of a two-pronged approach. First of all, your salary, your income, and then using property as a loophole. So what I thought I'd do, we'd pick up £100,000 salary and we'd look at an employee and we'd look at a business owner, put them side by side. Now, if you're an employee and you're getting £100,000 income, typically, how many expenses can you claim as genuine business expenses to reduce your 100 grand salary? And the answer is nothing. All right. If you're earning 100 grand salary, you're going to pay 100 grand. You can, well, not 100 grand, but you're going to pay tax on 100% of that salary. Okay. So expenses would be zero. How about if you are a business owner? Well, if you're a business owner, it's a completely different kettle of fish. There's actually loads of expenses that you can put through. And some of the expenses that you can put through are stuff that you would just be doing anyway, whether you owned a business or not. So let's talk about those first. First thing is working from home. If you're a business owner and you work from home, there's so many things that you can put through as genuine business expense. And bear in mind, you're living at home anyway. So it's just tax savings. Let me give an example. When I moved to Beaconsfield, the first place that I rented, because I have actually bought now. I now actually own where I live, but most of my investing life, I've rented where I lived. And the first place I rented was £5,000 a month rent. So I spoke to my accountant. I said, look, I'm spending £5,000 a month to rent this property. And he said, how many bedrooms is it? And I said, it's 3 bedrooms. He said, how many rooms downstairs? Not including bathrooms, things like that. And I said, well, it's 2 main rooms. We've got a big open plan living room, a kitchen, diner sort of thing. And then we've got another room. And he said, and where's your office? I said, I'm using this one for the office. So effectively, there are 5 rooms. One of them I was using for the office. And I was paying £5 grand in rent. So he said, well, because you're using one of the 5 rooms as your office, you can claim 1/5 of your rent as a tax deductible expense. So 1/5 is £1 grand a month. That's 12 grand a year I can claim as a tax deductible expense because I work from home. But that's just the rent. I can then claim 1/5 of the utilities. So let's assume that your utilities are £500 a month, which is your council tax, your gas, your electric, your water. I think £500 a month is very fair. Could easily be a lot more. That would be £1,200 a year that you could claim as a tax deductible expense. Now, if your figures are a bit less than this, let's say your bills only come to £400 a month, you just claim slightly less, but the principles are the same. You've then got your internet at home. You can claim all of it. Put it all through. I've put £40 a month. That's £480 a year. You've got a computer. I'm assuming you guys are using computers or laptops or iPads. You know, right now I'm on a computer. I'm using an iPad. If I want to share my screen, I'm using the iPad. I'm using this mic. All of this stuff is a tax deductible expense. Every time I buy tech, it goes through. It's £2,000 a year, roughly. It could easily be a lot more. So your mobile phone is another one, big expense. All right, my mobile phone, it goes through £600 a year. I actually spend more than that, okay? So all of this stuff that you're buying anyway, you can put through as a tax deductible expense. This is, by the way, if you're a sole trader or if you own a limited company, I would recommend setting up a limited company rather than doing it as a sole trader, but it's up to you. You can do both. Maybe have a chat with your accountant about that. But either way, you can claim these as business expenses. Now, this is where it gets really good. Have you ever noticed that rich people, wealthy people go on a lot of business trips? They don't go on a lot of holidays. They just go on a lot of business trips. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Oh yeah, I'm going to Dubai. I'm doing a little bit. Oh yeah, got a meeting out there in Dubai. Okay. I had a board meeting at the beginning of the year. Me, Samuel, we had a couple of our advisors, and we did our board meeting in France. So we had a meeting on the Friday, we had a meeting on the Monday. And that meant that the flights on the Friday morning, the flights back on the Monday evening, it was tax deductible. It means that my hotel while I was there is tax deductible. All my food while I was there is tax deductible. The whole trip basically is tax deductible. The only thing that wasn't tax deductible was I went skiing on the weekend. So on the Saturday and the Sunday I went skiing. I had to pay for the actual skiing part myself. But the vast majority of the trip was a tax deductible trip. I'm going out to LA. I'm going to meet a guy called Keith Razi, but he's invited me out for a networking thing. We've got this networking meeting and stuff. So it's business. So my flights out there, my hotel, my accommodation, it's tax deductible. Now, of course, number one, you need to keep the receipts. Yes, for anything like this, you want to keep the receipts to prove it. Number two, you can't take the mickey with it, right? You couldn't say, oh, I'm going for a board meeting with my entire family to Disneyland. For two, that doesn't make any sense. Why are you saying in Disneyland, right? So you can't absolutely take the mick. But if you're doing some genuine business and you're tying it in, like I went to Bath a few weeks ago, we did some viewings while we were there. The whole trip now goes through, all my accommodation, my food, etc. So don't go on holidays. Go on business trips. Go on business trips. We're doing some stuff with the Academy members. So we're going out to Dubai early next year. We're doing this thing for the Academy members, inviting Academy members out for a bit if they want to come. Now, anyone that does come and comes to see us and do a bit of networking and stuff with us, their whole trip can be tax deductible. So what I would probably suggest is maybe like come 2 or 3 days before and then 2 or 3 days afterwards, and then you'll be okay. So business trips, meals out, eating out is the same, especially if you work with your spouse. Like I work with my wife, we're on the podcast together. So we go for lots of business meals. We'll go, after an event, or, we'll go for a planning meeting, put it through. Don't put stuff like alcohol through, but if you're just going and eating and it's reasonable, that's the thing. If it's a reasonable business expense, you are sorted. So business meals, travel, I put down 12 grand. It could be a lot more than that. The podcast is called the Property Investors Podcast. Now, someone's asked about cars. I haven't included cars on here because cars are a bit tricky. You can put them through the business, but you get hit with a different type of tax called benefit in kind. The only way at the moment to put vehicles through and have it tax deductible is number one, if it's a genuine business vehicle. So, for example, if it is a van, and let's say you're doing BRRs and you've got a van, that'll be fine. Or if it's an electric vehicle, okay? Because electric vehicles are very, they're very tax efficient right now. I imagine that will get worse over time, but right now you can put it through. So I bought I didn't buy it, actually, I leased it, but I leased a Porsche Taycan for a few years, about 3 years, I think I had it for. And it's basically the whole thing can go through the business. It's pretty much no benefit in kind tax. It's really good because it's electric. I then changed my mind and decided to go for a Lotus, which I showed you the picture of earlier on, which is a V6 petrol engine. I have to pay for that myself. Yeah, it's not very tax efficient. So it depends on what you go for. I haven't included cars. The podcast is called the Property Investors Podcast. I host it every week with my wife. All right, next is training, like the Academy, for example, right? You buy the Academy or any training, property training, whatever it is, boom, that goes through. I put 11,995. I know you guys didn't get it a little bit cheaper, 11,800 or something, but 11,995, boom, it'll go all through. So 2 scenarios. One person's a deal sourcer earning 100 grand a year. The other is an employee earning 100 grand a year. Deal sourcer, by the end of the year, has got £40,000 worth of expenses. Employee has got 0. So what does that mean? Well, that means that the deal sourcer has only got to pay tax on the 59 grand, and the employee has got to pay tax on the 100. So that's the first thing. Any expenses that you can put through, put them in. All right. There's other things as well. You could get private health insurance. You could get. So have a chat to your accountant. What do I want to spend anyway? What am I spending anyway? What can I claim as a tax deductible expense? Boom, you put it through. So you don't get the money back per se. What happens is the business pays for it and tax on that money. That's how it works. Okay, so the business will pay for this stuff and you don't pay tax on it. So you might have noticed that underneath the business owner, I have put £12,570. Now, there are people on the call right now that know exactly why I've put £12,570. And there might be people that don't know. So let me know, guys, why have I put £12,570? Because that's my salary. Exactly. I think Samuel did a little video actually about this. And he asked me, he's like, what's your salary? I said 12.5 grand. He's like, yeah, exactly. That's our salary, right? Now, if you're an employee, your salary is 100 grand. So you're paying tax on the full 100. If you're a business owner, you'll pay yourself a salary of 12,570. Why? That is your tax-free allowance, okay? So basically, you'll pay 0 tax on your actual salary. The other beautiful thing that you can do, if you're a business owner, if you own a limited company, is you can put other members of your family on salary, the same salary. For example, you could put your partner. If you've got a husband or a wife or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, someone that you live with, you can give them a salary as well of £12,570. So all of a sudden, we've got 59 grand left here. 25 of it, almost half, we've paid out in tax-free salaries, which is amazing. Now, if you've got children that are aged 13 or above, you can put them on a salary, which is awesome, right? So, like, I've got 2 daughters. Annoyingly, they're aged 11 and 9. So I need a couple more years, 2 more years. I can whack them on a salary. So I could pay my daughter 12.5 grand. What does that mean? Well, that means that the money would go to her, but obviously I control her money right now. So one thing that I think would be very useful that I'm going to do is I could get her to budget, right? So I'd say, right, you get your salary, your 12.5 grand, but you now have to buy your own clothes. When we go out for a meal, you pay for yourself. Because I'm putting mine on the business, right? You're paying for yourself. You've got to buy your own trips. You've got to buy whatever. Some people do it where they pay their kids a salary and then they make their kids pay for the private school fees because that's not a tax deductible expense. So the kids pay for themselves to go to school. Now, you can pay your kids whatever you want. I've put on here 10 grand because you've got to be able to justify it. So you've actually got to give them jobs to do. Again, all of this stuff, you've got to be able to justify it. So do you have to have 100K for these benefits to kick in? No, you could do this straight away. If you're earning less than 100K, you really should, as a business owner, you really should not be paying any tax. You should be doing all this and paying 0 tax. If you're earning like, oh, I'm earning 60K, there's almost no excuse to pay tax as a business owner. So yeah, you've got to be able to prove it. So you might be able to get your kids to do your video editing. You get them to do your social media. You get them to respond to comments. You get them to make sales calls, respond to emails, whatever it is that you want to do. And you can pay anyone. You could pay, someone's asking about your brother, your mom, your dad. Just remember that the money is going to them. So, you know, you could go, I could pay my best friend. It's like, yeah, but now it's their money, not your money, right? All right, next, dividends. So once you've taken all the salary that you can, the next best way to take the money out is to take it as a dividend. Now, the low rate dividend tax percentage or whatever, the tax that they charge you on the low rate dividend, which basically is if you're earning less than 50 grand as a person, is 8.75%. So in this case, if we paid myself 12.5 grand, my wife 12.5 grand, my daughter 10 grand, that leaves 24 grand to take as dividends. So if I took 24 grand as dividends, I'd pay about 2 grand in tax, which is just crazy. Now, if you want to avoid tax completely, you can. Instead of taking that money as a dividend, what you could do is have a pension. Now, not the government pension, not a workplace pension, not a state pension. I'm talking a SIP, which I saw someone mentioned in the chat, but also what we use is called a SAS pension, okay? This is a pension. You have to be a business owner to have one of these pensions. If you've got a SAS pension, what you can then do is you can put your money into it. 60 grand a year can go into your SAS per person, right? You can put 60 grand a year into your SAS and you pay no dividend tax, no income tax, no corporation tax. It just goes into your pension. And then you can buy commercial property with it in your pension. Now, there's pros and cons. The pros are there's no tax, which is brilliant, big pro. The con is you don't have the money right now. And in fact, you've got to wait until you're 57 before you can get the money. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit of a con, but I would say any into your pension. So if we look at these two situations, employee earned 100 grand, paid £32,000 in tax. Business owner, 57, yeah. Business owner also earned 100 grand, use their expenses, use their tax-free allowances, use the dividends, and they would only pay £2,108 in personal tax. The employee paid 1,418% more personal tax. This is crazy, okay? Now, you've probably heard of like people like moving to Dubai or moving to Monaco, trying to set up offshore accounts. That's all really good if you're earning more than, say, 250 grand a year. If you're earning less than 250 grand a year, you can just use this stuff. Use your pension, use your tax-free allowances, use your expenses, and use some of the stuff I'm going to be explaining in a little bit, okay? You can do all of this stuff. Regarding backdating, I think your company has kind of got to be set up. So I'm not sure about how far you can backdate. I'd have a conversation with your accountant. One of the questions that's come in as well, I'll sort of try and answer stuff as I go. Faith has asked, what about the new tax? All right, so let me explain how this new tax, let me just stop sharing my tab for a minute. I'll explain to you guys how this new tax is going to work. So there is a new tax, a national insurance tax, okay? So this is coming out apparently in October. Now, just to be clear, they've not actually announced that this is definitely happening yet, okay? So it might not. But it's an 8% tax and it's going to be hitting landlords. And Labour are hoping £2 billion with this new tax. So they're going to hit landlords hard. Now, the real problem with this is that you might be in a situation, if you're a landlord, you don't really know what you're doing, you just sort of bought a property, you might be in a situation where you are literally paying more money in tax than you're actually earning. And part of this is to do with something called Section 24. So let me talk to you a bit about Section 24. And this is why everyone says you should buy a property in your personal name, okay? Because of this. Let me run you through the figures. I'm just going to share my screen a second so you can see. Here we go, boom. All right, can you guys see my screen? If you can, just give me a thumbs up. If you can see my iPad, you can. Oh, amazing. All right, so let me run you through an example. So let's say you're a landlord, you own the property in your personal name, and you've got a rental income of £20,000. All right, you're paying your mortgage, and your mortgage interest, MI, let's call this rental income. That's your mortgage interest payments is, it's not appearing on the screen, is it? Why is it not? Why is it not appearing? No. All right, let me try closing this down and opening it again. It's a shame. File, close. There we go. Okay. I think it's working now. Let me reshare, see if you can see. You guys see this now yet? Can you guys see you can? All right, sweet. All right. So our mortgage, so this is our rental income here, 20 grand a month. Our mortgage interest, our expenses, is, let's say it's £1,000 a month, so it's 12k. Okay. You've then got other costs, so like your estate agency fees or repairs or whatever of, let's say, 2k. All right. So how much is our actual profit? If our rental income is 20k, our mortgage interest is 12k, and our costs are 2k. How much is our actual profit? Someone let me know in the chat. What's our actual profit? 6k. Is that right? 6k? 20 minus 12. Yeah, 6k. All right, cool. So 6k. So if you owned it through a limited company, you would pay tax on the 6k, right? Because that's your profit. That just makes sense, obviously. However, in 2015, George Osborne brought in something called Section 24. And what Section 24 said was, actually, you can't count the mortgage interest, 12 grand, as a tax deductible expense. That is not a tax deductible expense. Yeah, it's an expense, but you're buying the property. It's not really an expense. So that suddenly means in this exact same scenario, technically on paper, you're now making a taxable profit of 18k, okay? Because this expense is no longer relevant. So it's like you made 20k, you've spent, really, you've made a profit of 18k under Section 24. That's what they're saying. So now you've got to pay tax on your 18k. Well, how much would that be? Well, it kind of depends. But let's say you're a 40% taxpayer, right? So 18k times 40%, which a lot of people are, that means you'll pay £7,200 tax. Now, they did introduce a 20% tax credit. So whatever your mortgage interest is, you get a tax credit of 20%. So the £12,000 interest would be 2,400, okay? So in essence, your tax bill would now be 4,800 quid, right? But think about it. You only made 6 grand, right? So you made 6k, really, and you're paying 4.8k in tax. That is a joke. It's ridiculous. And this came in 2015, 2016, under George Osborne, Section 24. All of a sudden, you might have to pay more tax than you actually earn, which is crazy. So that's the context. And this is why people say, you should buy property in a business. Because if in a business, Section 24 doesn't apply, you avoid this, okay? That's why everyone always says, buy in a business, buy in a business, buy in a business. Now, this new tax, which they're proposing, which isn't in yet. So all of this that I've just gone through, this has already happened, okay? This new tax is you're going to pay national insurance of 8% on your profits. Now, in this case, our profit on paper is 18 grand, right? So 18 grand times 8% is an extra 1.44K. So all of a sudden, with this decent deal, our tax is now 4.8 plus 1.4, which is 6.2, right? So now you're earning 6 grand, but you're paying 6.2 grand in tax. And this is why landlords are flooding out of the market, right? Because it just doesn't make any sense. It's just crazy. You've actually lost money. You've paid more tax than you've earned if this new rule comes in. Now, the way around it is just to not own property in your personal name. If you don't own property in your personal name, you're in it for a limited company, it doesn't apply. And I think that what the government are trying to do is force out the small landlords and then let the big landlords, Lloyds Bank, BlackRock, yeah, they're fine, we'll let them in, but we don't want the little landlords. We don't want Paul Charles, who owns a couple of houses. No, thank you. We want him out. Let him sell up, let Lloyds Bank, let BlackRock, let all these big corporations come in, and then they've got more control then because they're not having to deal with landlords, they're just dealing with big corporations. So, yeah, it's not great. You can transfer it, yes, you can, but you might get hit with stamp duty and other costs. All right, so I hope that kind of made sense. Now let me talk to you a bit about some of the great tax savings that you can actually use property for, okay? So, let me give you this. This is a great example. No problem. I'm glad it all made sense. So we have got an option agreement to buy Willingham House. Now, Willingham House, massive property, 26-bedroom hotel. It's got a wedding venue space, event space. It's amazing deal, amazing deal. And we've got the rights to buy it for 2.1 million in 10 years' time. Now, right now, it's actually worth 1.9 million. So we're agreeing to pay more than it's worth. However, if it's worth 1.9 million today, how many of you think it might be worth 4 million, 4.5 million, 3 million? Who knows in 10 years' time? But I'll tell you what it will be worth. A lot more than 2.1. So in 10 years' time, we're going to get a brilliant deal on it. The beautiful thing about this deal is it's actually going to pay for itself, okay? Let me explain how. If we're expected to make about 250 grand a year profit on this deal, right? So if we make 250 grand a year, over 10 years, that's 2.5 million. Now, we've got two choices. Option one is we pay ourselves the 2.5 million, right? If this was our job, if this is all we had, we want to pay ourselves 2.5 million. Well, how much is that going to cost? Well, you've got a few taxes. The first tax that you've got is corporation tax. So let me share my screen again, actually. So I'll run you through the numbers. So, so if we wanted just to spend the money, if we wanted the money for ourselves, 2.5 million is what we've earned over the 10 years. First cost, corporation tax, 25%. So 25% will go on corp tax straight away. So let's quickly work out how much that is. 2.5 million times 0.25, 625 grand. So 625 grand corporation tax straight to the government. That leaves us with 2.5 minus 625, 0. That leaves us with 1.875 million. So how much, if we take that out as salary or dividends or whatever, how much are we going to have to pay in tax? Well, we're all high rate. So we're going to pay at least 40% of it is going to go in tax. Probably 45% is going to go in tax. So that means we're going to pay $1 million tax at 45% is 844K. So if we want that 2.5 million and we want to use it and spend it, we're going to pay plus 625 about 1.5 million in tax. So we've made 2.5 million and we have to pay 1.5 million in tax. Paul Charles says theft. I agree. It's theft. It basically is, especially when you see how they spend it. They just waste it, absolutely waste it. We know the tax laws inside out, right? Because we have to, because we're earning a lot of money. Even with everything that we know, we pay millions every year in tax. All this stuff we take advantage of, we still pay millions in tax. So we earn 2.5, 1.5 goes to the government. However, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead, we're going to take our 2.5 million, and there's 4 of us in the company. There's myself, there's Anna, my wife, there's Samuel, and there's Amanda, Samuel's wife. It's 4 of us. What we're going to do is we're going to use our SAS pension. And what we're going to do is we're going to pay 60 grand per person. That's 60 for me, 60 for Samuel, 60 for Anna, 60 for Amanda. That's times 4 of us into our SAS. That is 240 grand per year. Times that by 10, that's 2.4 million. So rather than, when we earn the 2.5, rather than taking it out as a salary, we're going to put it all, pretty much all of it, into our SAS pension. And then we're going to buy Willingham House in the pension. So what does this mean? This means that when we buy it, we've got no mortgage, we've got no tax, we've got no drama. We get a £3 to £4 million property for 2.1 million, so we've got a little bit left over. It's sitting there in the pension. The business pays the pension buys the asset pays us, and guess what the government gets? Zero, nothing. Totally legal, totally smart. This is how wealthy people buy property. Nothing goes to the government. It is amazing. Now, we can't get the money out until we're 57. Fine. But even when you're 57 and you want to get the money out, you can take a 25% chunk out, boom, tax-free. And then you can take it out in little dribs and drabs, okay? So this is what we're going to do with Willingham House. And that is what I would encourage you guys to do. If you've got, get yourself a pension, start paying into it, use it to buy property. If you're earning above a certain amount, if you're only earning 50K, yeah, just take the money out in dividends and stuff. But if you're earning more, pension is the next best thing. All right. Let me jump back onto the slides. Got some more exciting stuff. So pensions are great. That's how you use pensions. There's some other exciting stuff that you can do. This here is a house that I bought. Yes, you can do it if you're over 57. Yes, you can. This is a house that I bought. Here are the figures. So I bought it for 237 grand. And what I'm doing is I'm renting it out as serviced accommodation. So let me run you through the figures. 10 years. 10 years was the length of our option agreement. So we've got the option agreement for 10 years. So I'm going to say that's the profit we're going to make. And then in 10 years' time, boom, we're going to buy it. No problem. Here are my costs. So basically, just to run it as an SA house, even if I've got no one staying, cost me 1,300. My cleaning costs and all that come off this, which is the income. So I'm basically making around about 1.5 grand a month renting it out as service accommodation. I rent it out for about £150 a night. I've got about 70% occupancy rate on it. And after all costs, I'm making about 1.5 grand a month, okay, which is pretty standard, normal deal. Now, if I'm making 18 grand a year, which I am, how much he has to pay tax on the money, right? There's no way of avoiding it. So I've got to pay tax on the money. So how much tax will I pay? 18 grand times about 45%, about 8 of it, right? So I'm making 18 grand, 8 grand goes to the government, 10 grand goes to me. Fine. Now, have a guess how much tax I'm paying on this property. 0, says Christine. 0, says Kieran. All right. Is that because you thought of a clever way that I could pay 0 tax, or just because you thought, you know what, Russell's a bit of a G when it comes to tax. He wouldn't be sharing this deal if he didn't have a... Yeah, okay, cool. Capital allowances. Paul knows his stuff. It is capital allowances. Now, this hack is awesome. All right? There's no SAT. I'm getting the money using something called capital allowances. Let me explain how this works. So, when I bought the property for 237 grand, what am I actually buying? Well, I'm buying the land, right? But I'm also buying the bricks. I'm buying the windows. I'm buying the roof. But I'm also buying the door and the carpets and the kitchen and the electrics and the boiler and everything that comes with the house. So what I did is I took the house and the information to a capital allowances specialist. And I said, when I bought this property, what percentage of my 237 grand was buying the stuff that I can claim as a business expense, as a capital allowance? What was it? And the stuff that you can claim as a capital allowance is stuff like the electrics, the boiler, you know, the heating system. It's all this sort of stuff that's inside the property. It's not actually part of the property, but you kind of need it to run it as a business. And they had a look at all the figures and looked at the property. They didn't go to it, by the way, just ask me questions. And they were like, we calculated to be £53,437.50, which is 22.5% of it. So that basically means I've got this 53.5 grand sitting there as a loss. So every time I earn 18 grand, it just goes, well, on paper, you haven't made any money at all because you've got a 53 grand loss, 0 tax. Next year, I've made another 18 grand. No, but you've still got the loss, no tax. Next year, no tax. 3 years, 0 tax using capital allowances. Now, you can only do this on commercial property. You used to be able to do it. In fact, it was only a few months ago they stopped this. You used to be able to do it on service accommodation properties like this. They stopped it in April this year. However, if you bought the property before April this year and you're renting it out as service accommodation, you can backdate it. You've got 2 years to backdate it. So you can go through, backdate it, and sort it out. However, moving forward, you can't buy residential property, claim capital allowances, but you know what you can buy and claim capital allowances? B&Bs, hotels. Why do you think we're buying hotels now? You know, we buy Willingham House. This is an extra way of saving tax. We buy Willingham House for £2.5 million, £2.1 million. That means we can earn 500 grand, no tax. We're buying a hotel in the Peak District, no tax, capital allowances. Massive savings. If you're buying commercial property to rent out as SA, this is what you want to do. I agree, Faye. I agree, it should be. All right, let me give you this. Now, this is like golden nuggets of golden nuggets. You guys are going to love this. Take notes because there's so much stuff in here. Let me talk you through the deal. And if you guys, you've all seen Tim, this is one of Tim's deals. Absolute banger. So many lessons in this, okay? So Tim bought this barn for 80 grand. And it was just a barn. Sitting there, hay in it, that's all barn. He spent 66 grand refurbing the barn into what it is now. You can see the pictures, there's a nice bed in it, a nice front door, it's got a generator, it's got power, etc. 66 grand refurbing it. His total money in was £146,000. Now, what is the first thing Tim should do once he's finished? He's just renovated it, revalue, refinance. You guys are getting it. So we got a valuation on it. His valuation on it as a service accommodation unit in the Peak District was 225 grand. So what does that mean? 225 grand. That means he can get a mortgage on it at 225, 75% of that, which is 225 times 0.75, 168 grand, right? So that means he can pull out all his money and some plus 23 grand. So he's bought it for free. He's now got 23 grand sitting in his bank account, and he owns the asset. Brilliant. Amazing deal. Now, let me ask you this. How much tax does Tim have to pay on that 23 grand that's sitting in his bank? 0. 100%. It's 0. Why is it 0? Because you don't pay tax on debt. So this is one of the ways, the best ways actually, to get money out of property is to let it go up in value, either by forcing the value up like Tim did or waiting for it to go up in value, and then borrowing against it. Rich people do this all the time. You don't pay any tax. That's the first little tip. Next, he's now renting out as a service accommodation unit. Here are the bills, here are the costs, the bills, and he's making £1,100 a month. Great little deal. So far, so good. Now let's break down the tax. When you buy a property, what is the very first tax that you pay? When you buy a property, what's the first tax that you pay? Stamp duty. Stamp duty, land tax. First tax that you pay. Now, depending on what type of property you buy, you've got different rates, okay? So if you're buying a residential property to live in, here are the rates. So your first 125 grand is nothing. Then it goes up to 2, 5, 10, and 12. If you're buying a residential property to invest in, it's investment property, they charge 5% extra on top of all those costs. So rather than being 0, it's 5. Rather than it being 2, it's 7. 5 is now 10, 10 is 15, and 12 is 17. Here they are, okay? So if you're buying either a second property or an investment property. Now, this property that Tim was buying was not a residential property, it's an investment property. So 80 grand, you'd look at that and you'd go, well, you should be paying 5%, which is £4,000. However, it doesn't apply for commercial property. Commercial property has got its own rates, which basically meant Tim paid 0. Here are the commercial rates. The first 150 grand is 0. Then it goes to 2. Then it goes to 5. Now, that is so much cheaper than buying an investment property. So what classes as commercial property? Well, obviously this is a barn, right? It's obviously commercial. Any commercial property, shops, offices, even mixed use. So if you bought a shop with 3 flats above it, that was classed as mixed use. The whole thing, you'd pay commercial rates. You wouldn't pay commercial rates on the shop, residential rates on the flats. The whole thing's commercial. If you buy land, as long as it's not like, oh yeah, I'm buying, it's attached to the house. You know, if you buy land on its own or forest, commercial rates. Derelict properties. So if you can find residential houses that are now derelict, commercial rates. So commercial rates is a brilliant way of paying either 0 or significantly less stamp duty. Farmland, commercial rates. Yeah. So that's stamp duty, 0. Next is capital gains tax. Now, we've already discussed that. The capital gains tax was 0 because he refinanced it, right? He didn't sell it. You only pay capital gains when you sell. So 0. Next, corporation tax. Now, he's making 12, 13 grand a year. So he should pay corporation tax on it because he owns it for a company. And then he should pay income tax on it. So he's probably going to lose at least half of that money. At least half he's going to lose to tax. However, Tim is paying 0. Let me explain why. His refurb cost him 66 grand, right? 63 of the 66 was stuff that could be claimed as capital allowances. So on paper, he'd made a 63 grand loss. Now he's only making 12 grand a year. That means year one, he makes 12 grand, pays 0 tax. Year two, he makes 12 grand, he pays 0 tax. Year 3, 0. Year 4, 0. Year 5, 0. He's not going to pay tax for about 6 years. He's got 63 grand sitting there as a loss. The money that he used to refurb it. His kitchen, his generator, all this stuff. You've got to get your head around capital allowances if you're buying commercial property. It is a game changer. Income tax. He's making a loss. 0. What about Section 24 though? He owns it through a limited company. So Section 24 doesn't apply. It's 0. 0, 0, 0. Basically, his total tax was 0. Just think about this deal, right? This deal is just unbelievable. He buys the barn, right, for 80 grand, does it up, pulls out 23 grand in cash, tax-free, owns the asset, and now he's paying no tax on it for year after year after year. There's so many golden nuggets in there, guys. So many golden nuggets. Commercial property is tax-free. Well, not really. It shouldn't be normally. It's only if you know the loopholes like this. It's only if you know how to navigate it and how to get around it. It is typically tax-free. Well, listen, guys, so much information to get through there. If you've got a specific question, I would recommend booking in a call with Tim. Have a chat to him or one of the mentors. I'm sure he'll be able to help you. I'm now going to hand back over. Samuel runs the last session. I'm going to hand back over to Samuel. So this is actually all from me for today. So I just want to say a massive thank you for you guys for jumping on, being on all day. I can see the numbers. We've stayed on all day. You've had loads of great questions. Yeah, I hope you got a lot of value out of that, a lot of golden nuggets. So that, I want to say a massive, massive thank you to you. Those of you that signed up for the academy, can't wait to work with you over the next 12 months. It's gonna be amazing. So I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna hand back over to Samuel now for the last session of the day. Hope you got a lot of value out of it, and I'll see you guys all soon. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Hey, how are you doing, guys? Hope you've had a fantastic day. I know there's been a lot of information today, so I'm gonna, in this last session, I'm going to kind of give you some practical things, step-by-step things to focus on, so that if you forgot everything Russell said about tax, if just this last session was the only thing you remember, guess what? It's going to be completely worth it. So why don't you let me know what has been the most beneficial, enlightening, eye-opening part of today? Let me know in the chat box. What's been the best part of today? Let me know in the chat box. The academy. Oh, good. I'm glad. That's not started yet, though. Get ready, though, because it's going to be absolutely epic. Tax exemptions. Yeah. People spend so much money on things they don't have to when it comes to tax. It's absolutely mad. So that's great. Yeah, good. Oh, good. Good. Congratulations, by the way, to everyone that's enrolled onto the academy. I've been seeing your names pop through as it's been happening, and I can't wait to get to know you. I can't wait to hang out, become your friend, become your mentor, and help you massively win big time. And collaborate. Do deals together. It's so, it's really interesting. I was speaking to a guy who, this is very interesting. So this was recent as well, on the academy, just joined the academy. And this was about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. Just joined the academy. He had a deal that he'd found. I helped him find it. And we rated it on Rate My Deal. And he said, what do you think of this deal? And we said, it's great. We scored it like 89%. It's great. He said, what do you reckon I could charge as a finder's fee? And I said, oh, you know what? I reckon you'll probably be able to charge about £5,000. And he's like, you reckon? I was like, yeah, about £5,000. I said, I've actually got an investor I'll sell it for you if you want. And he was like, oh, what fee do you take though? How does it? And I was like, bro, we need to get this deal sold quick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get a good split, my friend. You're gonna get a good split. And he ended up, let me try and sell it on my own. Let me try and I think sometimes people are so stuck on one deal. I'd personally rather make 50% of something than 100% of nothing. You know what I'm saying? Another little thing I'm going to give you as well. So when you're starting out and you're deal sourcing, don't be looking for these £10 million deals. Because if you find a £10 million deal, I've got a £10 million deal with a GDV of 25 million and you're working at TK Maxx and you've never done a deal. The reality is you've got a very, very small pool of investors that are going to be looking for deals of that volume, that size. If you go to an academy dinner, right, let's say there's 200 people, or let's say you go to an inner circle networking event and there's 30 people. It's pretty standard size, an inner circle, and you're in Birmingham North, Warsaw, 30 of you. How many of those academy members are going to have £10 million in the bank? Probably none. Maybe one, maybe two. So if you've got a massive deal with a big development, not only do you not have the experience, not only do you not have the knowledge to be able to pull off a deal like that, but you've got to be in a room of 100 people and there's only one person. You've got to find that one. Whereas on the other hand, if you find a bar refurbished finance deal, 200 grand, 50 grand refurb, end value 400, with bridging loan, you only need 70 grand cash. How many people in that room of 30 people can get their hands on 70 grand? Probably half of the room. So now there's more people that you can sell to. So rather than waiting out and trying to get that big fat payday, I'm going to make... Honestly, someone messaged me recently and they said they've got a deal. No word of a lie. See if I can find it. The finder's fee that they wanted was £4 million. They wanted a £4 million finder's fee for this development deal. True story. And I said, have you sold any deals as of yet? Have you ever sold a deal before? No. Do you own any properties? Nope. This is my first one. It's like, just have some common sense, man. You know, have some common sense. So I'm going to be sharing some common sense this afternoon. I have one incentive, by the way. My one incentive, and this goes to everybody that's on this program right now, especially if you're on the academy, we've got a whole year to mentor you and deal with you. And I'm going to be seeing you in person and we're going to be having dinners, so it's calm. But my incentive is that everybody on this program in the next 3-4 months, not become a millionaire, in the next 3-4 months, at least get one deal. One. Because if you get one deal, one rent to rent, you might only make £1,000 a month. We did a recent poll with our academy members and the average rent to rent makes £975 a month. It's all right. But let's be real. £975 a month is not going to change your life. If you're making an extra £975 a month, you're not going to be flying private jets to Barbados and living it up. It's £975. That is the cost of what? Maybe that's the cost of a holiday. One holiday. You know what I mean? It's not crazy. And even if you got an extra £975, and even if you could use that money to go on holiday, you probably couldn't go on holiday because you couldn't get the time off work to go on holiday. However, if you're making an extra £975 a month profit from one rent-to-rent deal, and you get that in the next 2 to 3 months. All systemised, all clean. It's not the £975 that's going to be life-changing. It's the fact that you did it once. And if you do it once, you can do it again. And when you do it again, you'll do it a bit bigger and a bit better. If you package and sell a deal, make £3,000 next week. I mean, if you've got access to Deal Connect and My Investors, then there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do that next week. But even if not, next couple months, you make £3,000 as a fee, then that £3,000's not life-changing, but the fact that you did it means that you can now do it again and again. That's how people like Alice Bush, I told you earlier about Alice Bush, making £50,000 a month from packaging and selling deals. And then the very best deals, what does she do with them? Buys them herself. How? Because she did it once. You do it once. You only have to do things once. Once. You get a good estate agent friend that passes you deals. Once you get your rent-to-rent contracts drawn up. Once you walk into an estate agent and pitch and, oh my gosh, you got a deal. Once you get your credit good. Once find an investor that puts £50,000 into your first BRR and is happy to recycle it once you manage to pull it out. Once. Everything only has to be done once. People that say, oh, I've got 20 years experience. Have they? Or have they got 1 year experience? Photographed or photocopied 20 times. Doing the same old stuff again and again. That's why you as a beginner, I assume some of you are beginners, some of you are experienced, fine, but everyone's a beginner at something. You as a beginner can very quickly catch up with the big time winners. Because once you've done it once, I can do it now. I got this. So I want to give you enough in this session for you to be able to go and do something once successfully. So you can then repeat that thing again and again and again. By the way, I'm just getting all the names as well of all the people. There's 2 people while I've been speaking that have enrolled onto the academy. This is absolutely amazing. I've got your names. We're going to be in touch. You're going to be shocked. By the way, if you just rolled into the academy right now, you're a bit like, whoa, oh my gosh, what's going to happen now? How many times did you enroll into the academy? Once. Now you've got that estate agent, letting agent, builder. Now you've got it. You're on the in. So I want to set you up. I want to set everybody up to win big. But remember, to win big, to start with, you have to win small. It boils down to just 4 things. I have read, I would estimate, probably about, I don't even think I'm exaggerating. I honestly reckon I've read 500 books on mindset, on having a winning mindset, personal development, and I've read hundreds of ideas and, like, you know, The Secret, Slight Edge, all kind of books. Richest Man in Babylon, Think and Grow Rich, The Science of Getting Rich, thousands of hours of Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, the GOAT. But the interesting thing is, I reckon I can summarize every single hack, every single slight edge movement. I think I can summarize everything in just 4 things. In fact, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna go as far as to say this. If you forget everything else that you learned over the last 2 days, but you just take notes for this next 20, 30, 40 minutes, however long we're talking, I would say you have a chance of succeeding. Your chance of succeeding, I'm going to write down what I think statistically. Ooh. Your chance of success, and when I say success, I'm talking about minimum of 10 grand a month from property. I'm writing it down. If you take notes and do what I say, I mean, you don't have to do what I say. You can say, okay, thanks, Samuel. Thanks for your advice. Appreciate it. Thanks, but no thanks. You can do that. But if you do what I say, this is your chance of success. Your chance of success, I believe this from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I'm going to let you guess. What do you reckon I'm going to say? Based on my experience, it's not my first rodeo. 85%, that's high. 80. 100%. Okay. Interesting. It's not my first rodeo. I've mentored thousands of people. I've been mentoring people since 2015. I've been mentoring people. All right. If you do what I say in this session, I believe your chance of success, minimum 10 grand a month in property over the next 2 years, but probably a lot quicker, is 100%. I believe it's 100%. And it's just in 4 things. Not a million things. Not 97 steps. 4 things. So would it be okay if I share with you, based on my 17 years experience full-time in property, reading hundreds of books, mentoring thousands of people, if I share with you what those 4 things are, would that be okay? Amazing. I appreciate you guys. All right, good. 4 things. That's it. The first thing, write this down as I'm going, is belief. What do I mean by belief? This is scientifically proven. I don't know if you've done much research on psychology and the human brain. But let me explain. When you believe something to be true, your mind will find the evidence to back up your belief. And I can give you hundreds of examples on this. I mean, I'll give you an example right now. This is a personal example, but you might be able to relate to. When my mom told me when I was just turned a teenager, my mom was a single mom, by the way. My parents separated when I was 7. When my mom told me that she had a boyfriend, I already decided in my mind, I don't like this guy. He's a jerk. He's a prick. Yeah, I don't like him. Now, because I decided that in my mind, when I met him for the first time as my mom's boyfriend, do you think I'm going to meet him and go, actually, I was wrong? No. I'm going to meet him and I'm going to go, oh my goodness, I was so right. Our brain loves to prove the conscious part of our brain right with the subconscious part. I'm like, this guy's a jerk. I just know he will be. I'll meet with him. No matter what. If he does the tiniest thing, if he says the tiniest thing that's even remotely jerky, there we go. I knew it. In fact, even if he does nothing wrong and he's really kind and he's really sweet, I'll be like, you don't fool me. You know? Or Mr. Perfect. What's he thinking? He's trying to replace my dad or something? The guy's, it's an impossible situation. Because I made a decision. It took about, I don't know how many years, many years for me to actually realise I was wrong. And we had a good relationship. The opposite is true of if you've got kids. I've got 4 kids, and if you've got a baby and the baby's sick on you, you don't go, oh, disgusting. Ew, what are you doing? It's your baby. My baby can be sick on me, and I'm like, oh, look at him, he's so cute. It's almost like everything's just, oh, aren't they amazing? You encourage, you love them. Now, of course, they can be a bit annoying, but you see the best in your kids. And the reason that's so important is because if that's true of other people, that's true about ourselves, isn't it? If you believe that you are a bit of a loser, I'm a bit of a loser, no one's been successful before in my family, and I'm not really sure, but, let's have a go. Let's see how it goes. I'll try and see what happens. I can tell that people don't believe in themselves when they say things like, when they use words like try. I'm really going to try. Try. I don't ever use the word try. I just say, I'm going to do it or I'm not going to do it. I just choose, am I going to do it or not? If it's been done before, then I can do it. Because someone did it before. So I just need to figure out how to do it and do it. There's no trying. It's just, I'm going to do it. If you believe you're a loser, what you'll do is you will have a problem doing something. You'll pick up the phone, you'll make a call, and you'll ring up an agent, and you'll say, oh, could I please? And you'll try and negotiate, and they'll say, no, your offer's been rejected. And you'll go, I knew it. I knew I didn't have what it takes to negotiate well. I knew this. I'm not cut out for this. Because your mind will find the evidence to back up your belief. So the thing you have to do, and it's not easy, but you have to deliberately, consciously do it, is this. Change your belief. Just change your beliefs. But Samuel, what if I change my belief and then it still doesn't work? Imagine a champion going into a race saying, I don't think I'm going to win this race. I'll probably come second or third. I don't think I'm going to win. You're never, ever, ever, ever going to win if you believe you're not going to win. People do it because they're trying to protect themselves because they don't want to fail. But what you need to understand is that failing and succeeding are not opposites. Failure is a stepping stone to success. So if I fail, if I ring up an agent and try and negotiate and they say no, I just go, you know what? They're going to say yes. They're going to come back to me. They've had a higher offer elsewhere, but that's going to fall through. They're going to come back to me. I just know it. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, it just seems to happen. It's almost like magic. It's not magic, obviously. It's what it actually is cognitive bias. When I first got my gold Range Rover, I remember going to Range Rover. I wanted a first class edition autobiography Range Rover. And I chose the colour gold because I'd never seen a gold Range Rover before. Not like crazy in your face gold, like a subtle gold, right? With black tints. And I saw it in the showroom and they said, oh, that's not for sale. And I was like, I want that one. I want the one that's not for sale. I want the one I've never seen before. Anyway, I bought this gold Range Rover. Never seen a gold Range Rover before. Guess what happened when I drove off the car park after I just bought it? I saw another one. I'm like, I've never seen a gold Range Rover before. And now I've just seen another one. I'm not kidding. On my way home, 40-minute drive, I saw 5 gold Range Rovers. The exact same as mine. What the heck? How? So, question for you. Do you reckon that after I bought it, they just suddenly manufactured loads of new gold Range Rovers that same day by coincidence? No. So what happened? What happened was my mind was now focused on trying to find it. It's on my radar now. It's the same as property. Oh, there's no property deals. When you know what a good property deal is, When I show you how to negotiate a lease option agreement properly and how to spot the opportunities, when you understand permitted development rights, extend the house, add value, push the dormer up, boarded up houses that are run down with massive potential for opportunity to push the value up, package and sell. When you understand these opportunities, do you know what happens? You suddenly see them everywhere. In fact, even after these 2 days, you're already going to probably start seeing stuff. You're going to be on the bus or driving home from work, and you're going to be driving past, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, look, there's a bit of land at the side. You're just going to see stuff. So, belief's really, really important. If you don't believe that you are a winner, what you need to do is you need to let me, I'm going to tell you exactly what to do now. If you don't believe that you got this, and you still feel like, oh, I'm a bit of a loser though, I don't know, Samuel, I've tried before, don't know. I'll say this. Allow me, and I mean this, allow me to believe in you on your behalf. Let me believe in you on your behalf. Now, you might think that sounds a bit crazy, but this happened to me. You see, Tony Crook, who some of you know, who was a mentor to me many, many years ago. Tony Crook, when I met him, to me, he was like some business god. He was like, the guy's doing 100 million in business, hundreds of staff, older gentleman, dressed well, American, always happy. I'm from a broken family in Warsaw. At the time, living in a council estate when I met Tony. And the fact that Tony took me serious, and the fact that Tony was like, yeah, you've got this. And not just Tony, there was other people. Even my own mom. I remember, I'll tell you a story. You know, I didn't like my mom's new boyfriend, who ended up becoming my stepdad. And I had no choice over that. And I didn't like him. I was like, great. And I overheard my mom and Tim, my stepdad, when I was about 14 years old. I overheard them having a conversation, and at the time I was like a dropout, man. I was like failing in school, getting in fights all the time, just not proud of myself at all. And I did work hard. I was actually learning to plaster and stuff. I was like 14, maybe 15. I was learning to plaster for work experience. I wanted to be a plasterer, to work on a building site, and I was doing little jobs, and I was doing paper rounds, and I was working hard on like my little side hustles and whatnot. But for all intents and purposes, I was just a failure. And I overheard Tim chatting with my mom, and it was actually Tim. Tim said, watching Samuel is like watching a mini Richard Branson. And for me, I was like, what? You know? And it was kind of like, wow, is that what am I? Am I like a mini Richard Branson? Maybe I am. If it wasn't for that comment, if it wasn't for Tony Crook treating me seriously when I was a complete dropout, I don't think I would have ever been successful. Despite that not being any actual practical, not say, oh, Samuel, do this, do this, do this. No, just that belief in me that, you know what, you're okay. You're all right, man. You got something. And I believe you got what it takes to win. Like for me, I think that was a game changer. Even my school teacher, everybody at school, all the school teachers thought I was stupid. I sat on literally a special needs desk. I'm trying to think of the politically correct, nice way to say it, but that was what it was. It was a desk that was built for people that had learning difficulties, and I sat on that desk, and you know, my self-esteem wasn't great. And I just thought, okay, oh, I'm stupid. Okay, all right. I'll be stupid then. And again, one of my teachers, she didn't even teach me that much. She used to teach me IT for 40 minutes a week. Mrs. Haysmith, her name. But Mrs. Haysmith said to me, she said, you know what? She said, I reckon you're going to be really successful. And I was like, oh, okay, do you think? She said, yeah. And I said, I do struggle though with my, and she said, no, I'm not talking about your school grades. I'm just talking about your life. That type of thing, man. That school teacher, Mrs. Haysmith, guess what? When I was 25 years old and became a millionaire, she messaged me on Facebook and she said, congratulations. I told you. She said, I told you. Let me show you Mrs. Haysmith now. Mrs. Haysmith came to me when she was 25 years old. When I was 25 years old and became a millionaire. And she said, I told you you'd be a millionaire. She said, I need your help. I've just been made redundant at school. And I want to talk to you about how you made so much money. And Mrs. Haysmith became my student. It's just mad. Isn't life interesting? Look at this. That's Mrs. Haysmith. Now, the Daily Mail got the story all wrong. They said multi-millionaire property guru left school at 16, saves his favourite teacher from life on benefits. No, I didn't save her. She saved me. And now everything's coming in full circle. Beliefs, everything, man. Belief. If you can just say, you know what? Someone asked me yesterday. I was on the phone yesterday to an academy member, and it was only a 2-minute call, and they just said to me, Samuel, they said, do you think I'm going to fail? Do you think I'm going to fail? I actually flipped the question on its head. I said, yes, I do think you're going to fail. Yep, you will fail. And he sounded shocked. I said, you'll fail. You'll fail your way to success. You won't get it right all the while. You'll make mistakes, but you'll fail your way to success, because success and failure aren't opposite. He's now around people like me that see the best in him and believe in him. Imagine a boxer going into a fight and saying, I'm probably going to lose. Nah. Muhammad Ali was the greatest because he believed he was the greatest. I am the greatest. Now, you don't have to think you're the greatest, but you definitely have to think that you do have what it takes. And let me tell you something. Categorically, I can say this. You do have what it takes because you're here. You're here. Why would you be here on a training program like this remotely? Dropping love hearts in the comments. Investing time and money to better yourself when everybody else is just watching TV and arguing with their partners and complaining about how bad the world is. You're here. If that doesn't say something about you, the fire that you have within your belly, I don't know what does. Like that alone, there's many reasons, that alone. Anyway, I could talk about belief for a long time, but I'm going to move on. Belief's really important. And again, I believe in you. In the same way that Mrs. Haysmith believed in me, I believe in you. Even if you're struggling to believe in yourself sometimes. You got this. That's number one. Number two is action. Believing alone I believe checks are going to come through the letterbox is not enough on its own. That's why there's 4 things. Belief is very powerful. But belief without action is delusion. The Bible says that faith without works is dead. What does that mean? That means that if you have faith and you believe in something, but you don't do what is necessary because of fear or laziness or apathy or fear of rejection or not wanting to try, and then unless you are prepared to do what it takes, you won't succeed. And most people aren't prepared to do what it takes. Now, there's people here that are. There's a big bunch of people that have just dropped 12 bags. You know how much 12 bags is? £12,000. By the way, if £12,000 is not a lot of money to you and you just think, oh, I just had it in savings and it's just no big deal, that actually kind of irks me, because I like it when people are like, oh my gosh, I just invested 12,000. This has to work. Because when you get that kind of hunger and that kind of skin in the game and that kind of fire and this has to work, combine that with the support and the mentoring and the training and the opportunities, and that's when we get the ingredients to win. Action is doing what needs to be done. In fact, I'm going to even go this far. And by the way, I want to say this as well. This is really important. There are some people that have even when it comes to, for example, the academy offer that we did this morning. There's some people that have genuinely tried to join the academy. They even tried to get a loan, and it failed. And it's like, if you're trying everything and you're believing, look, if you do these 4 things, you're gonna win in time. Might be a month, might be a year, might be 2 years. Where was my paper? Where was my? No, 99%, 100%. 4 things. Some people will be faster than others. I can look back at my life over the 34 years of my life. True story. And I can see spikes. What do I mean by spikes? I mean, I don't know if you can see this. I mean, oh, my life got better. Oh, it's fine. Oh, it got better. Yeah. Oh, it blew up. Right. Spikes. Positive spikes. Maybe spikes is the wrong word. That's what we call on YouTube. When your YouTube channel spikes, it means suddenly, woof, it explodes. When my bank has exploded, when my happipiness has exploded, anything that's spiked in my life, there's always been, not luck, not, oh, it just happened, as a direct result of me taking massive action, uncomfortable action. This is you. If this is you, let me draw a picture. That's you right there. That little man or lady. And this is your comfort zone. Where do you think all the good stuff is? In or out of the comfort zone? Where do you reckon? Let me know in the comments. Where's the money at? Where's the explosiveness? Where's all the good things? Where are the dreams? Are they in your comfort zone or out? Let me know. Out, yeah. Even if you want to get a good body, you do weights, you stretch, and then you grow. You get the gains. Same with everything. If you're not stretching, being challenged, being pushed. Some people get upset with me, by the way. I do get a lot of criticisms. People say, oh, Samuel's pressure-y. I'll take that. Yeah, good. Diamonds were formed under pressure. You better believe I'll pressure you. Oh, but Samuel, don't be a bully. No, I'll even bully you a bit into success. I'll do whatever it takes for you to be successful. I'll give you pressure. I'm not going to give you so much pressure that you can't take it and then just, curl up into a ball and hope that. No. Some people need a cuddle. Some people need a push. Some people need a bit of carrot. Some people need a bit of stick. Everyone's different. But diamonds were formed under pressure. And I pressurized myself. So let me tell you something interesting. Every spike. Oh, when I bought my first house. Okay, what was that a result of? Me walking into an estate agent, my mouth drying up, running out of words to say, being really embarrassed. Oh, but then I got a house out of it. Every good thing. Quitting my job. When I quit my job working for my dad? When I was 16, my dad made me work for him. I didn't want to. I was working for my dad at 16 years old, and after 3 months of working for my dad, I thought, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be my own boss. I hate this, and I'm paid terribly. I don't want to do it. But I was too scared to quit. And my brother, I don't know if I should even tell you this right now, but this is the reality. Yeah? My brother was also working for Dad. He'd worked for him for 2 years already because he's 2 years older than me. And he hated it. And I said to him, are you not going to ever quit? Are you going to do this forever? And he went, I don't know. He was miserable. And I thought, if my brother's miserable and he's been doing it 2 and a bit years, and I'm miserable and I've been doing it 2 and a bit months, I'm quitting. But then I was scared to quit. Tossing and turning. I knew my dad would be furious. It's a hard decision. But if I hadn't done that and told my dad, you know what, I'm doing my own thing. I remember Googling, my dad is keeping me poor. And guess what? I came across the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. SEO. Read the book, blew my mind. Went to a property investment seminar. Went to a BNI meeting. Met people that believed in me. Met people like Tony, Doug Dorbury. And I quit. 16 years old. And my dad was furious. My dad didn't speak to me for 2 years. I mean, now me and my dad are called again. And in fact, my dad, after I became a millionaire, my dad became my tenant. He moved into one of my houses. And now he lives in Brazil. And we get along just fine. But the interesting thing is, quitting was horrible. My dad was furious with me. Oh, you're betraying the family business. Da, da, da. Really upset me. How many of you realise if you let someone else design your life, you know what they've got planned for you? I'll tell you exactly what they've got planned for you. Not a fat lot. Your life is a book. It's half written. The rest is empty pages. You don't know how many chapters are left. You hold the pen. You design your life. You plan it. No one else. Not me. Not your parents. Not your kids. Not your boss. Not the government. You. It's banged out of us at school, this is. I want to be an astronaut. Oh, that's silly. Be realistic. I'm telling you now. I'm going to tell you an interesting event that happened in my life. April 5th. April 5th, 2014. Remember that date? I'm going to write that date down. April 5th, 2014. It's like, what, 11, almost 12 years ago now? April 5th, 2001. I was at church. I was only young kid, man. I'm at church. In front of the church. And when I'm at church, I've got ADHD, so I've got a really short attention span. So I like to sit at the front, but I look around everybody. You know, I was looking around, singing songs, looking around. And at the back of the room, I saw this beautiful lady. And I was single at the time, right? Young man, single. I saw this lady. She was just like smiling, and she was singing, and she was lighting up the whole room. And I was like, wow. I thought, I wonder what her name is. So as soon as the service finished, as soon as the preacher said, Amen, I'm like, whoosh, back of the room. And she's gone. And I'm like, man, I just felt something. I just felt an energy about this lady, man. She was beautiful. She had a great big smile. I wanted to speak to her. wonder where she's gone. I wonder if she's coming back. And I overheard someone say to someone else, are you going to the after function? Are you going to the party? There's something going on, some event. Now, I didn't know what this event was. Clearly, I'm not invited, but I thought, you know what? I'm going to go along. I wonder if that woman's there. And then I get this little voice in my head telling me, you're not invited. What are you doing? Go home. And I'm like, oh. But I decided, nah, man, I'm going to go. So I went, I followed the cars, see this little function room. I'm like, I'm going to go in. I get the little voice. Now I've not got a little voice. Now I've got a whole orchestra of voices telling me not to do it. What are you doing? I'm feeling a bit shy. Oh, I'm not sure. Just go home, Sam. Take the easy option. Stay in your comfort zone where it's safe. Your mind's job is to protect you and to keep you safe and comfortable. You cannot have safety and comfortability and security and ease and at the same time have freedom and riches and the best life. It's impossible. I want to be comfortable, have some chocolate, and I don't want to go to the gym, and I don't want to have to dinner. I just want a comfortable life. Can't have both. You choose freedom, wealth, impact, legacy, hard, risk, or security, safety, easy. But if you choose easy because you don't want hard, the ironic thing is it will end up being hard. But if you choose hard, it will end up being easy. Very interesting. People that don't want to go through hell now. Oh, I don't want to go through hell now. Will end up going through hell. So I'm like, nah, man, I'm going in. No one's going to even notice. I walk in, little conference room, open the door. Oh my goodness. Everybody noticed. Honestly, firstly, I'm the only white dude in the room. Yeah. It's a wedding. Yeah. The groom is right there and goes, are you okay? And I was like, I said to the groom, who's all dressed up, I'm like, I was just at the church this morning, and he was like, yeah, do you want to get some buffet? Help you? And I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm now standing in a queue with a little plastic buffet plate getting samosas and oxtail at some African wedding that I wasn't invited to, feeling like a complete buffoon. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm just going to eat my chicken wings, eat my bit of oxtail and sadza and get out of here and get back home. So I eat my little chicken wings. And there's, I don't know, 300 people in little round tables. And guess what? I saw the lady that was from church. She sat right in the corner of the room with her family, sat. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's the lady. And again, now my little voice, what do you think my little voice is saying? Don't talk to her, go home. I'm like, be quiet, little voice. Thank you for sharing. Whew. Walk straight to her. Put out a little chair, sit down. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I said, I just wanted to come and say hi. I saw you at the church this morning. My name's Samuel. I just wondered what your name was. She's like, okay. She said, where are you from? She said, I'm from Leeds. I said, you're from Leeds? I said, that is literally my surname. Yeah. She's like, yeah, I'm from Leeds. She said, I grew up in Zimbabwe, and we get chatting. And I took her number. We went out. 3 months later, I am madly in love. And within 9 months, me and Amanda got married. And now sometimes I just look at my kids, 4 kids. Amanda is like, she's my rock. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even be doing this. I wouldn't even run a training business if it weren't for Amanda. She was the one that after I retired at 25, we got married. She was the one that pushed me to even do this. I sometimes just think about that day, man, April 5th, and I just think, 2014, I just think, what would have happened if I never walked across the room? What would have happened if I'd have been like, oh, I'm a bit shy? Oh, my life would be so different now. I'm just shocked still, and I have to pinch myself. And again, it's one of many examples. That's probably the best one, to be honest, because Amanda's just like my whole family in it. Everything that's ever. Will Smith says this. Will Smith says the best things in life are on the other side of fear. So if you're a bit afraid to do something or a bit uncomfortable, generally that means you just got to do it. Take action. There's too many wimps out there now. Too many wimps. Afraid to go and talk to women, so they'll just do it on Tinder. Like, come on. Afraid to go into an estate agent, so they'll just text. Nah, man. You've got to be courageous. You've got to take action. Because if you don't, somebody else will, and they're going to win. I'm not talking about crazy action. I'm not talking about taking action to the point where you're going to... In fact, this is my third point. So we got belief, we got action. Third thing, knowledge. You have to know what you're doing. You have to. If you're playing a game of chess and you don't know the rules, guess what? You're going to lose. But what if I take loads of action and keep doing it? If you don't learn the rules, you'll lose and you'll keep losing. What about if I really believe I'm going to win? No, you're going to lose. Because you didn't read the rules. It's the same in business and it's the same in property. Property is a business. It's a business. Your product is your house. Your customer is your tenant. People that don't understand the rules, stamp duty, capital allowances, the tax rules, guests, licensing, contracts, and have a batch, and think, I'll just figure it out. I'm telling you, belief, action, knowledge. Have to know what you're doing. It's like anything, isn't it, though? If you want to drive a car, you have to get lessons, don't you? If you go, I'm going to take action and just drive, and I'm going to believe. Yeah, but you're going to crash. You're going to crash. You have to get knowledge. You have to understand what you're doing. It's really strange that people don't seem to understand. I mean, listen, if you want to be a doctor, you need to go to medical school, right? I mean, how would you feel if you had a heart problem and you went to the doctor and they said you need surgery, we need to do some stuff to your heart, and you were like, okay, I'm a bit scared, but I trust you, doctor. And the doctor said, yeah, you can trust me. I've never actually qualified as a doctor. I've never been to uni. I've never studied, but I have been talking to ChatGPT and Googling it and stuff, and I do kind of know the gist of what I'm doing, so don't worry about it. We're going to put you to sleep, and I'm going to have a bash, and I'm believing that it's going to be okay, though. You're not going to go with that doctor because you don't want to die. If you're getting on an airplane and the pilot says, my first day today, but don't worry, I watched a few YouTube videos, and I know the gist. I'd rather a grumpy pilot. I'd rather a grumpy git who actually had been to flight school than a really happy chappy, happy guy, positive, happy-go-lucky that didn't know how to fly a plane. It's obvious, isn't it? And in the same way, if you're trying to get rent-to-rent deals, you're trying to package and sell deals, you're trying to make money, why would someone trust you with their life savings investing in a property if you haven't invested in yourself, if you haven't been to flight school? It really doesn't make sense. The reason I have to push the academy, by the way, and when I say push, I mean like promote it and talk about it and share what I'm doing and do everything that I do, is because unlike university, I don't have a government megaphone behind me. So universities, the government will back the finance. You get student loans. The government will back it. You can apply easy. The government will shout about it. It's all like it's almost accepted, isn't it? Oh, go to university. Oh, go to university and study business. Congratulations. Whereas the academy, even though the academy is, in my opinion, 1,000 times better than university. I mean, you go to university to learn business. You're learning from a guy that never had a business, a failed businessman who's now teaching from a textbook. But people will still go, oh, okay, fine. Oh, congratulations. Whereas when you tell your friends and family, I wouldn't even tell your friends and family to join the academy necessarily. You know what I would do? You just join the academy, congratulations. Get some deals, make some money, and let them just go, oh my gosh, you've moved house. This house is nice. Oh, have you seen the size of the garden? What's going on? And then go, yeah, I bought a few houses. How? Well, now that you asked, part of the Sunny Leeds Academy, don't tell them what you're going to do. Tell them what you did. And get knowledge. Like this, I mean, the stats. Let me read some stats. I don't know if Russell read these earlier. If he did, I apologise. Imagine if you were getting surgery. Yeah. In fact, let me just quickly text. If you, Jack or Marie or anybody, if you're around, text me the stats, please. Percentage stats. That'll be absolutely amazing. But let me say this: if you're getting heart surgery from a doctor, imagine if there's a doctor that says, this doctor, he knows what he's doing, he's qualified. But if you go with this doctor, there's a 100% higher chance that you'll come out safe and the surgery will go well. 100% more likely. Which doctor are you going to go with? You're obviously going to go with the doctor who's got a 100% chance of having a higher success rate. And in the same way, we recently did a survey with our academy members. I can't remember the exact stat, but it's on our website somewhere. And I have asked people if someone could message me, but it's okay. I think from memory, and you can find it, there's a whole bunch of stats on the website. You are, I think it is 400% more likely to make six figures in property if you're on the academy than not if you're not on the academy, than if you just do one course. If you just do one course, one advanced course with myself, or this course, or one course, that's good, man. It's going to really help you. But the difference between someone that does one course and someone that does the academy, you have a 400%. Statistically, this is done with hundreds of surveys. You're 400% more likely to make six figures a year, i.e. 10 grand a month. So again, it's just a case of how much for some people, wealth isn't everything. I've had the stats. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. It's actually slightly more. So, oh my goodness. Huh. So, it's a lot more. You are 1,800% more likely to earn over 100k a year as an academy member than someone that just does a low entry program like this, for example. These are the stats, and we've sent this out to thousands of people. 1,800 times. I guess it makes sense. It's like when we do the survey, 86% of people were financially free. Whereas if you take a program like this, the stats is lower. And why is that? Is that because, they're losers, the academy? No, it's not because they're losers. It's because belief, action, and knowledge. It's because unless you continuously learn, it's like the sharpening of the axe, isn't it? You need to sharpen the axe. If you're cutting down trees and you've got an axe, but the axe is a bit blunt, you need to sharpen the axe and then cut down trees. Don't just think, I'm going to work really hard. And people that have got gaps in their knowledge, but just think, I'm just going to work harder at my job and hope to get a pay rise. And no, you need to sharpen the axe. Iron sharpens iron. Be around people in a community where you're learning and so Those are the three things so far. So that is belief, action, knowledge, and there's one more thing. See if you can guess what it is. If you think you know what it is, put it in the comments, and I'll tell you if someone gets it right. Belief, action, knowledge. One more thing. Someone said, and some of the things just sound like mentoring and stuff like that, or training. That would all fall under knowledge. That would all fall under knowledge. I think someone's got the word. Okay, here's the word. You might think willpower. No. Consistency. No. It's not bad, but willpower. Willpower runs out. The word is this. Someone got it, so congrats. The word is environment. Environment. I think I talked a bit about environment already on this program, but did I tell you yesterday? I don't think I did. I didn't tell you, did I? Did you hear the story about the experiment with an eagle? Or the experiment with the elephant? Have I talked about the experiments? No, I don't think I have I? They do experiments with animals. I'll give you some examples. An elephant, you might know this already, and this is like, this is true. You can Google it. ChatGPT. I think it's true. I wasn't there. If you put a rope around a baby elephant's leg so that it can't go away too far, the baby elephant will get, okay, there's a rope around my leg. I can't continue. No, I'm kind of stuck in this little area. However, when that baby elephant grows up, in its mind, it thinks that it can't break the rope, but the baby elephant is now a full-grown elephant. It could very easily, and the rope would come off of the ground, the pole would come out of the ground, easy. It's an elephant. But in its mind, it doesn't think that it can. And again, that's an analogy of the belief situation. But environment's even more powerful. And they've done experiments with monkeys, mice, so many experiments. I'm fascinated by this kind of thing. I think the best one, oh my gosh, this is like the most visual one for me. And this is a story about an eagle that was brand newborn eagle that as an experiment was put into a chicken coop. Now, because the baby eagle was around chickens, how do you think the eagle behaved? And the answer is like a chicken, right? Because that's its environment. It scratched around like a chicken. It ate chicken food. It acted like a chicken. Now, the baby eagle, as it got a bit older, sometimes would actually try and fly. It would begin to spread its wings. It's an eagle! It's destined to soar and fly like an eagle. It's king of the air. But what happened is every time the baby eagle would begin to try and fly, the chickens would like knock it down and would bring it down. And the baby eagle just accepted, oh, okay. And you can imagine, can't you, if the chickens could talk? I mean, maybe they can in little cluck, 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 cluck language. You can imagine what the chickens would say to the eagle. Who do you think you are? Why are you trying to fly? You might get hurt. Even the mom, the hen, would say to the eagle in a loving hen-like way, in a motherly way. It would say, just be careful. Yeah? Just be careful. Because if you fly, you might get hurt. You might. And also, who's going to feed you? It's safe here. The man comes and feeds us. Why would you want to be away from us? Does that sound familiar? You know why that sounds familiar? Because you're an eagle. You do realize that, right? You're an eagle. Very likely surrounded by chickens. You've got a lovely mom. Just be careful. An uncle. Why don't you just have a proper job? A colleague. Why would you want to leave us? What are you doing? Friends. But it's all right. You've got a good job, haven't you? What's the problem? It's safe here. Secure. But if you're an eagle, guess what? You want to fly. You're born to fly. You're destined to fly. Like an eagle is designed to soar. But because the eagle's in a chicken environment, it will always stay like a chicken. This is really interesting. If you put a little tiny shark in a big fish bowl, it will either die or it will just stay small forever because it's just in a little fish bowl. The hen that says, "But the man feeds us," doesn't realize that the chickens are being fed only to one day be killed and eaten. I hate to break it to you, but your boss probably doesn't really care that much about you and your pension. Really, what your boss is trying to do is what's best for the business, which is fine. No problem in that at all. But some people are so loyal to their family, their friends, their boss, their this, because the reality is their friends, their colleagues want to keep the eagle down, maybe from a position of fear or jealousy, or stay with us. What are you doing? Stay with us, or don't understand it. Property, oh, it's a bit risky. But the reality is this, and I'll tell you this now, when you become an eagle and you learn to fly, it's much easier to pull people up the mountain than it is to push them up the mountain. When you become an eagle and you fly, you'll be in a position to be able to help your family, help your friends, help your colleagues, help in the same way that I was able to help my school teacher. In the same way that do you know that I moved away from, I'm a both man, right? What I mean by both man is, most people say, would you rather be a millionaire or a family man? Would you rather be a Christian or a businessman? Would you rather be and I'm like, both. Would you rather have 4 kids or have a nice Range Rover? Both. But they won't fit in the Range Rover. Yeah, they will. I'll get a 7-seater. Both. I'm always about both. Would you rather be happy or rich? Both. And it's very interesting because when I became successful, I didn't want to live in Warsaw anymore. I didn't want to live in the Midlands. I wanted to move out, man. I wanted to move into a nice area where there were fields and mansions. And the problem is there was nowhere near my house that was like that. I had to travel far away. So I ended up moving to Buckinghamshire. And someone said to me, would you not rather live near your family? I said, both. They said, how can you have both though? Because your family all live in like the Midlands and Warsaw and in the towns, like really far away. Over the last few years, I've worked with so many of my friends and family members and helped them get in on the property business and work with them. 56 people and counting from my family, friends, 56 people have moved to my village in Buckinghamshire. Moved to my village in Buckinghamshire because they work with me on the business, or I've trained them, mentored them, they've become financially free, or maybe I've just bought them a house, you know, like Amanda's parents. Some people we've just bought, you know, we've helped them a bit. But 56 people, and that includes children. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I didn't break the cycle. Don't worry about being selfish. Oh, am I being a bit selfish? No. You've got to do what's right for you, because the best gift you can ever give anybody is the best version of yourself. And actually, by holding back, you're being selfish. You have a duty and a responsibility to God and to your family and to yourself to be rich. You have a duty. I mean, I'm not going to talk about all the charity stuff that I do. But the amount of people that we've been able to help through our property business is astronomical. Maybe you want to get into business because you just want to be able to write the checks and make things happen. You're tired of being at church and the offering goes past and you're like, I really want to be able to fund that fantastic project, but I just haven't got the money. We need good-hearted people like you to be successful. I'm tired of all the rich people and the elitists being greedy jerks. I am tired of it. I want there to be a new people that are rich and successful, that own land, own properties, but are capitalists, yes, but compassionate capitalists. And I'm going to tell, can I keep going, by the way, guys? Are we doing okay? Can I keep going? Have we got time? Can I keep going? I got a few more things I need to share. I got a few more things. Tell me if I can keep going. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, I got a bit more, right? A bit more. But we'll wrap up soon. I want to tell you a couple things. Number one, I got into property with no money. One of the first houses that I ever bought, I bought 100% financed by the bank. I told you about it. Cleaveway Road in Bloxwich. 100% financed by the bank. Started with nothing. When I started to become successful, my church judged me a bit. And I ended up doing a dissertation and going to Bible college to learn to read and write in ancient Hebrew and Greek, and spent 3 years at Birmingham Bible Institute and did a dissertation on biblical economics. In other words, money. And I came to the conclusion that money is not good or bad. Money is a tool that can be used for either. I came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what you have. It matters what has you. It's a heart issue. I came to the conclusion that as long as we hold everything we have with open hands and a generous heart, and remember that everything on earth is leasehold, we come in with nothing, we leave with nothing, and in the meantime, we are just good stewards passing by, and we are responsible and generous with what we have, that it's okay to hold a lot. The problem is when you hold things like this. Mine. You cannot serve God and money, but you can serve God through money. And it is not money that is the root of evil. It is the love of money. And according to the Greek, when I did my dissertation, the love of money is actually one word. And in Greek, it means envy. So actually, it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's envying what other people have. And who does that? The poor people. So ironically, the people that love money the most, I believe, tend to have none. It's like when you're hungry, isn't it? You're really hungry, and that's when you're a bit greedy, isn't it? The pizza comes and you're like, ooh. Whereas if you're satisfied, you can be generous. Same with wealth. You can be more generous. Money will not change you. It won't make you generous. It will amplify and exaggerate what and who you already are. Money will make you more of a whatever you already are. It will expose you. So if you're a good person and you want to help people, money will enable. It's an enabler. Not a changer. Money won't change you. It will enable you. So I set up, when I became wealthy and started doing well, I gave a lot and, brought clean water to rural parts of Africa. Me and my wife's from Zimbabwe. We do a lot in Zimbabwe, Uganda, build schools and all kinds of stuff. And we take academy members with us. But let me tell you how that originated, because this is very interesting. 2016 was when I first had the idea to start the academy. 2017 was the first batch where we took on a batch of academy members. Now, at the time, it was just 12 people because it was just me. Not all the mentors and all the infrastructure and Dave the builder and the solicitor and the accountant, just me. 12 people. Those 12 people were all mostly broke, working full time, pretty broke, but wanted it, hungry. I mentored them. At the end of the year of mentoring these 12 people, the success was astronomical. Practically every person was not just financially free, but was very, very successful. I'm talking 10, 20, 30, 40 grand a month profit. On the graduation, I went round the room and said to everybody, hey, how you doing? What are you thinking? You must be over the moon. Yeah, I'm happy. I was pissed off at their lack of happiness. I'm like, but you're making 35 grand a month. You used to make 25 grand a year. One guy called Alistair, 35 grand a month he was making. He used to be a kitchen fitter and he was having a bad back and hated his job, detested it, joined the academy, got a loan, joined the academy, had no money at all. 12 months later, the guy's got a portfolio of properties and he's making £35,000 clean profit every month. And he isn't even working that hard because I've given him everything. And now he has the audacity to say to me when I say, are you happy with how it's gone? Yeah, it's all right. I'm like, I pulled him aside. I said, Alistair, how I'm speaking to you is not how I was speaking to him. Obviously. I pulled him aside. I said, Alistair, I'm just curious. What's going on? Because you don't seem that happy. He goes, no, I'm really happy, man. The training's been fantastic. Yeah. I said, but are you happy? He said, what do you mean? I said, are you happy? He said, no. I said, how come? He says, nothing to do with you, Samuel. You've been nothing but an absolute gentleman. Incredible trainer and mentor. You care about your people. You stood by us. You mentored me. Everything I've made, everything I've done is a result of you and your training. And for that, I am grateful. Am I happy on a personal level? No. In fact, as you ask, I recently went to the doctors and they've put me on antidepressants. I said, why? He goes, I don't know. I said, but were you always unhappy? No, I was actually all right. I was all right. Now I'm unhappy now. I said, why? He said, I don't know. He said, maybe it's because I don't really do that much work anymore and I'm just sat at home bored. Maybe it's because driving a Porsche I thought would make me feel really happy, but actually it's just a car. Maybe it's because when I'm in my nice big house, in my bedroom at night, all alone on my own, I'm still just lying in a bedroom. It doesn't actually make much difference whether it's a flat or a big house. Maybe it's just because I thought that I'd feel different when I arrived at financial freedom. Nothing to do with you, Samuel, but yeah. That for me explained everything. It broke my heart a little bit, but it made sense. It's like when you climb a mountain. You climb a mountain and you get to the top, and then what do? You go, yay, and you go back down. The joy is not being on the top of the mountain. The joy is climbing up the mountain. When you get there, if you arrive to the top and you've made it in business, I've made it, yay. It's actually, I'm going to tell you this. I don't think having loads of money actually does make you really happy. I think having a lack of money makes you miserable, yes. But having a lot of money will not fill the void and give you purpose in your life. I said to him, I want you to come out with me next month to Uganda. We're doing a mission trip, and I want you to come. He said, I've never been to Africa before. I said, good. You'll love it. He said, yeah, man, I'll come. If you want me to come, you're my mentor. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I said, good. He said, have you asked any of the other guys? I said, no. In fact, good idea. I asked all 12. 9 came. 9. I had a whole trip planned, man. Such a good trip. Gonna get there, have some team building, go to the first well that we'd built, which for 350 kids, brought clean water into a whole village, visit it, find the next village, install a borehole, bring clean water to a village, meet with the local chiefs, do a business workshop for 300 budding entrepreneurs, give out some business loans, free business loans to help the entrepreneurs in the area, plan our next big project with funds that I put aside from my property business, and then go to South Africa and meet Robert Kiyosaki. I had a dinner booked with Robert Kiyosaki and talk business and have dinner, do some networking, and then go back to the UK. 7-8 day trip. Unfortunately, when on day one of the trip, when we first got there, I had an accident and I fell down the River Nile ended up being taken off in the rapids, and I ended up badly getting injured, and I actually fell down a 20-foot waterfall, landed on rocks, and lost 25% of my blood. And I was kind of in and out of consciousness in the water. And somebody managed to pick me up, put me on a little boat, at which point I passed out. I didn't pass out because of the blood. I don't think. I think it was just the pain. Like my, I don't want to be graphic, but my knee, the bone in my knee was sticking out of my skin, and it was just agony. It was absolute agony, and you know, I was in a bad way. And I remember thinking at the time, as I was in and out of consciousness, being taken to hospital, the nearest hospital was 3 hours away from where the accident happened, and that was the most horrible drive. I mean, it would have probably only been an hour, but because of the potholes in the roads and everything, it was just an agonizing drive. And I remember in the car just like being in and out of consciousness, and the blood was everywhere. My bone was sticking out, and just thinking, I don't know if I'm going to live or die. I don't know if I'm going to be able to walk ever again. But I do know one thing, and that is that this trip is cancelled. Like, I am not going to be able to do anything that I had planned. And I remember being a little bit annoyed, almost at God. It's like, why would you allow this to happen? This freak accident out of nowhere. Why? When I've come here trying to do a good thing, and I brought a team, and why would you allow this to happen? Not just me be injured, but for the sake of the trip. And it didn't make any sense to me. And I remember going to hospital, and I spent 10 days in the Ugandan hospital before they could ship me to a UK hospital. But when I was in the Ugandan hospital, I don't want to speak badly of the hospital, because the doctor that did surgery on me actually did a really, really good job, despite the lack of equipment and stuff like that. But the hospital itself was very small. We were on top of each other, and there were people that were traveling hours to come to the hospital because there wasn't any in the area, that were being sent away, that were actually in a worse state than I was, just because there was no room. And I remember being in hospital feeling like so bad for the people. And while I was in hospital in Uganda, when it happened, the whole team were just shook. Alistair, John Raybould, Anne Mather, Stuart Brown, all these academy members that were financially free and came out, and now their leader is lying with bloodshot red eyes, 25% of his blood gone, discussing with the doctors whether I need a blood transfusion, with my knee sticking out my bone, with my bone sticking out my knee. Like, they were like, I think they were just a bit shook up, and I was shook up. And I said to Alistair, Alistair, I need you to be the leader of this trip now. I need you to go and run the workshop. I need you to go and deliver. I need you to deliver the training. I need you to go and be dealing with the chiefs. And he's like, me, but I've never been to Uganda. I've never been to Africa. I said, yeah, but you've got a business. You're successful. You know the crack. You know, go. And I appointed him as the leader. And I told my local guide, Alistair's in charge. And when I next saw Alistair, he met with Robert Kiyosaki in South Africa. He ran the trip. He run the workshop. He did the whole thing. When I next saw him in England, he came to visit me in hospital when I was in England. He walked in, and I'll tell you something. He just looked different. He just looked different. He went out there because I'd asked him to go. And he thought he was going out there to try and make a difference. But actually, he came back different. He went out there to be a blessing, but came back blessed. He went out there, right? Because previously he was looking inward at himself. I'm not happy. Me. But then as soon as he looked out at helping others, now he's got purpose. And I remember when I met Alistair and he came back and he was like, when are we next going? And I'm like, bro, we normally go once a year. I want to do something. I want to write a book about what happened. It was so incredible. And I want to help these people. I want to start this. And I want to. now he's got purpose. I got him to go to the one of our events and share, and he started speaking, and he wrote a book, and I realized that actually God didn't want me to be the leader of that trip. He wanted Alistair to be the leader. And interestingly as well, I'd gone out to try and help with the water and education, schools, businesses, but there's a real need for the hospitals and I would have never seen the needs in the hospitals if I hadn't have been put there myself. I would have never have noticed. I'd never have known. And if someone had told me, I'd have been like, oh, really? Oh, I'm kind of doing... Being in that hospital for 10 days, seeing the needs is what made me build a new hospital ward. We built a 64-bedroom hospital ward in Uganda, and it's the biggest of the region. I mean, even the Ugandan government asked to meet me, and they were like, why are you doing it? What's the catch? What's the agenda? We've never had anybody come and build a hospital ward this big with no catch. Like, what are you trying to do? And I just said, well, I just happened to spend 10 days in the hospital and I just wanted to make it better. I don't believe in... I think if you hit the rocks, you need to be a lighthouse for others. And if you see a change, you need to be the change. And I was there as a patient. That's it. There's no agenda. And I happen to be a successful business person. But I think God wanted me to go to the hospital. I really did. At the time, I was angry. Why are you doing it? Now I'm like, okay, I get it. And now, by the way, I can run. My leg is healed. Still get a few twinges at night time, fine. But, you know, I live a very good life. And even if I do get a few twinges on my leg sometimes, just at night, that's all right. That's a reminder of the purpose that I have in life. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because, again, there's 4 things. If you want to be successful, yes. Action, knowledge, belief, and environment. But there's a caveat over all of this, which is mission. If you have a mission and a purpose for doing something, then that's when you become unstoppable. And I'm going to end with this final story, and then I'm going to say a few words to wrap up. I got a letter in the post, and my wife Amanda said to me, Samuel, she said, you might want to read this. Now, just to be clear, I get letters all the time. I get messages, emails. I probably get maybe 500 people reach out to me per day, at least. That's me personally. That's not my team. That's me personally. Instagram, you know, and I spend 2 hours a day responding, and then I have an assistant that helps me a bit. Obviously on Samuel Social, that's why on the Academy platform, that's me. But on all the other platforms and posting, it's a bit hectic. And Amanda said, my wife, she said, you might want to read this one. And I was like, cool. And I get so many stories of people telling me how their lives changed and they joined the training or they went through the academy or they watched a YouTube video even and it just changed the, you know, and it's humbling seeing these messages. But this one was different. This one was written by a lady called Amanda, not my wife Amanda, different Amanda, and Kirk. Amanda and Kirk. And it read and it started and it said, 10 years ago, we were homeless, living out of our car. And Amanda, who's writing this letter, who I didn't know from Adam, says, 10 years ago, we were homeless, living out of Kirk's car, and I was pregnant, and we were trying to get the council to provide us a house. But for some reason, we weren't on the priority list, and we were completely homeless. And the property that they were going to move us into, the previous one was really bad with flooding, and it was terrible. I've now got a baby on the way. And we're in our car homeless one night, and we were talking about what our dream house would be like to live in. And we ended up going online and finding a property on a website called Open Rent. Now, Open Rent is a website that I teach to use because you can go direct to landlords. She says, we found a property on Open Rent that was an absolutely beautiful property, 3-bedroom house, beautiful garden in a really nice part of town. And we thought, imagine if we lived there. We thought there'd be no point even trying to book a viewing because we had no money, we had no deposit, we have no jobs, we're homeless. There's no way that anyone would let us move in. Private landlord. But Amanda said, I just decided to just call and book a viewing and just say. So we booked a viewing, went around this house. And when we got there, there was 2 other couples there, professional couples, working. And we're there in the back of some 20-year-old Honda, which we live in. And I'm pregnant. They go and do this viewing. And the landlord says he wants 1 month's rent, 1 month's deposit, salary, references, landlord check. Standard. Amanda and Kurt look at each other and they say, we ain't got any of those things. We ain't got money, we ain't got deposit, we can't pay any upfront rent, we've got nothing. We've got no jobs, we're homeless, we're in a really bad spot. But it's nice to look at the house at least. As they're leaving the viewing and going back to their clapped out Honda, they see the landlord walking through the car park on the way back to his car. And Amanda, in a burst of desperation, approaches the landlord and says, listen, I'm embarrassed and ashamed to say this, but we'd like to move in. Unfortunately, we're homeless right now. We have no money. We have no deposit. We have no references. We have no job. But our plan, if you would allow it, would be that we'd move in and then we'd freshen up, get jobs. I'm pregnant. And as soon as we've got jobs and we've got a bit of money, we can pay you. And she thought, the landlord's just going to laugh now. This is ridiculous. And she said that the landlord, shockingly, said, okay, and just moved them in and just had compassion. And she said, that was a decade ago. She said, we still live in the house now. We've now got 3 children, got jobs. It took us a few months to get on our feet, but I wanted to tell you the story because I don't know if you remember the letter read, but she said, you were the landlord. And I just wanted to say thank you. You've completely changed our lives and gave us a break when we needed it most. Now, I didn't even remember. When I was reading the letter, it came out of nowhere. And when I read that last bit, I had a flashback. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Do you know what house it was? It was that house that I got a loan from the bank to buy. Millfield Avenue, Blockswich, WS33. I'm like, oh my goodness. I just couldn't believe it. And I thought, you know what's interesting? We're in the property business to make money, yeah? Absolutely. We want to make money. But we're also providing houses, accommodation for people. Like the honeybee. The honeybee makes honey because the honey is sweet. But in making honey, the honeybee has to go down the flower, make pollen, and fly back to the beehive. And whilst it's coming out of the flower, the pollen is on the bee. And the bee's little wings spray the pollen on the floor, which produces more plants and trees and flowers, which actually keep the world going around. Because if it was not for the honeybee, there are scientists that believe potentially we would be extinct as a species because they keep the oxygen by getting the pollen and spraying it. They are honeybees trying to make honey because it tastes sweet, but actually, without knowing, unbeknown to them, they're on a much far bigger mission and actually saving the planet. If the bees are a big key player in the universe, the honeybees. What about us? We're the money. We're the money bees. We're trying to make money in property. But I can tell you story after story after story after story of the bettering of lives that are happening as a result of ethical, compassionate business that is not just good for me and my family, but actually the products, the services, the homes, the properties. I just want you to be encouraged to know that whilst I want you to do the 4 things, knowledge, action, belief, and environment, and I want you to get rich, I want you to have a purpose. I want you to have a duty to get rich, but I also want you to remember that being rich does not mean you're taking away from somebody else. Being rich means you're providing a service and you're adding value. And then when you get rich, you have a duty, not just to be rich, but also what you do with the money. I want you to share that because I know a lot of you are going to get rich. And I want you to remember what really matters. Because true happiness is not about getting rich. True happiness is about having a purpose. I know I've been going on for ages and ages, so we're gonna wrap up. I want to say a few things. Firstly, how's the program been? I hope you guys are happy. Let me know what you're thinking in the chat. I appreciate you all. I'm loving the comments. Appreciate your amazing energy and support and tenacity. Your action. And some of you earlier, you know when I said earlier that I had these little voices going on in my head and was like, oh, I shouldn't do it. Some of you have those little voices even now. Oh, should I definitely do this? Oh, is it safe? Is it? We all have little voices. Some of you are thinking, I don't have a little voice. That is the little voice. We all have little voices telling us to be careful, play it safe. Some of you earlier, when you even registered for the academy, you were like, and you did it. Today was your red diamond moment. Today was the day you'll look back at in 20 years' time. Some of you, 50 years' time, will look back at today. I really believe that. I said, that was the day I had an opportunity. And I said, yes. That was the day. So, those that did enroll into the academy, I don't know how many spaces you've got left, because somebody messaged me in the team, Russell or Marie or Jack, one of the team, and just let us know, oh, do we have spaces left yet? Are we still going? Where are we up to? I know there's a few people that have taken loans, and the loans are pending. So if you've taken a loan, you've applied, and the loan is pending, that's cool. We can hold you a space because you've taken action. It's just a practical thing. Last update, I've got 2 updates. One says 5 and one says 4. So which one is it? Is it 5 spaces or is it 4 left? Please, could somebody confirm if it's 5 or 4? Oh, it's 4. Okay, 4. I think we've just recently had somebody. Okay, good. So we've got 4 spaces available. Listen, if you can't afford it, you tried to get a loan and it failed, or it's just not the right time for you, or whatever, I want to say it's been a pleasure, and I want to say congratulations for being here. You're a winner, and I can't wait to see you win. If you've registered for the academy, I want to say get ready for the best 12 months of your life. Not just in terms of finances, in terms of fun, network, community. I'm loving the comments, by the way. I appreciate you guys. If you've been on the fence, I want you to know this. You're in good hands. If you're on the fence, you can afford it, but you've been thinking, shall I? Here's my words. Do it. Do it. You will not regret it. You won't. You will not be 75 years old in a rocking chair going, I wish I didn't join that community and get on the academy where all those people, those solicitors and lawyers and accountants top in the country were trying to help me get rich and have a better life. I wish I didn't join that community. You won't. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. And I will not let you down. You will not be left to dry. You have not been oversold. Everything I've said you'll get is me playing it down. We've got 4 spaces left. Any minute that will be 3, because I know it well. I know how it works. So speak to your advisors and just do it. If you took the leap, you're in the best hands ever. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time these 2 days. I hope it's been worthwhile. Message me anytime on Instagram, and we're here for you. We appreciate you. Thank you for your business. Thank you for your faith. And as you believe in me and the process and the team, I'll believe in you. As you met me halfway, as you made a big move today, some of you enrolled on the academy, it's a huge move. You made one move, watch me and the team make 10. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. God bless you. Be in touch, and I can't wait to onboard you onto the academy. And let's have the best next 12 months of your entire life. God bless. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. You just took the biggest step potentially of your entire life, which was enrolled onto the Property Investors Academy. So on this video, I wanted to go through exactly what the Academy is, what you can expect. And before you have your onboarding and your business planning session, you at least know how to locate everything. So I don't know yet if you've been given access to your app, either on your laptop or your phone. You should have your login details on your email. And it looks a little bit like this. So we've got masterminds, mentoring, education, and all these different tabs. So I'm not going to spend an hour and a half going over every single tab. It's almost like going down a gift box of rabbit holes with so many sweets and goodies. So you could probably spend the next few weeks exploring and going in, but I'll give you an overview of what you can expect. So first is mentoring. So you may have joined the academy just because you wanted to get access to the support and the mentoring. So how does that work? Well, there's different types of mentoring that you can get. So it might be power team. So it might be that you need to have a conversation with a solicitor or an accountant, a mortgage broker, someone that's going to specifically help you with, maybe legal advice or guidance. So if you want to speak about how to structure your company, about stamp duty exemptions, maybe you want to talk about how much it's going to cost to build a new commercial unit, then you might need to speak to an actual professional specialist, okay? So if you want to speak to, let's say, an accountant about putting together your group structure, then here we go. So right now is Tuesday evening, and you can see tomorrow, Wednesday the 21st, tomorrow, we've got access to our accountants for your morning, a little bit in the afternoon, and all evening. So bang, you can just book an appointment, and all you do is click, continue. That's with Tim Gray, who's a chartered accountant. And you're going to put here, what's your question? So Tim can prepare in advance, and then Tim will then put aside the time. And this is unlimited. So you can book as many calls with an accountant, solicitor, specialist, a mortgage advisor as you want. So those are our power team specialists, but also property mentors. So this is just more generic stuff. So the property mentors are all property millionaires. They've all been handpicked by me. And you're going to choose what your issue is. So it could be mindset. Maybe you're just feeling a little bit stuck. Maybe you've been on the academy a month now and you've still not managed to do a deal and you feel like quitting, and your friends and family are saying, it's been a month. Are you a millionaire yet? You feel a bit stressed. So what do? Mindset coaching. So again, mindset coaching, you can say tomorrow, you can book an appointment anytime that's available. And that will be a half an hour one-on-one appointment with Sue Gray. So all of our mentors are handpicked by me. They're all property millionaires, and you can pick either the mentor that you want. So you could choose a particular mentor. The problem with choosing a particular mentor is if that mentor is on holiday, for example, like let's say you really like, let's say you really like Tim Gray, right? Or you really like Lynn, or you really like Josh Sutton. Josh might be away for a month, Anthony Wilmot, he owns a castle. The guy has got millions of pounds worth of property. He might want to go to the Caribbean for a month. So I wouldn't be really reliant on one particular person. As mentors, what we do is we pass the baton on to each other so that you've always, because when you've got an issue, often you'll need to get that issue resolved next day, fast. So first available appointments. So you can choose your mentor if you've got a preference, but first available appointments, again, you choose your issue. Oh, okay, my issue is rent to rent. Bang. And then even today, like in half an hour's time, there's someone available. So that's the mentoring, and there's no limit on the mentoring calls. So you don't feel bad as a new academy member, especially a lot of people that are like professional, they're doctors and lawyers, and they feel a bit bad booking too many mentoring calls. That's what the academy is there for. So that's the mentoring. And again, that's just part of the mentoring. There's so much more. So for example, we've also got like 24/7 mentor chat. So this is like ChatGPT, but I've programmed it with all my knowledge. I've put all my courses, manuscripts, I've trained it to think and talk and act and, know about property. So you can chat to the 24/7 mentor. What can you help with? So you can ask it questions like, for instance, is Warsaw Article 4? And then it will tell you, because it knows what I know. As of now, Warsaw does not have Article 4 in place. However, this can change, and then it will tell you. So that's interesting. It doesn't have Article 4 right yet, but it's coming. That you can just ask as many questions as you want. Or it might be, from the mentoring side of things, that you've had a phone call, you're trying to get a rent to rent, and you're calling landlords and you're struggling, and you want us to listen to your call, right? So you can do rate my call. So this is where you'll book a call with a mentor, but in advance of the call, you will send through your recording of your phone call. We'll listen to it in advance, and then we can give you feedback on the call. You can also do this with deals. If you found a deal and you think it looks like an interesting deal, but you don't know because you're quite new, what you can do is you can book a call called Deal Glance. So this is Deal Glance. So let's say you found a property on Rightmove and you think, oh, this looks great. It's got a bit of land at the side. I wonder if I could build. But you don't really know what you're doing because you've been on the academy for 2 minutes. Well, you go on Deal Glance, you book a call, and you can book a call as from tomorrow morning if you want, or you can do Thursday, Friday, whenever you want, over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, all on, whenever it's convenient to you. Oh, Sunday afternoon, book a call. And then what we're going to ask you is to provide the URL of the property, the postcode, and what your vision is for the property. Oh, to build at the side. And then what we'll do is we'll glance at the deal, have a look, give you a call on the time that you're free, and tell you what we think of this opportunity. That's the mentoring. We also have, as part of the mentoring as well, this is why I say it's like a rabbit hole. You're going to find, we've been improving the academy year on year for the last 7 years. So we have, quote, my refurb. So it might be that you've found a property and it needs work. So you take pictures, do a recording of it, and then you can upload it on the app. We've got a full-time builder, and all he does is quote refurbs all day. So as an academy member, you don't have to worry about finding builders to quote up your job because to send it to us, we'll quote it for you. I pay over £1 million a year for my power team in basically I pay over £1 million a year to my builder, to my accountant, to my solicitor, just to be mentors within the academy. So they are on it. My team are basically now your team. And that's all included in the membership. You don't pay extra. And you can do it as many times as you want. You can continually get quotes for the refurbs. Rate my deal. If you found a deal, you can have it rated. So click rate my deal. This is normally once you've actually viewed it, or maybe you've put an offer on it and you think, right, I want to buy this. I've had it glanced. The mentors have looked at it, but now you're actually thinking, I want to buy it. Okay, cool. So what's the deal? It's a development, or it's a BRR, it's a rent to service accommodation, it's a buy to let, flip, whatever it is. Click on what it is, it's a flip. And then what we'll do is we will get you to fill out all the information, put the link, share all your due diligence and everything. And then we'll rate it between 1 and 100. And we'll tell you any blind spots, any cautions. So there really isn't anything like the academy that's I don't think's ever existed. And this is why so many people are becoming successful in property, becoming financially free. It's because of these resources. So that's the mentoring. Let's move on from mentoring because that's just one part of the academy. There's loads more. I mean, that's just one tab. Okay, where do we go next? What about Deal Connect? So Deal Connect is where if you haven't got much money to start with, let's say you join the academy and it might be that you've had to get a loan to join the academy. And right now you've got no money and you're like, man, I just want to make some money. Okay, fine. So what you'll do is you'll find deals. We'll help you. We'll train you. We'll mentor you. We'll give you all the support and hand-holding to find deals. And then when you found a deal, we'll look at it and we'll review it and we'll work with you on it. But then you can sell the deal. So you can list a deal and you can add the listing, right? So let's say you found a deal. So firstly, you need to have had it rated. So yes, I've had it rated. Great. You found the deal. You can't try and bring non-Academy members in on this. No. I only work with Academy members, right? So if you found the deal and it's a good deal and we've looked at it and we've rated it good, normally 80% or more, then what you can do next is you can upload it, bang, upload your template. And you can upload it. We'll then put it on Deal Connect, which means that we'll put it on our website, on the marketplace. We'll list it like these that have just been listed earlier today, and we will sell it. We'll send it out to all of our investors. 95,000 investors are on my database. So I'll promote your deals, push it to the investors, and if it sells, then we split the profits. And if you're an Academy member, you're open to sell as many deals as you want and co-deal source with me personally. Again, this is huge. It's like people are making, well, you know the stories. If you go on Winners on a Wednesday and you see people saying like, oh yeah, I'm making 20 grand a month from deal selling. How are they doing that? Because they're on the Academy and they're utilizing these tools. Because I've got a very big brand, I'm very well known. We split the profits. So if we sell a deal for 5 grand, we take 8 at the moment, and this is probably going to change. But at the moment, at the time of filming, summer 2025, we take 18%, which means that you keep 82% of the profit, which is huge. And the reason that we take so little is because I'm not trying to make money from this. I'm trying to just cover the admin costs and stuff like that. I've got the investors there anyway. I've got Academy members. You've got the deals. It's gonna massively help you, right? It's gonna mean that you can earn quick money, which then you're gonna hopefully sing my praises and be on Winners on a Wednesday, and then I'm gonna look great. And it's just a never ending. There's enough a profit in the pie for everyone to make money anyway. So that's Deal Connect. There's also other opportunities to partner. Like it might be that you find a deal. Also, Samuel Leeds Finance. So Samuel Leeds Finance. Here we go here. So if you found a deal and it's a nice little deal, little BRR or something, you can apply to have Samuel Leeds Finance, which is where I personally have a pot of money and all I use that money for is to finance my Academy members' deals. So more information on the website on that. I only work with Academy members. I only partner with Academy members, and this is a perk for the Academy. And Samuel Leeds Finance gives you generally up to 80% loan to value, which again is huge. PIMS. So what is PIMS? So PIMS is Property Investors Mediation Service. So this is a very, very important service and it's included in your Academy. So what this is when you're doing deals, especially if you're growing your business fast and you're selling deals, you're doing rent to rents, you're dealing with landlords and all these different business professionals and you're making money. It's only a matter of time potentially before you get somebody who is going to be upset with you, right? They'll buy a deal from you and then they'll ask for a refund and you'll say you're not entitled to a refund and then they'll start going mad. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Who knows? What PIMS is, we have mediators and lawyers that will then investigate the situation. So if you've got someone that's unhappy with you and you're in a dispute, you can say to them, look, I'm registered with PIMS, report me to PIMS. They'll follow your complaints procedure and then PIMS will look into the situation. PIMS will be completely neutral. And if you're wrong, and if you have wronged them, then PIMS will tell you, you've wronged them, you need to put it right. If you haven't, then PIMS will be the bad guy. And PIMS will say, look, they've not actually done anything wrong, you're not entitled to any money back, off you go. So PIMS is like a redress scheme, like property redress scheme, like the property ombudsman, but it's specifically for people that are operating within deal sourcing, rent to rent, lease options, doing joint ventures. Again, we pay lawyers, mediators to run PIMS. It's neutral, it's independent, it is within the Academy. And it's hard for me to tell you how powerful it is and how important it is until you've started making a lot of money, and then you'll understand. Another thing it does with PIMS is it means that if you're doing business with somebody else on the Academy, it means that there's a level of trust. You know that someone's not joined the Academy who's a complete cowboy, because if they are, they'll be very quickly reported to PIMS, and then PIMS will investigate. and will adjudicate. And if they refuse to comply with PIMS, PIMS will kick them out of the academy and blacklist them on the PIMS website. So don't throw your brains out. Still do due diligence. Go through as well before you do any deals. Part of the academy, really important training program, is the Avoiding Catastrophes program. So look at this. Really, really, really important. This program, Avoiding Catastrophes in Property and Business. This program will go through all the common problems that people have with joint ventures, personal guarantors, break clauses, risk assessments, due diligence, redress, all the things that people don't really know about, and the common ways that people lose money in the early days. Before you do anything, I would go through that program. We've got many other programs. Now, you might be purchasing these separate to the academy. These are standalone programs. Bar Refurbished Advanced Masterclass, Deal Finding Extravaganza, Deal Selling Masterclass. They're all, these are all, there's 18 in total. Commercial property. And again, all of my programs are A to Z. They're £1,000 each. They're A to Z. So, for example, commercial property, understanding classifications, commercial tenancy leases, understanding the legals, rent arrears, commercial valuations, finding deals and calculating business rates, VAT, commercial mortgages, commercial stamp duty hacks, business rollover reliefs, capital, like the whole everything, finding your dream commercial property, how to find it, how to fund it, how to fix it, how to flip it, commercial conversions. People don't know about this stuff. It's not something that you can just ask ChatGPT because you don't know what you don't know. So you don't know the questions to ask it. Permitted development rights explained, prior approval, preventing council rejections, conservation areas, everything about commercial property, buying commercial property for no money, full planning, section 73, the power of a hunter's license, tax planning on land, like everything about commercial property is in here. So my brain becomes your brain if you're on the commercial property course about commercial property. But there's a program on everything. So there's property tax and wealth protection, social housing, ultimate auctions, HMO, rent to rent, everything, service accommodation. So the courses, if you did them standalone, all the courses, it would come down to £18,000. And that would be if you did every one of our online programs. We've also got obviously the financial freedom challenges and all the stuff. On the academy, you have everything. You have all the programs included. You have the financial freedom challenges. So 3 financial freedom challenges, which is a total of 12 days with me in person, which is just a complete game changer. You won't be able to physically do everything on the academy. I mean, well, it's not possible. Every Sunday I hang out with academy members. Look, here's how you book on. Sometimes people say like on the academy, like, oh, you're not going to leave me dry, are you? It's like, it's the opposite. You're on the academy, the support, the networking. Look at this, networking. Every Sunday, we do Sunday social. So I invite, and this is like no property, no business. It's just church, gym, boxing. Academy members just come and I just basically open up my life to just hang out with academy members on a Sunday. Business, well, okay. So we have the dinners. So we have the academy dinners. So I go to the Heathrow every month, Heathrow dinner, where you're going to be seeing celebrities and there's special guests and it's absolutely buzzing, electric. And yeah, the community. But also, depending on where you are in the country, like let's say you live in, I don't know, Manchester, Bristol, Scotland, even Wales, you might live in Birmingham, you can find your local groups. So look at this. So generally speaking, all across the country, we've got academy groups. So we've got, here we go, even in Scotland, there it is. It looks a bit sorry on its own, but there we go. Scotland, Glasgow. I've got one in Wales as well, just outside Cardiff, Bristol. Lots around the London area, loads in London. Lots around the Midlands, Wolverhampton, Birmingham, Solihull, Coventry, Northampton, Derby, Nottingham, all over the place. Manchester, Leeds, Doncaster, Norfolk, down south, all across the coast, Brighton, Portsmouth, Southampton, Bournemouth. So, and if there's an area where you live where there isn't a inner circle, let's say you live in, where is there not one? All right, down here, Plymouth. And you're like, man, there's nothing near me. It's like going to take me, 2 hours to get to Bournemouth or an hour or whatever, however far it is. Then fine. What we'll do is we'll help you become a leader of the Plymouth group, and we'll set up an academy group and we'll promote it within all the academy. Most of the meetups in the academy meet up once a month and get around about 20 to 30 people. It's up to 60 people. And that's where you'll meet all your local academy members, your local estate agents, your local builders, your local letting agents, your local team, your local workers, your local business partners. Huge part of the academy. Massive part. So the networking is incredible. We also have created our own social media platform as well. So the academy, we've got the academy book club. We've got the dinners and stuff that we do and all the networking, which is amazing. But we've also got our own social media platform, which is called Samuel Social. So this is a little sneak peek into Samuel Social. I don't know if you've got your account set up already, but once you have, you'll get addicted to it because it's like Instagram, but just where academy members only. So they're just constantly helping each other, sharing ideas, celebrating successes, helping each other with their struggles. It's just academy members only. So it's incredible. And it's funny because some people don't like posting on Instagram because they're worried about what people might think, or they don't want to post certain things. But on the academy, people will just post everything they're doing, they'll share, and it's just positivity only. So this is the Samuel Social group, messages. So yeah, I won't go into the because it's the members and stuff, maybe for GDPR, in case people are watching this that aren't on the academy yet. You've also got your 24/7 mentoring as well here. So that is Samuel Social, which is incredible. But anyway, back to the main portal. We also have masterminds. So we have a mastermind on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So every day of the week, we've got a mastermind at 8 o'clock in the evening where we'll go on for an hour, 2 hours. I run mine on a Monday. That tends to go on for quite a long time. And that Monday night is my night. So that's normally me. Sometimes Russell steps in if I'm on holiday or whatever. But every night we've got a virtual mastermind over Zoom where all the academy members come together and we just talk. And I'm just like, right, what are you doing? What's happening? Holding people to account, bringing people on the hot seat, sharing challenges and struggles, celebrating successes, and it just keeps you immersed. So obviously all this is optional. We wouldn't expect you to go to every single one. My lifestyle as well, like my world, like for example, I don't really like watching the news because watching the news I find a bit depressing. Denzel Washington says, if you watch the news, you're misinformed. But if you don't watch it, you're uninformed. So what's the solution? Well, what I do is I don't watch the news, but every week I'll have a call with my mortgage broker and I'll say, what's going on with base rate? What new products are on the market? What do you think is going to happen to interest rates? What are the banks saying? What are the banks doing? I'll say to my accountant, are there any tax changes? Are there any new ways to mitigate tax? What's happening? You need to know. To my solicitor, I'll ask them about what's going on with the laws of the land. What's happening? I'm not trying to watch the news to listen about what Kim Kardashian's been up to. I want to know what's actually happening that's going to affect my business that I need to be aware of. I need to be sharp. So I have a call with each member of my power team every week. But what we do on a Thursday is we have a power team hour. So power team hour lasts an hour. It's where my power team, solicitor, accountant, mortgage broker, they come on, surveyor, maybe planning consultant, auctioneer. I have members of my team come on and share the updates of what's happening. And then you, as an academy member, can ask questions. And then everyone chats on the call, get an update. And then if you want, you can book a one-on-one private call with any of the members of the power team afterwards or anytime you want and go into more detail. So this is all part of the academy. Tuesday is more of a networking thing in a virtual inner circle. So this is just a little glimpse of what the academy is. As I say, I can't go over every single aspect of the academy. We've got all the documents, the paperwork, contracts, build my brand. This is also huge. So if you want to maybe come on Wednesday or speak on stage, come to one of my events and maybe you want to be a speaker, maybe you want to be an inner circle leader. You can list your service accommodation property. We promote once you've got properties, we promote them to help you get bookings. If you want to show off any of your sites, we can help you do that. Basically, my heart is to just empower and uplift academy members. It's to help them and to help you become as successful as you can and give my everything. I give my life for this. And the team as well are incredible. So if you get stuck, if you need help, we have a WhatsApp number. So if you go to support, you'll see this. I'm not going to scroll just in case this video gets seen by non-academy members, but there's a WhatsApp number that if you scroll down, you'll see it. And you can just message the WhatsApp number. And I got this idea when I was on a beautiful resort in Thailand, And instead of having to go and call the number and get out of bed and call the number and get through to reception, they just gave me a WhatsApp number and said, if you need anything, just message. It was like a whenever, whatever. And I was like, wow, this is cool. Just message, oh, can I have some sugar-free Red Bull? Woof, they bring it. And I was like, wow. So I wanted to try and replicate that sort of service within the academy. So that's why we've got the WhatsApp hotline. So anything you need, like, oh, what dinners are going on in this area? Or especially if you're a bit new, you're figuring things out. I want to come on Winners on a Wednesday. How do I go about it? Or how do I use the app? Or how do I put... You just message the hotline. And then my team, our average response time is less than 10 minutes to respond. And our average resolution time is less than 1 hour. So it's very quick. My team are absolutely fantastic. And they get paid a lot to do what they do. The entire team, not just the mentors and the specialists and the builders, quote my refurbs, but the team, the coaches as well. So when you're in the academy, you'll also we'll go through this on your onboarding. We'll find out how much accountability you want and you need. If you want a lot, which people do, we've got a team of coaches, not mentors. A mentor will tell you what to do and a coach will ask you, did you do it? So the coaches will be calling you up, checking in with you, checking in with your goals. We'll also give you a form, a report to fill out. So every week you can fill out what you've done, how many viewings you've booked, which we'll be keeping an eye on. I'll be personally keeping an eye on. Obviously, you can message me at any time as well, anytime. So on Instagram, I try and respond to all messages on Instagram, but I do have an assistant that helps me. And also on Instagram, like if people are messaging me, it might just be a quick generic response like, oh, come to a crash course or whatever. Whereas if you're messaging me on the academy, it's me that's reading it and I'm normally responding on voice notes and really going to town on you. So you can message me straight on Samuel Social anytime. Also, if you want to go, I think it's important I think classroom learning is important. Mentoring, rate my deal, rate my phone call, all this is brilliant. But also you're going to learn a lot from going out and just seeing live sites. So if you want to come out and see some of maybe my sites or other successful mentors or other successful student sites, you can do that also under education. So I'll show you how to book onto this. Let's say you live in, I don't know, well, you can choose an area that's near you. Book a site visit. So at the moment, we've got about 9 site visits, Doncaster, Hull, Leeds, Sheffield, Scunthorpe. So you just go, okay, cool. I want to go and see a BRR or flipping Leeds. So you click on Leeds and you just book it. And it's all free. So the dinners are free. The mentoring is free, obviously. The coaching, going down to all the different networking events. It's all unlimited and it's all free. And it's all included in your mentorship. Our success rate at the last graduation, because we have a graduation as well. So at the end of the year, when you finish the 12 months, we have a graduation. And we give you a gown and a hat and you come and get a certificate and a scroll. Our courses, by the way, as well, are CPD registered as well. So they're accredited courses. And at the last graduation, we did a survey and 86% of academy members that went through all the training and graduated were financially free, making a minimum of £2,000 a month. And it's no surprise when you see the level of support and training, and because it's very possible. The thing is, people want to do property. They know it's possible, but they just don't quite know what to do exactly, what their first step should be, and they lose focus, they get distracted. So having this, it makes it possible. And that's why, the £12,000, it sounds like it's a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's a lot of money. If you've just invested in, you might be feeling a bit like, whew, it's a lot of money. But it's the best investment you can make. The best investment you can make is yourself, because you're getting a skill set and a network and a community and an education for life that's going to help you build wealth and get financial freedom in a way. And I think that's why we're currently in the revolution that we're in. You look at the amount of people. I'm doing book after book after book, volumes dedicated to people through the academy. If you go on Winners on a Wednesday and you see people making money, and they're all from the academy. I don't take Winners on a Wednesday students. Everyone I do business with is on the academy. Every success story, every student, every house store, every Winners Wednesday is from the academy. So you're in a fantastic place. And as I say, I give my life to this, and so do many other people, so do many other mentors. So if you've got any questions about anything that I may have missed, I'm sure I have, because there's so much more that I could say, then send me a message, drop me a DM, speak to the team. And also as well, we do a lot of trips. So once you become financially free, like for example, I go to Zimbabwe, Uganda, we're building schools, hospitals, all kinds of stuff. And I'd love it when you become financially free, if you don't disappear off into the ether, if you actually give back, and if you share your story, come on Winners on a Wednesday, help pull other people up. After the academy as well, once the year finishes, you can become an associate member. And an associate member is a second year graduate. And the investment for a second year is just £2,000. And that's for a whole new year on the academy. Again, we can't make profit on that because you get access to all the dinners, the venues, the mentoring, the support, the power team. But I like people staying in the community. I'm not doing this to try and just make you financially free so you disappear. This is a community and a support group that hopefully will be able to journey with you, not just for a year or two, but for many, many, many years to come. So I look forward to becoming your mentor, but also your friend, your coach, and I'm really excited. So speak to you soon, and I look forward to working with you on the academy while you learn with the best. Not just me, but also our entire team of mentors, guides, and coaches.